My name is Keith, and from the time I was about 4 years old, I was interested in being a part of the entertainment business. And I've done many things throughout that time, from singing in bands, writing music, hosting television shows, involved in the professional wrestling business. And I've written comic books, done a lot of things. Failed in some way or another, but I still kept going.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I am your host Keith, and for Halloween we have put together a very special interview with a person who is currently the subject of a manhunt. Please welcome renowned serial killer, the Harvester Jay Sullivan. Jay, welcome to the podcast.
First of all, the media is the one that called me the Harvester. I never chose that name, just to set the record straight on that. But nevertheless, you didn't know that. Not your mistake. It's good to be here.
Okay, please do not hold that against me.
No, that's not what I hold against my victims. That's not sharp enough.
Okay. So I guess let's just start with the beginning. When did you first realize you were gonna murder people?
Well, I guess for me, I didn't necessarily set out with the intent to cause harm to other people. It was kind of a byproduct of environment, I suppose. I was around a rough group of people, and I kind of fell into it, and I was pretty damn good at it. So it stuck, and it became something on a scale that I did not ever imagine it could.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they have, there's been at least one feature film documenting um, your killing spree, and several YouTube videos, and I believe there'll be more to come. So once you were kind of pushed in the direction, when did you actually take the step to murder? What steps did you take, I guess, to actually kill someone? 'Cause that's a pretty big step for someone to take.
Yeah, I mean, I took one step, I took two steps, and bam! Just stabbing right in the chest. Those were the steps I took. But no, as far as the as far as the movie goes, they only made the movie off of what they knew I did. If they had the full picture of everything, well, truthfully, I don't know if they could have released it. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to it than what you see. Um, there's there are some found footage clips others have posted that I feel are a little bit more accurate to my real activities. And so, yeah, I don't know. Whenever someone is marked, you know, I base how it happens. I base that off of why they are marked.
So you say people are marked. Do you see yourself as some sort of a hero? Only killing people who deserve it? Or yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
guess
say
that's the
hero.
question.
I wouldn't say hero because I don't believe in heroes. I don't believe in villains. I just believe in what is real, what is here, and what is now. Um, to some, I would be a hero. To some, I might be a villain. I don't really see either.
So what are the things that a person could do to be marked, as you say?
Well, truthfully, if you have to ask, then you're probably safe. If you have to ask, then that tells you that you more than likely are not marked. Um, it depends on who is doing the marking. There are some of us who would mark an abuser. Those are more violent. There are some of us who mark uh, scandalous people. It's varying degrees of reason. Sometimes there is no reason, and that happens to be the reason.
Wow. So you're saying that I'm sorry. Okay, so you're saying that there's other people who do markings besides yourself?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, if people saw the full picture, it would be too much for one movie. There's a lot more to the story than just the harvester or even just me. You know, there's a lot more to it. There are more moving pieces than people realize, but I am not at liberty to disclose those moving pieces.
So the movie that you're referring to, that I hinted at, was the first Harvest. Um, and that movie contained quite a bit of brutality. Um, there, there were there was hints that you may be involved in a cult and perhaps some occult activities. Um, you've provided us with a picture of yourself as opposed to doing a live feed. Um, I'm wondering what sort of things you're trying to hide.
Well, I feel like that the picture is a more accurate representation of myself. I also I don't want my location to be known. You know, for one, I am not alone. For two, I shouldn't even be doing this right now. And I feel like that the picture is better for now.
You
Don't worry, it'll come to life for you soon enough. It will.
I'm honestly more nervous to do this interview and release it than any interview I have ever done in my life. Um, I can feel a presence almost coming through the phone, coming over the Zoom call while we're recording this. Can you maybe speak a little on that? Speak a little on the presence that drives you, because I can feel it.
Um, I wouldn't say that I believe in a presence. I feel like it's nothing. You know, it's more than just a name for the city. The nothing represents something so much bigger, something that we all believe in for different reasons. For me, the nothing provided an escape, and it provided me with a new life that I frankly didn't know existed within me. So if you're feeling anything, if your hair is standing on the back of your neck, if you are feeling anxious, don't worry. It's nothing. And it'll be okay.
That's easy for you to say.
No, I'm not saying for you. I'm saying it'll be okay for me. I can't make any promises for you.
All right. Um, how many people would you estimate that you personally are responsible for ending their lives?
You had to ask. I I don't know if I could put a number on it. I myself have perhaps killed I don't know. I never really counted, but it's got to be over 50. I've been present for triple at least. I'll put it this way, because you live in nothing. So every event that has happened within the last I'd say 5, 6 years has either been because of me or I was there. There are some that are not attributed to myself or anyone I'm associated with. Um, those baffle even us, but otherwise we are responsible.
So are you saying that there are other people who may be attempting to carry out the work that you and your associates do, I suppose, that you don't have knowledge of?
This is the exact byproduct of a fucking movie being made is people draw inspiration from different mediums, and of course whenever that movie was put out, more people knew about us, which is what we didn't want. We didn't want to be known, and now everybody knows who we are. So I think perhaps someone has found inspiration from my work. I would prefer to be the only one doing it, but I don't know. We don't know. We don't have eyes on every area as we should. So we don't know who is responsible for some. There are about 7 cases that we have no knowledge of, who, why, or why. We just know that it happened. The biggest tell as to if it was us or whoever the fuck this person is if there is a flower on the body, it's not us. We aren't all cutesy and pretty like that. We just leave.
So speaking of people who draw inspiration from you, because you have stated that you are not the Harvester, and that is not a name that you personally called yourself. Last year, year before, somewhere around there was a professional wrestler in the southern Indiana area who called himself the Harvester, and who actually was pretty popular with the fans. What are your thoughts on that character and that person?
Um, I'm unfamiliar. Are
Well,
you where, like, specifically where was this person?
I actually hired him to wrestle for World's Finest Wrestling, the company that I promoted in Connorsville.
Um, I'm gonna need to have a word with him because
Well,
I don't.
he's disappeared, and I was wondering if you might have had anything to do with that. No
Did
one
he?
really
I don't
seems
know.
no one really seems to know where he is, and yeah, so I was just curious
If
what that situation was.
I would say if you don't know where he is, then maybe that's exactly where he is. Nothing, nowhere, nobody. Sometimes the answer doesn't have to be solid. It can be disambiguous. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar. It depends on what mask he was wearing.
What is the significance of the different masks? I do know that there's reports that not just yourself, but other members. Is it other associates of yours? I don't know how you feel about the word cult, but you are pretty clearly a member of a cult. Um,
I don't think I'm in a cult. I think that all of you on the outside, I think that's the cult. But no, there are several members, uh those of us who go out, we have different masks. Mine is the decaying mask of a goat. Sorry, decaying face of a goat, the horns and all. There are others. There's one who has uh, kind of a leather mask. Not that punk leather face. Just for the record. Um, there's a lot of spikes in some of the masks. But yeah, there's really no significance other than identifying us. We more often than not wear our masks full time while we're in certain locations. There's not many moments where we are outside of our masks.
Okay, so I just have a couple more questions, uh, just for the purpose of uh, the interest that I'm sure this interview is going to draw. Um, what what does it feel like when you take someone's life?
It makes me remember what I had before and the fact that I would just give anything to go back to that. It's like I said, I didn't necessarily set out to do this. I didn't really know that it was part of the deal, and now I can't go back. So I like to think that each victim provides one step closer to whatever this finale is that's clearly being planned, where I can just go home. Whoever is in my way that ends up no longer with us, sorry about you. Got to do what I got to do.
Okay, and a final question. You have killed people from all walks of life. Um, just going by the depiction of the first harvest, which I know that you say there's more to it than that. You have murdered and attempted to murder police officers. You have kidnapped children.
I need to explain that before you continue, okay? So, who you're referring to is Sophia. She's the daughter of Detective Biggs from the Nothing PD. I did not kidnap her for any sadistic or harmful purposes. What wasn't shown, and what these dipshits who made this failed to capture, is she was in danger. I had to take her to save her from that danger. And that's a side of us that, well, at least a side of me, that will not be shown by media or filmmakers or dipshits who think they can just name themselves after an American Psycho killer or a character. There's a side of me that is very protecting of certain groups of people, and Sophia happened to be one of those in that moment. That body never was found, but I had to take her to protect her from that. And next thing I know, my own fucking wife is stabbing me in the chest. Didn't even have a chance to talk or anything. Just, at least she didn't stab me in the back. She had the guts to stab me to my face. Continue.
Well, okay. I think it's given your track record and the way that things appeared, it's kind of understandable why you weren't given a chance to talk. But what I was getting at was, what is it that drives you to continue to do these things? Whatever I guess the end game is murder. Um, is what it all boils down to.
No,
But
see, that's what you're getting wrong. That's not my end game. My end game is to make it back home. That is my end game. Unfortunately, murder is a stepping stone to achieve that goal. No, sorry, that I had to correct that. Continue.
So I guess what drives you is the desire to get back home. Is that what this is all about?
Yeah, it's revenge in a way. You know, another thing that has been conveniently left out is I had my innocence robbed from me whenever I was a kid. I saw my father being brutally murdered by some chick in a mask. My mother went missing. I, to this day, don't know whatever happened to her, where she is. I don't even know if she's alive. But I have been hunting ever since then. I've been hunting for almost 20 years to find whoever is responsible for that. I'm never going to get my innocence back. We are far beyond that. But I want closure. I want finality. I want to be home. And I want to go to sleep. And that's that. But no one else can give that to me. The police tried, the police failed. I was taken in by my uncle, an alcoholic piece of shit, who was part of the police department. It was almost like he didn't even try. So no, can't trust anyone but myself to get the job done.
Well, Jay, I want to thank you for agreeing to do this. I hope that there has been some insight gained. I'm sure that as the years go on, people will study this podcast and try to understand. I know that's I will be doing that, and I'm the one doing this interview. Um, Anyone who is interested in finding out more about Jay Sullivan and the mythology of the Harvester, check out the movie The First Harvest. It's not endorsed by Jay, but it's very interesting viewing.
I'll stab a copy for whoever buys one.
And from what I understand, there'll be another film, Sister Sullivan, released soon.
They're making a movie about my sister now?
That's that's what I understand, yeah.
Oh, God. Let me just tell you, she pulls from my genes any, that might be a more fucked up movie than what they made about me. But she went silent. We kept in touch, believe it or not, for a little bit. But about 6 months ago, she went silent, so I don't know what she's been up to. Maybe I should, I don't know. There should only be one Sullivan out there, though, so we just got to make sure she's not trying to do what I do.
Yeah, here's hoping we don't need another one. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a safe and happy Halloween. As always, thanks to Tyler Martin and Emmy Studios. Sorry if I'm not my normal self. I'm a little shaken right now. But we'll be back next week with the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast on our normal days, Tuesdays. Everybody.
Keith, if I was you, I would seek a replacement host just in case. Just in case anything happens. Don't worry about it. It's not a threat. When it's a threat, you'll know.
Well, here's hoping I'm back next week. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith. I'm coming to you from my new house. So if the sound is a little echoey in here, it's because the place is empty. And I'm being joined today by writer, distinguished Toastmaster, public speaker, a man who's written many articles on immigration and things of that nature for Forbes magazine and stuff. And he's also a professional lawyer. Welcome, Mr. Andy Semotiuk.
Thank you. Happy to be with you here today.
Happy to have you here. So let's start from the beginning. What was it that made you realize that you wanted to be a writer?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. And it started back when I was in college, in first year college at UBC in Vancouver, Canada. And I took an English course, and I was a catastrophe. Like I just couldn't do it. I was trying all year long to try and just stay up with everybody. And finally, at the end of the year, the professor probably just took pity on me. And he gave me a 50% mark so I could pass, because he knew if I didn't pass English 101, I couldn't continue with my college studies. And so that's the start. I thought, hey, listen, I'm a good talker. I like to tell stories and stuff like that. I'm going to go down that track. And as you mentioned, I was involved in Toastmasters. In fact, I've been involved in Toastmasters for 35 years. I went once a week to a club meeting. And, there people practice their public speaking skills and also their leadership skills. And, people shared what was good, what wasn't. Don't shift around on your feet. Look at your audience. Don't look down at your papers. Don't say and things like that. So after 35 years, I felt I was getting pretty good at speaking. I got this award. Actually, you can see it above my head here. It's a plaque. I got that for what's called being a distinguished Toastmaster, which is the highest level in a Toastmaster organization after 35 years. Now, some people can get that like in 6 months, but it took me 35 years. Anyway, I got it. But the world was saying, no, 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 Andy, no, we don't want you to be speaking. We want you to be writing. And I couldn't believe it, because I thought I was a lousy writer, but slowly, I wrote article here, article there, published them in, these sort of regional and small town newspapers and stuff like that. And over time, as I studied law, I became pretty good at writing. And later, actually, I broke through and I became a UN correspondent. I worked in New York for a couple of years at the United Nations as a correspondent. And I wrote for like a string of English language newspapers in Canada. They were called Southern News Services, and some in the United States, a couple of newspapers in the United States. And after 2 years, I went back to law. I was practicing law. I'm an immigration lawyer, US and Canadian. And as I was practicing law in Toronto, with the help of a friend here, Sean Barry, who works with me at Pace Law Firm here, we were posting reactions to people who were writing articles on immigration on, on various sites. And one day I got an email from Forbes, and it said, "Hey, would you like to write some articles on immigration for us?" And I said, "Would I? Of course I would." And that was 10 years ago. And I've been writing with them, well, for them for the last 10 years.
So once you got going writing, I mean, for a magazine like Forbes and even the local papers and stuff, when did you decide to make the leap into writing actual novels?
Okay, that was a bit of a transition out of my US and Canadian immigration work. And what I noticed, one of the first books I published, was that these young people that I was helping out, most of them were going into the professions like engineer, architect, a lawyer, doctor, whatever it was. And I was helping them get across the border, or either go from Canada to the United States, or from the United States to Canada, or from somewhere else into North America. But I noticed that most of them had one or more of three problems. And the three problems were money, time, or balance. And all of us, like I right now have one of those, usually one of those is eating at me. I think all of us face those kind of problems.
Sure.
I decided I'm going to write a book about this to help these people along. And I wrote the book. It's called, I've got it right here. It's called The Young Professional. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
All these books are on Amazon, by the way, if anybody wants to take a look at them. But I published the book, and a publisher said, "Yeah, we want to publish this thing." And the way I found the publisher was I hung around at Kinko's, and I saw other books that were similar in nature to what I had. So I contacted the publisher. They're called Cengage. And they said, yeah, we'll publish your book. And they did. And that's how I kind of started.
Awesome. So you've also published some humor, like some joke books, as well as some
Right.
books about your family history.
Right.
When did you and one of your books is actually was written by your son when he was 12, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, this book here, it's called 401 Goofy Jokes for Kids. And it's quite a story, actually. One day he came home from school. He was 12 years old. And he says, I have to start a business. There's a group called Junior Achievement. And what
Sure.
they do is they go into schools and they get kids to start a business. They teach them how to run a business. So they said to him, "You got to start a business." I says to him, "Well, what kind of business you want to start?" And he said, "I don't know." I said, "Well, what do you like to do?" And he said, "Well, I like jokes." I said, "Well, why don't we do something with jokes?" "Well, what should we do?" "Well, how about we collect some jokes and publish a book?" I said, "Yeah, let's do that." And so the short story is we got some kids to contribute books, jokes for the book. Not that one, this one. And and eventually he came out with this book. It's called 401 Goofy Jokes for Kids. And we got some good reviews. For example, Larry Wilde, who's America's best-selling humorist, wrote a note saying very funny. Dan Clark, who is a leading American speaker and humorist, wrote a note saying a fantastic collection of funnies, and so on. So Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote a co-author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, actually gave us a little congratulations on a great idea, make it a bestseller. So
That's
it's
awesome.
there. So anyway, that's what happened there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So when you decided to start writing about your family history, what prompted that? Because your current book is about your great aunt, but then you also wrote a book about your mother, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Actually, Keith, I really appreciate that you've done some research on me. That's
course,
very nice
yeah.
of you. You know, I'm involved in the immigrant world, because I'm doing immigration law, and I myself am not an immigrant. I was born in Canada, but my folks came over from Ukraine. And, you know, we all come from somewhere, Ireland or, I don't know, Mexico or wherever. I came from Ukraine, or at least my family came from Ukraine. And so the immigrant experience is something that I've always valued, you know, the hardships, you know, sometimes the broken dreams and, you know, building from scratch again and all that. That's something that moved me. And I decided, well, you know, I'll since I'm in the field and I'm working in the field anyway, I'll write a book, you know, capturing some of the story about an immigrant experience. And the result is these two books that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll get back to those books, but I also wanted to ask you, I've talked to a few authors, and it seems like a lot of the authors who write nonfiction have a fiction book percolating in their brain somewhere. Do you have any interest to write a fiction novel, or are you going to strictly stick with nonfiction?
That's a great question, Keith. That's a really great question.
Thank you.
The answer is no. I'm not a fiction writer. I believe this about fiction, that fiction usually entails emotional truth, a deeper kind of truth than you can find in just like factual truth. You know, when I read the books I write are from real life experience, sort of, you know, I'm just relating what people did in their lives. I'm fascinated by biographies and memoirs and, you know, what makes you tick and what's deep inside your soul and in your heart that you want to, you know, that you're after. In the novel area, they can reach even far further and deeper because they can make up the storyline the way you want to, you know, the way the author wants to. And the key is, can the author convey an emotional truth? It may not be true in terms of, you know, exactly what happens and is it reality or not. That may not be in the scorecard, but the message that gets through from that author can be far deeper than anything I write about. But I don't have the talent, like to be in that area. Like my wife would have the talent, but she's not a writer. She doesn't want to write. But she has, you know, she reads novels every day. She's reading a novel. My daughter is in the same boat. But I'm unfortunately, I haven't, like, I read novels. For example, recently I read Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Now, that's like heavy duty reading, like it's a book about this thick, you know.
Right.
But it's fantastic. It's just absolutely fantastic. I could never reach those heights. I don't have the gift that he has. You know, I admire people like that.
Sure.
You know, but it's just it's not in my cards.
Yeah. I mean, but being able to do all the research and get it in chronological order and create a direction out of someone's life, I mean, that's a tough task in itself, you know, so.
Yeah, like in my case, if I write about a memoir or a biography or something like that, there's truth there, and there's emotion in there. It's not like it's cold, you know, journalism. He went to the store, he bought 2 cases of beer, and then he went home. It's more than just the facts linked together. there is a moral to the story in my books.
Sure.
You know, there is a story in my book. In all my books, there's a story. I believe, and I can see you're a pretty deep thinker. You know, like you're. I think you're like tuned in this area,
Yeah,
judging
I
by
appreciate
your
that.
questions.
I appreciate that.
But I think we probably share a kind of a similar outlook in terms of, you know, being able to make something out, you know, make some kind of contribution to this world through writing, you know, like make a difference somehow. So
Yeah,
that's what I
absolutely.
do with my stuff.
Awesome. So your great aunt, talking about your current book, she was a pretty famous opera singer, right? Is that
Yes,
where the
yeah.
story kind of starts?
Yes, she was the world's leading opera star, soprano, in the opera's golden age, which is the first decade of the 1900s.
Okay.
Now, if you're not into opera, and maybe you're not into the history from the 1900s, this sounds like a boring topic, right? But
Maybe.
it's not. It's not. And I'll tell you why.
All right.
The reason is because she rose from obscurity to the top of her profession, in this case, opera. Now, okay, I'm not into opera, you know, I'm more like into law and writing. You know, you're obviously an interviewer, among other things, and run a podcast and so on. So these are the fields that we chose, and we're trying to do something in our fields. And the people who are listening are probably got, you know, their fields, maybe teachers or engineers or whatever. But she chose this field early in her life. Her father confronted her and said, okay, look, things were not going so good in her life while she's still in obscurity. And the father said, well, look, what the heck do you want to do with your life? And she says, I love to sing. I'd like to sing. And I said, well, if you're going to sing, I'm going to send you to opera school. And he sent her to a local opera school and then eventually to Milan, to Italy, where she studied with one of the top teachers of opera back in the day. This is in the late 1800s. And now, that wasn't cheap, you know, to send someone to Milan from
Sure.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So like they were scraping by, and this family had 8 kids, you know, like it's punishing. But they scraped and scraped, and she got a break. The break was, I'll tell you a little about that story. She
Sure.
was studying with this teacher in Milan, and the teacher saw that, she, you know, money is tight and she's having a hard time. She says, well, look, to put it in modern terms, there's Broadway and there's off-Broadway in New York, right?
Right.
So not everybody shows up on Broadway right away. First, you have to go off Broadway and, you know, learn your lessons, and then one day you become a star. So the same thing was true in Milan, in Italy. The top theater was called La Scala back then, world famous theater for opera. But there were all kinds of regional and local theaters also in the area. And these guys who composed these operas were looking for talent to attract the talent to their operas. And one guy who was kind of searching around in the off-Broadway scene, so to speak, was a guy named Giacomo Puccini. Now, this guy was one of the greatest opera composers that the world has ever seen. Not back then, but later. And he saw her, like she auditioned for a play, for an opera, and, you know, she got the part. And one day while she's auditioning or sort of rehearsing, he showed up at the rehearsal because he didn't do the picking of the singers, someone else did. And he goes up to her after she sings a while, and he goes, okay, now we're going to start. And she says, start what? And he says, well, we're going to do some serious work. And she says, serious work? Well, I'm doing serious work. And he says, no, I mean really serious work. And she says, well, what do you mean? And he says, well, I want to introduce you to a conductor who's a top conductor, and he's going to teach you how to sing. properly, you know, and he did. And so she performed in that opera that he had. It was in Cremona in Italy, and the opera was called Manon Lescaut, I think. And then they became friends, and you know, they performed together in various operas, and she rose in stature. And like, I can't share the whole story, but I'll tell you this.
Sure.
She spoke 8 languages. She knew 60 operas by heart, both the lyrics and the music. She performed throughout Europe, throughout North America, or North Africa, in South America and North America. She sang all over the world. And she became a star. And in the early 1900s, while she was already at the top of her fame, Puccini, the same guy, wrote another opera called Madame Butterfly. And he thought, well, I'm going to put this opera on. Now, he didn't approach Solomia, who was my great aunt, this lady here.
Okay.
He approached someone else. Rosina Storchio was her name, and this guy named Zanatello to play the lead roles in his new opera. And briefly about the opera, it's an opera about a geisha girl named Chiyo-San, which is Japanese for butterfly, Madame Butterfly, and how she falls in love with an American naval officer named Pinkerton, who comes to Japan in the 1800s with the American Navy to open up Japan to trade with the West. So they have a romantic relationship. And shortly after that, he announces, oh, I have to go back to America. I'm being called back to America. And he says, but don't worry, I'll come back to you. And she says, well, okay. And so he leaves, and she waits for him, and he does not know, but she's pregnant, and she gives birth to his son. And she waits 1 year, 2 years, 3, 5 years, and eventually he returns. He comes back, but with an American wife in tow. And a crisis arises between the father and the mother of the boy, Chiyo-San and Pinkerton. Should the boy be raised in Japan and live a life with a geisha girl, or should the boy go to America with his father and be raised there? And the parents agree the boy should go to America. So in one of the final, parts of the opera, Chiyo-San takes the little boy off to the side, and she says this to the boy. She says, look at this face. It's the face of your mother. Remember it. You'll never see it again. And the boy walks off with Pinkerton going back to America, and she later commits suicide. It's a very sad opera, very powerful, very powerful.
Yeah.
So they performed the opera at La Scala, and much to Puccini's surprise and disappointment, it bombed. The audience booed it out of the theater. They whistled and booed. And the next day, in all the papers in La Scala was Puccini bombs, dud, opera a dud, terrible opera, and so on. So much so that he canceled the run. He's just one performance, and they canceled the run. And he's sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, I love this opera, but it's a disaster. What am I going to do? And he figures, well, there's a friend of his whose name is Arturo Toscanini, who was one of the world's leading orchestra directors, conductors. And he figures, well, I'll go talk to Arturo and find out, what should I do? So he goes to see him, and Toscanini says to him, look, you want to rescue this opera? Go see Solomia Krushelnitska was her name. Hard name to remember, but Solomia.
For sure.
Yeah. Talk to her. she's pretty much the only person that can help you get this opera back up on its feet. So he goes to her and he says, hey, look, will you help me with this thing? Now, this is like asking Julia Roberts to perform in a lead role in a film that just bombed with Sandra Bullock as the lead, actor.
Sure.
In her case, she's at the top of her profession, and this guy's asking, lend your credentials and your abilities to this opera and help me resurrect it. But because she was good friends with both of them, she said, okay, I'll do it. And they worked together for several months. One of the biggest challenges she had was she was in her 30s by then, and Chio Chio's son was a teenager. So she had to play a role of a teenager, which was a bit of a leap. But to get into the role, Solomia wore a Japanese kimono for 2 months every day, just to get into the role. And after rewriting the opera and working together to stage it, they staged it at the Teatro Grande in Brescia, Italy, which is about 60 miles east of Milan, in 1904. And the audience, they were all nervous when they're coming on. Like Puccini, Puccini's in the wing of the theaters, chain smoking. All the cast is nervous, wondering what the heck's going to happen here. Like it bombed before, are we going to be booed out? And even the audience was nervous. But Solomia had an enchanting voice. And as soon as she started performing and singing, the audience calmed down and they got into it. So much so. Now, in those days, when they performed an opera on stage, if they liked an aria that they sang, the audience would demand an instant repeat. You had to re-sing the same aria, like an instant replay, because that's the way it was. So they had a few of those through the opera, and at the end of it, it got 7 standing ovations, including Puccini dragged out onto the stage to take a bow. And she went on to sing in that opera 100 times all over Europe. And on the 100th time, she went to Puccini with the script and she said, look, here's your script back. This is the last time I'm performing this opera. And she never performed it again. But it went on to world fame, so much so that it's one of the greatest operas even today. And this year is the 120th anniversary of that opera. 120 years ago, it became famous. And for example, this year it's being performed, coming up in January, it'll be in Toronto at the Opera Theatre in Toronto. And I believe in Milwaukee, it's being put on this year. And I saw that it was put on at the Met in New York this year as well. Yeah, so that's a story about Madame Butterfly and the, my aunt Solomia Krushenitska.
That's awesome. Like you were saying, Madame Butterfly is one of the most famous operas ever.
Yeah.
It's even crossed over into popular culture. I don't know if you know this, but Weezer's second album is based on the play, loosely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's called Pinkerton, and it's loosely based on Madame
No
Butterfly.
kidding.
Yeah.
See, I'm learning something. Wow.
There you go.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. And she basically, without her, there's a chance it never would have happened.
It wouldn't have happened. Yeah, it wouldn't have. They needed her for that role.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, it seems like your books are kind of about like triumph of the human spirit almost.
Very well put. Yes. They're all on Amazon. If anybody wants to, take a look at them, they're for sale on Amazon. It's also This Solomia book is an audio book on Amazon.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
So people could pick it up through Audible. If
Yeah.
you have an Audible subscription, you could listen
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you get a book every month. So with your
Now,
subscription.
for those who are in, like, I'm not a big opera guy,
Right. Sure.
despite the fact that I wrote the book. I don't go to opera every month or whatever. I have friends who are like heavy duty into opera.
Right.
But, at this time, people, if you ask people about opera, if they know anything about it, they might say, well, Pavarotti was a big opera
Sure.
star.
Yeah.
And there's a lady named Maria Callas who was, today's version of the leading lady of opera.
Right.
But these people were before them. Like Toscanini later became the conductor of the NBC orchestra in New York.
Okay.
So they were back in the day, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much of anything about opera, to be honest. I enjoy classical music, but I've never really gotten into opera too much. But I was listening to your story, and I mean, that was kind of what I picked up from it. It's not necessarily a story about opera; it's a story about the human spirit, like I
Yeah.
said, like how you can overcome things, and I mean, from her starting out in unfortunate circumstances to the play bombing, or the opera, I'm sorry, bombing, to
Yeah.
all of it, that all just came together, and that's it's very cool.
An interesting thing about opera for us non-opera types
Sure.
is that back in the day, that was today television, films and all that, that's what's, current. Back then, they didn't have anything like that, but it was a conversion of, lyrics, music, acting and so on stage. And a person would spend like a whole day at the opera house having coffee, lunch, supper, and watching not one opera, but like 3, 4 operas. It was a way of living almost, a cultural, something to do in terms of a cultural activity.
Sure.
So it's a little different today. Opera is not what it used to be, but I still find, even though I'm not, as I mentioned, like a regular, there are aspects of. I'll just share one story with
Sure.
you about how opera can affect someone. I had an elderly aunt in Los Angeles that I helped and lived with and looked after from time to time. I was flying back and forth from Canada to Los Angeles, and she was in her 90s or late 80s. And so I stayed with her and, helped her out a bit. And one night we're having supper, and she's at a stage in her life where she's not everybody's home upstairs, like
Sure.
she's there some of the time, but not all the time. And I'm trying to kind of connect with her, I'm trying to, it was important for me to connect with my aunt, not this Solomia, but my Aunt Helen.
Yeah.
To just to connect, to say hello, how are you, sort of like person to person, heart to heart, so to speak. And she's sitting there eating at the table. And one thing I did is I knew she liked opera. So I played some opera arias for her, in the background while we're eating. And she's listening away, but not registering anything. And I played an aria from the opera. Now, if I can get this right. It's an opera about a clown. Pugliese, I think is it.
Yeah.
And in this aria, this guy's singing, and then he interrupts, like he stops, and he has this laugh, and he goes, ha 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 ha, So the guy's singing along, she's listening, and this guy's singing this aria, and he stops and he goes, ha 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 ha, and she stops, and she looks down at the recorder, and she points to it, and she says, I know that opera. Like, it was a moment where we connected, and I was able to get to her, register with her just for a moment in this world again, you know?
Yeah.
It was a really touching
That's
moment.
really cool. Yeah.
Emotional. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
things like that can happen, you know, with music. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Not just operas, but music in general. If it's
Oh
done
yeah.
right, definitely will touch you emotionally. That's kind of what it's there for.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
absolutely. So, you seem to be a pretty successful immigration lawyer. Um, and then you're also an author. How do those two worlds coincide? Like, what's the,
Well, in the world of law and immigration, because I do US and Canadian immigration with the firm called Pace Law Firm in Toronto, it's sort of left brain, right? It's all
right.
like logic, not emotional, but words. Put the words together, fill in the forms that are needed, right? And I might put it this way: it depends on how you look at it. And to draw an analogy, there's this story about three guys that are building a brick wall, and a guy goes up to the first guy and says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Oh, I'm getting $10 an hour for building this wall." Let's go to the second guy. "What are you doing?" He says, "Oh, I'm building a wall." Go to the third guy. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm building a cathedral." So same work, but different attitude, different approach. So in law, like if you looked at me from day to day and what I do, there's a lot of boring stuff I do. Like I answer the phone, I write notes, I'm answering emails all day long. People come in and ask me questions. Sometimes I have to go out and ask them questions, And people yell at me, I have to, keep my cool, and stuff like that.
Right.
That's my life. But I don't want to look at it that way. I want to look at it like I'm building a cathedral. So the way I see it is I say to myself, I help clients improve their lives through immigration. And by doing that, I can affect their life forever by getting them, let's say, permanent residence in a new country. In fact, I can not only affect them, I can affect their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So I can say, and this is what I say to my staff, who don't always buy this argument, but nonetheless, I get it. Not everything's perfect all the time.
Right.
That's what we do around here, is we help people change their lives for the better through immigration.
Awesome.
And what a great thing to be able to do. If you were given an assignment, wouldn't one of the great assignments you could have be to help other people change their lives for the better forever? That's, a powerful thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's where law touches the immigrant experience and writing, which is emotional and, like hardship and how do people overcome their shortcomings and things like that. That's the way I kind of put them all together.
Okay. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. So, um, we've already kind of touched on this throughout the talk, but where can people find you on the internet if they want to find you? Where can they find your books and things like that?
Amazon, just type in my name, Andy Semotiuk, Semotiuk, and you can get any of my books there. But I work for Pace Law Firm, PACE, pacelawfirm.com in Toronto. So if they want to reach me, they can reach me there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the final question that I like to ask every guest who comes on, uh, what is it that keeps you creating and putting things out into the world? You obviously have I just said a minute ago, a pretty successful job as a lawyer. Um, so what is it that makes you continue writing and continue to put these stories out?
That's a great question. And this is a memorable interview for me
Oh, thank you.
because of the questions you're asking.
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate it.
it's I'll give you a good, I hope is a good answer. And
Okay.
that's I believe if you scratch deep enough and on every person, when you look at the life of any person, you will find something there that's aching to come out, to be expressed in some way. You know, that's burning, has a burning desire. A person has the burning desire to get it out into the world. Why? Because
Yeah.
we're all unique. Like you and I are unique. You were raised somewhere else than I was. You went to different schools. You had different parents. You have a different background, etc., than I do, right? And we're all unique that way.
Yeah.
Right? So we have, like, we're in this world to have a point of view, in my opinion, you know, and to make the world, I hope, to make the world a better place by contributing what we know, what we have that's worthwhile to, you know, our common future, so to speak. So I didn't know I did, but I had this burning desire, this aching stuff that was inside me that needed to get out. And here I am. Like, why am I here? Like, you know, if I asked myself, like, I'm on a podcast with someone I've never met before, right? It's sort of like, here we are, right?
Yeah.
But I think you're on a similar journey to mine. You're also out here, you know, doing something that your heart is telling you, well, I should do this, you know.
Absolutely.
And,
Yeah.
you know, maybe there's not the big bucks here. We're not like Elon Musk, you know, $240 billion worth, but
Yeah.
we're doing it, you know, because it's something that's meant to be for us. And so that's the answer I have for you.
That's awesome. First of all, I want to thank you so much for the compliments during the interview. I appreciate that. I really try my hardest to come up with questions that will relate to the person who's on the podcast, as opposed to just throwing out a bunch of random stuff for,
Yeah.
you know. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being here. This was you're a great storyteller. Um, so I really appreciate that. And before we go, I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin, and ME Studios. If it wasn't for him, this podcast would not be happening. So he's allowing me to do something that I love, and I really appreciate that. And Andy, thank you so much for coming. This has been a great conversation.
Indeed.
Thanks. So, and be sure you guys tune in next week. You can find us on Spotify, find us on YouTube. Those are our two main things, and we're also all over the place wherever you find podcasts. Just look for the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. And we'll talk to you guys next week. Thanks a lot. Hey, everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith Miller, and joining me today is a guitarist, songwriter, producer, podcaster, teacher. He may even have some more things that are going on that I haven't thought of. Mr. Frank Palangi.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, and I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, anytime, man. Yeah, a lot of different hats, as I say. You got to wear a lot of different hats.
For sure. That seems to be kind of a theme, honestly. Most of the people who come on here, there's a few who are super focused on one thing, and then there's other ones who like just have creative juices flowing and they're all over the place, you know? So
Oh yeah, oh
I
yeah.
think,
So sometimes you have to. You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
forced to.
yeah, absolutely. You got to diversify to get as much out there as you can. I guess I'm not, I've done a lot of stuff too, brother. So
Yeah,
music, movies,
it all
wrestling.
adds up.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
It's all part of the deal. So, all right, man. So I guess the first thing we want to start out with is what got you interested in creating music? Like, when did you know that's what you wanted to do? What kind of sparked that in you?
Really, when I was a kid, horror movies and movies like Terminator and stuff, like the soundtracks, just really inspired me to like music in general. I mean, in the house, we always had a piano. My grandfather was like a concert violinist, even though he was kind of too old to play it. I think I only saw him play it maybe 3 times in my life. But he'd sit down on the, the piano and start to play. And so I think when I was a kid, my mom would set me down and she would just see what I would do. Because some kids, they sit down and they bang on the piano. I took my finger and I think I went like this. I'm like, oh, it makes noise. And I started making other noise and I played it nice.
Nice, nice. Did
So,
you know what's funny about that? So, like on Sunday, we were at church, and my
mm,
kid was in the primary room. They have a piano in there,
yeah.
and he was playing it. He knows nothing about piano. I think it's the first time he ever touched one, to be honest. But he was keeping a rhythm. And there was
Yes.
another kid on the other end of the piano who was trying to play with him, and he was just like, brr, 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 brr. So I was
Yeah.
like, dude, do you want to take piano lessons? I was like, because I think we might have something here.
That or
So,
drums,
oh, for sure. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
always been interested in drums, but
Yeah, it's good, especially you start them out really, really young. Just, let them take to whatever they want to,
yeah.
you know?
It's interesting how some people just have that, uh they're naturally rhythmic, or they can naturally kind of figure out music, and then there's other people who are just
Yeah.
not part of their thing. So
There's kids like your son that play it, and like you said, the other kid who bashes it,
yeah,
maybe he's a football player, who knows,
yeah,
or
maybe.
whatever.
Casey's a point guard too.
Okay.
So there's a rhythm to basketball that,
Yeah. Oh yeah, there
dribbling
is.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I think that helps.
Yep.
Um,
Maybe he'll be a wrestler.
you never know, dude. He's not interested, but
Well, he's
it's
still young.
yeah, it's funny because when I was running my wrestling promotion, when he was born, people were always like, "Oh, next world champ." And then after a couple, after he got a little bit older, he was like, "I don't really."
Yeah.
but he definitely is into music and basketball and stuff, so that's
It's
cool.
funny with the wrestling stuff. I used to play like before the show started. You know how they have
Yeah.
music and stuff once in a while.
Oh, sure.
So that was really fun. Even if it was like acoustic rock sets and stuff like that, I
Right.
would do. And he's like, when are we gonna get the band? I could never make the band though at the wrestling shows. And I go, I know that would sound epic because everyone loves the
Yeah.
hard music on there. But
Yeah.
that was fun. I just watched that whole WWE documentary, I think on Netflix. Not
Oh,
had the,
the Mr. McMahon thing.
yeah, had the
Oh, that
Hulk
was
in it
a
and
trip,
stuff.
dude. Yeah, that was a
Oh
trip.
yeah.
One of the funny things about independent wrestling, anyway. Where are you at?
Upstate New York.
Okay, that's actually where I'm from too. I'm from Syracuse. I was born in Ithaca.
Okay. So like
So
Destiny, there's a few companies around here too.
yeah, the big ones when I were there were like, well, NWA Upstate, which I think can't remember what that turned into, but
Yep.
2PW
Yeah.
was around, and
Yeah.
House of Glory. So, but yeah. So the funny thing about wrestling is, depending on the size of your independent company, you're doing shows in gyms a lot, and
Yeah.
gyms don't have the best acoustics.
No,
So
not at all. Or
yeah,
these we do them in armories and in
sure,
YMCA's they had them
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We
Yeah.
ran in a
Especially for
steel.
music.
Sure, sure. We ran into, well, it's awesome for wrestling because the crowd bounces off and it makes it sound like there's so many more people in there than there,
Oh, okay.
so it makes the crowd sound a lot louder.
Yep.
But when you've got stuff bouncing off when you're making music, it's not as well, it's not as good.
No.
So,
No.
but yeah, we had a local band. I'm out in Indiana now, but we had a local band. We were running in a church gym that was a steel building, and they
Ooh.
just came in with their amps, and they were a super loud band, and they only got to play like 2 songs. And I was like, guys, we can't do this. I was like, it's killing people. I was like, there are literally fans who are leaving because they
Yeah.
can't deal with the noise. I felt
It's
so
so
bad,
loud.
but it was just like, it wasn't going to happen.
Yep. Yep.
But
Oh yeah. The echoes and reverberation is massive.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
insane.
Yep.
Um,
But
but
But yeah, dude, it's going back like I used to have the Hulk Hogan, the rubber wrestling figures and stuff.
oh,
They
sure.
showed on that thing. I was like, I had
Yeah,
that same one. I had all those. I buried half of mine in the ground because I thought it was cool back when
right,
I was
right,
really really young. And I
right.
was like, I wish I didn't do that.
I
But
know.
well, you mentioned movies and stuff because I make movies too. So I would
Sure.
always have action figures and make up storylines and stuff. And then in that case, they all end up dead and buried, or
Right.
they end up in the fireplace. Or I used to throw them off like a railing we had that went down the stairs and stuff. And
Nice.
there was all rubber toys, some GI Joes and stuff like that. But I took took good care of my stuff. My friends would actually come
Yeah.
over and break them all.
Right, right. I remember I had
I'm not a destroyer. I'm not like I'm gonna throw every figure in the
creator.
fire. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this is all scenarios.
yeah. What's that kid from Toy Story? Uh,
Yeah, with the
the one
dynamite.
who, who like ripped the toys apart and like rebuilt them into like monsters and
Yeah,
blew them up and stuff.
I'm not like that. But
Yeah.
anyway, so I was watching the movie The Crow with Brandon
Oh,
Lee,
cool. Sure.
and that's why I play guitar.
That's awesome.
That movie alone. I saw that movie and I go, "What's that he's playing?" I'm like, and I knew he was like a dead rock star, but I didn't really know what I
Yeah.
meant.
Right.
And I was like, well, the music's so cool in this and it's so interesting and it's different. I really like Batman 89,
Sure.
and I had a little bit of that obviously gothic flair. Batman does
Right.
too. And I
Right.
was
Right.
like, this is cool and this is cool. The guy dies, comes back to life, but that solo man, especially the one where he rips on the rooftop and then smashes his guitar, I was
Yeah.
like, I want to play that.
That's awesome, man.
So my parents are like, well, I got an acoustic guitar from Ames
Okay.
back in the day.
I remember Ames.
And they're like, if you play this, if you have any interest, you learn a little bit, we'll get you an electric guitar with an amp that has that distortion stuff. So
Nice.
back then it was a Crate 15-watt amp, which
Okay.
are still kicking around some places. Believe it or not, I loved Creed too.
Hey, Creed's awesome.
So I was like, Creed uses Crate. I'm gonna stick with Crate.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know why.
I love the first Creed album, My
Yeah.
Own Prisons. Oh, it's so
Yeah.
heavy. I think that the third album took a little bit more for me to get into because I thought the lyrics were sort of silly.
Yeah, I loved Human Clay. That's my favorite one.
Yeah,
Um,
nice.
And then there
Nice.
was a demo before the first album, which
Oh,
was
cool.
it's cool to listen to it just to hear all the differences and stuff like
Yeah,
that. I think they actually just released a lot of those too on that new disc or whatever that came out.
nice, nice.
But so anyway, back in the day, I worked with a guy that actually produced that demo.
Oh,
And he
fire.
put out my first single, like Remembrance. I don't remember even the name of the place, but he's like, yeah, we had them in here when they were nothing. Basically, we just recorded that
Yeah.
demo, and then somebody found the demo and wanted to blow them up. So
That's awesome, man.
I remember though, I listened to one of the songs and I was like, it didn't sound anything like Scott Stapp or Creed. It sounded like Pearl
Sure,
Jam.
sure. And they had that
Yeah.
comparison anyway,
Yeah.
I remember I was dating a girl and she didn't think that they sounded anything alike because she hated Creed. So she was just like, oh, she doesn't sound like Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder's so much better. So I had a buddy of mine take like non-radio songs and make a mix. One Creed song, one Pearl Jam song. And I
Uh-huh.
was like, tell me which band is which. And she couldn't. So I'm
Really
like, see, because the voices sound the same. Like it's very similar.
very
Similar enough
similar.
to where someone who doesn't really know the bands
Yeah.
maybe isn't going to be
Yeah.
able to tell.
Scott yells though. Pearl Jam
Yeah.
really doesn't. Well, he does a little bit, but not the
Yeah.
same type of yell. Not the
Right, right. Especially on
Yeah.
songs like Porch and stuff like that. He got really
Yeah.
aggressive with his vocals. But
Yeah.
I remember when My Sacrifice came out, and I was like, why isn't anybody talking about that's Kashmir? And it kind of irritated me.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't really listened to that song as much, but
feel like I was the only person who picked it up. I was like, that
okay.
sounds like Kashmir. But, Led Zeppelin is a freaking great influence. So,
Oh yeah, whatever
you know,
works, right?
yeah,
Sometimes
absolutely.
we all have songs
Now,
like that, That's from
yeah,
like Megadeth, isn't it?
yeah, well, maybe.
Maybe
For sure. I
some of the
remember I
instrumental
wrote,
stuff. They're like, it sounds like Metallica a little bit from you, and I'm like, yeah, I know.
oh, yeah. I remember I wrote this song one time and I was super proud of it, and I sang it for a buddy of mine who's in a band, and he told me that it sounded like it's a Spin Doctors song. I can't
Oh, you're
um
like,
how
yeah,
could
bring it on.
yeah, how could you want me when you know, or how could you want him when you know you can't have me?
Yep.
He was like, it sounds just like that song. And I was like, oh, I was listening to that album a lot
It's
when I
when
wrote
somebody
this.
tells you that you sound like somebody that you're like, what? Like how
Yeah,
did you even get to that conclusion? Like
yeah,
somebody
for
said,
sure.
I sound like Rick Springfield or something. And I was
Really?
like, I don't see that at all.
Yeah, yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
I love Rick Springfield, but I don't hear it in your music.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
picked up on a lot of like post grunge, maybe Breaking Benjamin type
Yep.
stuff like that when I was listening to
Yep.
it. That's what I
Godsmack, 3
sure.
Days Grace, Metallica, a lot of 80s stuff too. Even though my music isn't
Yeah,
80s, there's a
right.
lot of 80s. That's where the melody comes from,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. I heard some like punk aggression maybe and some like
Yeah.
yeah, some 80s melodies and stuff like
Yep.
that. But as far as how it all comes together, it just reminded me of that like 2000, like 99 to like 2004 time period of music, I guess, like a
Yep.
lot. So it was
Perfect.
really cool. It was
Yep.
really good stuff.
Little Green Day, a little bit of Blink-182 and Good Charlotte, Simple Plan,
Sure.
uh kind of Papa Roaches kind of stuff too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love Papa Roach's later stuff, like from Getting
Yeah.
Away with Murder on. I mean,
Yeah.
I love their early stuff too, but I think that they became more of an individual band. Like they didn't like they got away from the crowd a little bit with Getting
They
Away
didn't
with
stay
Murder.
with that sound. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
kind of
I liked it a lot.
evolved.
Right. They kept the
Yeah.
rhythm, but more singing, like better vocals, I think. For out of
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So I really
Yeah. Where I mean, I love like Limp Bizkit too, like that
yeah.
whoever the guitar player was, and I listened to Mission Impossible too, and I was
Okay.
like, that's another one I listened to, and I go, I want to play that. The wow,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
wow. I was like, it's such a simple riff, but how come it sounds like heavier than like Rob Zombie or something?
Right. Right. Well,
And
the tone that they got like is just crazy on the Limp
yeah.
Bizkit
And then
albums.
I heard I Disappear. So it's really movies, Freddy versus
Yeah.
Jason soundtrack, Bride of Chucky. I was
Sure.
introduced to I'm Your Boogeyman, White
Okay.
Zombie,
Yeah. 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 Awesome.
Living Dead
I
Girl was like one of my favorite songs too.
It's a great song. Yeah.
Oh
I was
yeah.
a big fan of like so um before White Zombie really blew up, they used to come down to Ithaca and play Max's down there
Oh
all the
really?
time. Yeah, constantly. They were well, I guess they were coming up because they were from the city. So they would come
Yep.
up, they'd do the drive and come up and play Max's. And I saw them there with Monster Magnet and this band called Inclined.
Yeah.
And
I love
when
Monster
Rob
Magnet.
oh yeah, for sure. So trippy, man. But
Dun,
when
dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
dun.
but when Rob Zombie got on the mic, he was like, "Hey, we're the house band." I thought that was hilarious. But that was like when La Sector Sisto had first come out, and Thunder Kiss
Oh
and
yeah,
Black
yep.
Sunshine and Planet Pretty
Yep.
Kill. Like, oh, that's the first concert I ever went to where I started out at the front of the stage when the opening or when the headliners came out, and
Yep.
that bass and freaking I got pushed all the way back to the bar. Like
Wow.
it just erupted, dude. And I had to spend the rest of the concert making my way back up to the front. Like, it was
It just
insane,
was so
man.
much movement. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
Everybody, I
yeah.
would not expect it to just become this giant mass of like bodies just shoving everybody everywhere. But it was so fun. Such a great show.
It's
Like,
funny. I've never seen Rob Zombie. I've always wanted to, and
oh man.
but I've opened up for Power Man a couple
Oh,
times,
sure, sure, sure.
and they are the loudest indoor band I've ever heard. And their
I'm sure.
sound, they sound just like the CD. Their sound is so dialed.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
know their gear, they know their stuff. I remember,
Right.
so I met Spider in Nashville. So my first recording experience was like 2010.
Okay.
I was working with the singer of Full Devil Jacket, and he
Okay.
had a band called Day of Fire. So I
Gotcha.
just basically tracked with all those guys. I go to this restaurant, sort of, and I see a guy with the white spiky hair. I go, this is either Billy Idol or the guy from Power Man. I walk right up to him. I go, are you the singer of like Power Man? I go, you gotta be, because like, you're not Billy Idol. He goes, oh yeah, I'm that dude. He goes.
That's awesome.
So he invited me to a show that night. I gave the band my CD. I told them I was recording in town. That's the first time that I met them, and then we played 3 or 4 shows actually opening up for them in New York.
Nice.
And I did ask. I remember I asked. I'm like, you're Rob Zombie's brother, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he said.
Oh yeah.
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 I did ask him about Halloween once. I go, yeah, well, he's remaking Halloween and all that, and he didn't really have much to say. But see, now he's
Right.
making horror movies, and I'm making horror movies. So we, all these hard rocker guys, we all want to make horror movies.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
actually producing a movie right now.
There you go.
Yeah, and it's
In the wrestling world, there's so many movies, all the actors and
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, there's a new wrestling horror movie coming out really soon, actually. I think Chris Jericho's in it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just saw an
Okay.
ad for it, but it's like these wrestlers get invited to this like wrestling convention to put on a show, and it turns out like they're wrestling for the devil or something like that. Like, yeah, I was just like, okay, I'll
That's
watch
cool.
it. Yeah,
That's
definitely.
cool.
But my movie's kind of like a horror movie / romantic comedy, which is an interesting combination. I think it's gonna have a
Yeah.
cool tone. Yeah.
Like a warm
So,
body, sort of, maybe.
maybe, maybe. I don't want to talk about it because we're not gonna really advertise the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna. Maybe I've said too much already, but
Nah, that's just
yeah,
enough. Just
yeah,
enough.
we're gonna sell it a little differently than what it actually ends up being when you get there. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I know what you
yeah,
mean. Yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah, these horror movies and stuff, it's interesting the way they're marketed or where they go. Like,
right.
I believe Tubi has my first movie, Lost Chronicles, as a horror
Really?
thriller, which I guess so. And the second one
Yeah.
is more of a horror movie, and the third one is like a horror fantasy sort of. It's kind of.
Okay.
I mean, it deals with
Sure.
witches and nightmares. They're all basically, it's a trilogy of the same movies, but if you've never seen each movie, it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it is, the common thread is it's me having all these nightmares and thinking of these scenarios, basically deaths and stuff that happened to me or my friends, or driving me nuts, sort of thing. And then the
Nice.
third one, you find out why. You find out who's doing this, and like, why am I having kind of these random dreams that are, if you're really clever, if you watch all 3, they are
You can connect them.
connected. Yeah, there's a thing
Yeah.
with water. There's like little Easter eggs in there that are all kind of
Okay.
things people say too. I realized that in shooting. So I realized that during shooting and editing, and I go, okay, well, when I do another one, I'm going to make sure I say this stuff again and then do this again.
Nice.
Because it just
Nice.
happened. I go, there's a theme in here I didn't even realize.
Right. Right.
You
It's
just
funny.
never know.
Have you watched From at all?
No.
Okay, so it's like a new. Well, it's not new now. It's on its 3rd season, which is about to be its final season. But it's a horror
okay.
show from the guys who made Lost.
Oh, really? What's
Yeah,
that
and
on?
it's on MGM Plus.
Okay, I don't have that. So.
You can get it through Prime. It's only like $6 a month, but
Oh, okay.
I got it literally just to watch this series. But
That's cool.
Yeah, but the thing is, people are trying to figure out the secret behind it, and they're like, that's one of the biggest things. Is like the community is looking for Easter eggs and trying to figure out where they actually are.
Okay.
Yeah, because basically they're driving down the street or the road in the middle of the woods. They see this log in the road. If you turn around, you end up in this town that's nowhere, that's populated by people who have gotten lost and monsters who freaking eat people. And the
Okay.
monsters only come out at night.
Okay.
So you kind of got the daytime to prepare, but once night comes, you got to get in the house because
Okay, I
and
gotcha.
they try to trick you into coming out. Like they set up scenarios where you kind of have to come out, and like it's pretty crazy.
Okay.
So,
That
so
sounds cool.
yeah, for sure. But my thing that I've started to say to people in the community, and no one is listening, I'm like, maybe there is no big surprise. I was like, if you read through the looking glass, Wonderland is just Wonderland. Maybe
Yeah.
it's
It's just
just a
nuts.
messed up place where messed up stuff happens. Maybe
Yeah.
and people are like, oh, it's a scientific experiment. They're all in comas. They're all dead. I'm just like, maybe it's just a jacked up place, dude.
Yeah.
And no
Oh,
one
so they're not reading it as a straightforward story like that. They're
right.
saying, well, they're being
Yeah,
experimented on or something.
right. And I'm
Yeah.
just like, maybe not. And no one is with me on it, but
I guess that was kind of like my movies, but
yeah,
you can clearly tell I'm having nightmares, so it's set up
right,
that way,
right.
So yeah, it's I do have a fourth horror movie that's a serial killer movie. It's something
Nice,
different. And
nice.
that hopefully will be out next year. I'm finishing up that now. And then I have a TV series based off the movies. It's kind of recut, rearranged into episodes.
Okay,
So people that have never seen the movies, if they happen to see the TV series instead, at least they're, see a new audience is seeing it
for sure.
basically. And if you've seen the movies already, it's just recut kind of little different versions of it,
Okay,
where you might be
cool.
like, oh, that's cool. That might flows better. Or, oh, wow, you rearrange that scene different. Now it means something
Yeah,
different. You know what I mean?
sure. Yeah,
I took
definitely.
one of the deaths in the movie that happened later and I put it more towards, I think, in the beginning.
Okay,
And I was like, yeah, that works too,
right,
So, but it's funny, I call them low budget, no budget movies. I have
right,
no
right.
budget at all making these
Yeah,
movies. I said in
yeah,
another podcast, I go, I'm not Spielberg. You know what I mean? I don't
right.
have any, budget for that. And they're probably like, well, you don't need a budget to be Spielberg or this and this. And
Yes, you
yeah,
do.
you do. You need a shark and
Yeah,
you need all that
yeah,
stuff.
you definitely do, man.
You do
I
need, it's even better lenses. You know what I
yeah,
mean? That's what I mean is, yeah, you can convey your image. It can look really good, but having better technology too, you can do more things. So
sure,
I
sure.
caved in and bought a Blackmagic 12K camera because I knew that it would heighten the game,
Right.
and it
Yeah,
does. It really
yeah,
does. It's really
definitely.
nice. And I'm like,
Yeah.
the closer I can get my footage to look more towards, I call it, that looks like a movie. Even though it is
Yeah,
a movie,
like
I go,
cinematic. Yeah,
yeah, I go, that looks like a movie that shot.
yeah,
So
yeah. Because everybody thinks they can make the Blair Witch Project, but
they
you
can.
can't. They can, but you can't
Yeah.
make it over and over again
hmm
and have people give a crap. You know?
That's true. I
Um,
actually am kind of doing something like that too next year.
okay,
But
right on.
it's not that straightforward. It's you take
Yeah,
Evil Dead and kind of Ash's charm, and you
yeah,
take like the guy from the new Twisters movie where he's got like the reality show or Ghost Hunters,
sure.
and you throw him on something like that type of
Yeah.
platform.
I actually got Bruce Campbell's agent's number today. I'm going to see if I can get
Just
him on the
today,
podcast next year.
you
Yeah,
should.
I love
You
Bruce
should, and then
Campbell,
we'll
dude.
get him in a movie.
Hell yeah.
Can
He's
you just
like
do this one line that says,
he's like 10 grand for a
movie?
1-day shoot. So I
Is he
mean,
really?
honestly, that's not. He could generate you $10,000 worth of sales if
We got to do a campaign then, a
absolutely,
GoFundMe
dude.
campaign.
Yeah, for
And
sure. Bring
I'll
Bruce
fly
Campbell.
out and we'll just do the movie together.
Yeah, dude, I'm down.
We'll just do
That'd
it.
be awesome. That'd be fire, man.
Yeah.
Have you seen Hysteria? I just binged it.
No,
Oh, I
actually,
just
I
binged it.
haven't been
It's
watching much at all lately because
right
I've
on.
been making movies. That's all
Yeah,
I've been
fair.
doing.
Fair, fair.
Yeah.
I have a job where I work overnights.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a home health aide. So once my client goes to sleep, I have free access to the TV.
There
So
you go.
I watched Hysteria in one night.
I
It was
watch
really
some
good.
things, you know what I'm doing though, is I'm rewatching 80s movies that nobody've
Sure.
ever seen, or maybe they came out in like Florida for the weekend. I've heard of
Right,
those
right.
movies and I'm like,
Yeah,
they're all on Tubi. Like
yeah, of course.
Madman is one of them. It's a
Okay.
Friday the 13th basically, but the killer's like this hillbilly, I don't know, they tried to make him like Bigfoot. But
Interesting.
but it's Friday the 13th. It's completely Friday the
Okay.
13th.
Yeah, yeah.
There was another one called like it's a really weird name, like
Yeah.
Hollow, almost like Halloween, but it's like
Okay.
Halloween, but it's something different.
That's hilarious.
And
Oh man.
that was kind of like the Fun House, another take on the Fun House in a
Yeah.
way,
Cool.
and
Okay.
certain things like
Okay.
that. So I'm like, all right, Motel Hell and
Sure.
Tourist Trap is another one.
Okay.
That's like a hidden gem to me. Tourist Trap.
Tourist trap.
Yeah, it's like Chainsaw Massacre and Fun House together.
Interesting.
It's really cool.
Interesting. Cool.
So what I'm doing is I'm gathering these ideas of, all right, these movies, they didn't make mainstream. They might have a cult following, but
Sure.
they didn't make it. It's not a Halloween. Doesn't mean it's a franchise, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Shining was never a franchise, right? It's
Right.
a one movie,
Right.
and until the sequel, but and the remake, the TV remake,
Right.
whatever that
Right.
came out.
Yeah.
But it's like there's a lot of these good ideas. Now, are these ideas just not mainstream, or
Right.
did the approach to these ideas not make it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
So if we could take, I don't know, let's say Tourist Trap or Motel Hell, and then
Right.
throw it into it, will the audience accept that? Now, I think what it is, these movies are actually ahead of their time.
Yeah.
They might not have been as good. They might not have had the budget, or the actors. Some of the actors are
Right.
really bad, but
Right. Sure.
those ideas, I go, they're actually making movies like that now.
Yeah.
And these
Yeah.
are in the 80s. These are
I
81.
Yeah. I watched a movie where all these influencers came out to a house under the premise was that they were going to get like this deal.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
And it ended up being vampires. There was nobody in that movie who was a name, like, but it was
Yeah.
a really cool movie, man. I liked it a lot. Like by the
Mhm.
end of it, I was just like, this movie was fun. It was really good.
And that's what Hollywood should do.
Yeah.
They, if they're gonna cast a new Iron Man, don't go with, whoever the biggest actor is now.
Right. Right. And I mean, honestly, like, if you look at Terrifier, that didn't have a budget,
No.
or even
I'm like,
like,
that must be huge because everybody's been talking about it. Every podcast, radio thing.
yeah. So
I remember the way it
one,
started.
yeah, the third one just came out and like people are going crazy.
Yeah. He's
people are
showing up
throwing
everywhere.
and yeah. So yeah, he's in like YouTube videos where people are dressing up like him and scaring people and stuff.
That rock band, metal band has him in his music video. Something
Dude.
Ice Nine Kills or something it's called.
Oh, Ice Nine Kills, sure. They do a bunch of horror themed songs and albums and
Yeah,
stuff.
but
And X too, like X had Jenna Ortega, but at the same time, it was kind of a small, like nobody else in that cast. never heard of anybody else in that cast.
no,
And she had kind of
I
a
watched the
smaller
third
role.
movie. I
Right.
didn't even know they existed. I watched the third one, Pearl, and I was like,
Yeah.
this is like Wizard of Oz meets I thought it was a Misery origin story.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
I mean, she acts a lot like Kathy.
Kathy Bates, yeah.
Yeah. But the first one is entirely different. I just watched
Right.
that and I was like, what's this movie?
Yeah, they're
I
going to the
mean-
woods to shoot a porn movie or
Yeah, I mean, her character
70s.
is old in that.
Right.
But I actually like the new one better. I like the one that just Pearl that they came out with.
Nice. I watched X. I haven't seen the other ones, but
I haven't seen Maxine yet. That's in the
Okay.
80s.
right.
I do say though, it looks exactly like the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, definitely. It's
And
shot.
that's what I
shot well.
argue. I've argued that. I go, why the heck, when they made that Chainsaw Massacre movie and the footage took place right after it, the 3D
Yeah.
one, like
Yeah.
why doesn't it look the same as
Right.
70? It's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie.
Yeah. The one with Jessica Biel.
No,
'Cause I was just gonna say the one with Jessica.
Andrea Diodario or something like that.
Oh yeah. I watched that one too. Alexandria. Yeah, I like her. I like her movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a good actress. Honestly, it's just I think.
She was originally in a horror movie that the guy is from New York.
Yeah.
I think his name's Stefan Mena.
Okay.
He made 3 movies, and the second movie had Kyle Reese from Terminator, Michael Biehn,
Sure. Yeah.
and that's her first horror movie. It's called
Okay.
Benevolence or Benevolent.
Oh, I think Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen. I haven't watched that. I think I started watching it and then fell asleep, which happens to me too much, honestly.
Well, you're
But,
from New York too, but this guy's from New York too, and
awesome.
he's kind of got that underground cult following. But
Yeah.
I'm Facebook friends with him too, and a couple of guys. Another guy
Cool.
just made a Creeping Death that debuted on Screenbox and other thing. He lives in New York too, but he works back and
Cool.
forth with in LA, Matt something,
Yeah.
and he just worked on a Daughtry music video, and I'm like, well, I worked with Brian on my song Daughtry, or on the Break These Chains song. I worked with the drummer and all that. It's everyone I come across now either has worked with Daughtry, the Day of Fire guys, Full Devil Jacket, or somebody from my past, and I'm like,
That's cool. It's a lot of crossover.
it's
Dude,
weird though. Like everybody that I meet, you know what I mean? Or 6
Yeah.
a.m. Like lately, everybody's like
nice.
something with the 6 a.m. world. I'm like,
Yeah. I love the way that first record sounds. That first 6 a.m. record. So man, so
So you
good.
guys, if you go to my YouTube, I interview music guys. I've interviewed James twice. He's my more recent interview too.
Awesome.
Great dude. Great. We talk gear on my show, so we get a little nerdy.
Oh, nice. It's funny. I remember when I was playing out, like my guitarist, he loved PV amps. That was his thing with PVs, dude.
I hated them. Yeah, I didn't like
He
them.
loved them. I don't know what it was, but yeah, he always, every time he upgraded, he'd get a PV amp, and I'm just like, dude, don't you want like? He's like, he just loved the way they sounded. I don't know, man.
Something with more balls.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But
to me, it was a classic rock sound. If you wanted to do ZZ Top or.
And I think that was kind of the thing. Like, I'm 50, so we're talking, the very late to mid 80s, and we were definitely like a hard rock band, but it was hard rock. Like, what was hard rock back then? You know what I mean? It wasn't like even the guitar
Really
sound, even on some of
metal,
the thrash albums and stuff, is a little thin. It's just kind of what was out there at the time. So you wanted that like high, like high frequency,
high
like,
gain,
it's just what people were looking
blow
for.
your ears off,
right. Yeah, I'm deaf, so so there you go.
Man,
it's unfortunate. It's what happens when you're playing in a room and you turn all the amps towards yourself so you can hear yourself.
Yes,
that's literally how we rehearsed.
Yeah.
We'd be like, well, we should face the amps at us so we can hear what we really sound like, because we were 18-year-old kids. And
I've always done that too, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's not a great idea, to be
honest. Face the PA right in my face. All right. Because with the microphone, right, the microphone's this way and the PA is facing you as well, so it won't feed back.
Right.
That's good for feedback. There
for sure. Absolutely.
So we got to one of your questions here when the last
right, and we just started going off on a tangent, man. It's cool, dude. That's what this,
Thanks, everybody.
Conversations are dope, brother. It's just some guests come on and it's like they just want the questions and we go through the questions and it's so cool. And then other times we just have common interests and we just start riffing on things. But, yeah.
It's hard. I've interviewed people where I've asked them questions. They go, "Yep."
Oh man, thankfully I've never gotten that.
Yeah.
Everybody who comes on has been a storyteller so far, so that's positive, man. Yeah.
And you got to work it a little bit depending on the guest sometimes. And I'm like, oh man, I got to find. I'm trying to find something, and I ask him about like his family. Okay, that's dead. I'm asking about this.
Man. Yeah,
he likes golf. I know nothing about golf. I started talking about whatever.
Right. I try to pull out at least a half hour out of everybody, and if we get an hour or so, then that's dope.
Yeah.
And that's funny. I had a guy, Ilsun 4K, come on.
Mhm.
And he's a YouTuber and an actor. He does horror reviews and stuff like that. He's a live streamer,
Oh,
and
okay.
he was supposed to be our first guest, but we had like technical issues.
Oh,
So
okay.
once we got it straightened out, he came back on. But because he was supposed to be our first guest, he knew the format of the podcast, and we're kind of cool with each other at this point now. We've had some conversations and stuff. So he comes on, and I introduce him, and he answers every single question before I ask it. Like he knew the direction of the podcast. So
That's
he just
cool.
told his whole story, and then we spent almost 2 hours
Just
just
chatting.
talking and
That's
like
cool.
cutting up and stuff. It was insane. And then I think we edited it down to like an hour and 38 minutes, but it's still easily our longest podcast.
That's
Like,
awesome.
and it was fun, man. It was super fun. He was like, I want to come back, and I'm like, yeah, dude. But it
You know
was
what?
so
I'll answer all your questions.
yeah,
Here we
I was
go.
like, I don't have anything
on.
to ask him now. I guess we're just gonna freaking talk about horror for the
Yeah.
next
Let's just make
however
it up,
long.
man.
Yeah, it was so
Improv.
funny. Yeah, but yeah, if you go back and listen to the Ilsun 4K episode, it's like,
So
hey,
that's
how's it
all.
going, man? Hey, blah 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 blah. He answers everything I'm about to ask him. I was like, great.
That's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess kind of backing up
Yeah, I mean,
to what would have been the second question. Once you decided that you wanted to make music, how did you go about actually making music? Like you got your guitar and everything, but then getting it out there for people and starting a band or whatever. How did that all come together?
probably working. My first job was working at a guitar store,
Nice.
and it was really the owner that introduced me into, well, this records sound, So I used to use my VHS camera, right? When I used to make, like, I don't know, really small movies and stuff like that,
Sure.
like really with my friends. And I still make movies with my friends, but you know what I mean? Like when you're 9 years old and you have a VHS camera, you're just, I'm out in the woods. I'm filming I'm filming like a whole movie based off a tree,
Nice.
something.
Nice.
And so I used to do the music and press play and record onto the VHS tapes.
Yeah.
So when I found out, okay, there was like an audio medium that you could actually, record stuff to. So it was like a Foztech 4-track tape recorder. Then it
Right.
moved to like a Boss digital system. Then it moved to Windows XP I don't think I had 98. It was XP.
Okay.
Then I started editing movies digitally too, because I used to do them manually.
Right.
I don't ever want to do that again.
Yeah, I actually liked
Ooh.
manual editing a lot better than digital editing. I can't pick up the digital stuff. That's why I'm
Really?
not editing it.
See, the digital editing I love, but I
Yeah.
love the analog recording form a little better.
Sure.
Because it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right? You can't
Yeah,
fiddle
definitely.
around with that for 80 days.
Right.
So, I had a high school band and they left their instruments at my house and I started playing a little bit of each instrument.
Yeah.
And then I was like, all right, I'm going to buy a drum set and buy a bass and all that. And I go, you know what? I can just record song ideas myself, all the instruments. And I would burn. I had a master disc CD burner that had 2 sides.
Oh, nice.
And I would bounce the tape onto it through a Behringer mixer.
Okay.
And I would sell those CDs. I would make 10 or 20 of them. I made like 10 different albums, and I would make 10 or 20 different CDs and sell them all to kids in school.
That's
I would
awesome.
sell them to kids that didn't want them.
Awesome. Take it.
And I'd come to school with a CD player, and before school, after school, and in my study halls, I used to listen to Metallica, Judas Priest, Megadeth, and that's all I had was one CD that day. So I would listen to that record at least 4 times a day, and it would just get ingrained in my brain. And I would start doing like little cover songs, and little original ideas revolving around it.
Yeah.
So I hate to say, like when I first started off, like I mimicked Dave Mustaine and Metallica and Creed, and because I didn't know how to sing.
Yeah.
So I was just like, well, maybe because going back, right? With my action figures, I used to do all these different voices for all the different characters. So I go, if I do that, it's just music. I'm doing different characters, right? Let's do
Yeah.
Creed and all this. So
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
my mom's like, well, where's your voice? Right? Eventually.
Right.
So it took me
Right.
maybe 10 years to find what my own voice would be. That kind
Yeah.
of
Sure.
gritty, whatever it is. And trying to think of the question. I just started making demo CDs that I would send to local radio stations and indie record companies back in the day. So it was like 2006,
Okay.
and I just did it myself, sent it out. All right, that's I've gone as far as I could. I've gained 10 radio stations, and I sent it to 20 labels. I heard back from 2,
Okay. Hey,
or whatever.
10%, man. That's,
Well, and
Yeah.
then I would say, okay, let's ditch that. Okay, I'm gonna make another one. Then I'll send it
Right.
to those 20 stations, but then let's make it 40 stations, and let's make it like 40 record labels. The ones that you could actually still send your stuff back then.
Yeah.
Where now you can't send it like at all anywhere.
Right. Right.
And
Everything is just programmed.
it's
Like,
so tough. Where I was like, I was 10 or 15 years behind the game where it's like if I came out with the stuff I had now and it
Yeah.
was 2006 and I sent it to, you could send it to Virgin Records still, like just
right.
to
Sure.
them, like
Yeah.
whatever. I was like, oh boy, that would have been, who knows, right?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
It's so different now. Like, streaming has really changed everything. I mean,
yeah,
it's harder to make money, but it's easier to get your music out, but then it's harder to get it distributed on a national level, really, because there's
there
so
is no
many.
national level.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
just so many people just putting stuff out. Like, there's nothing that's gonna, you can sign up for like a licensing
Yep.
deal where they throw your stuff out to different movies and different commercials and stuff like
It
that. Maybe
just sits
somebody will hear
there.
it and like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Majority end up in the catalog.
yeah,
I'm still in a few of them, but I've been in like 6 of them, and I'm like, I told him, I go, doesn't do you guys any good or me any good. It's
right.
like, because we're in it together, right? I go, don't you guys want to get paid? I go,
Let's pitch it. Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
I do some stuff for like Push Audio that I don't own. And
Okay.
I mean, it's still, so I do those releases as Palangi Studios rather than myself.
Yeah.
But I'm like, so I make a song and I hand it to them, and then they do basically whatever they want to it.
Right. Right.
So
Sure.
if it ends in something, yeah, it would say my name, but in the end of the day is I don't own it, right? So I can't
Right.
recreate it. I can't use it for something else.
Right.
So, but if you're creating a lot, you do create a lot of extra, I don't want to call it garbage, but it's just extra stuff that you're like,
Sure.
I'm not really going to release this. This is like B-side material or demo stuff. Let me
Right.
remix it quick so it doesn't sound, that bad, and do a master, and then I'll give them that stuff.
Yeah.
And see where that goes. Because the notion is, right, you have to start to make money with this. So why would you do the highest production song or spend all that time on stuff you aren't getting any returns back at all?
Yeah. Yeah.
So until you do, right, you're kind of like, well, I think you should set a bar for yourself and be like, I'm only allowed to spend a day,
Right.
whatever, on this. And then that's it,
Right.
because you aren't getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's exceptions where maybe you give them one song that's like, radio friendly, ready to go. And you're like, maybe this one we can do the most with,
Yeah. So that's like the single kind of.
Yeah.
Is what they would look at it like, back when there was such a thing as singles. So
Yeah, well, there still is in digital age, but yeah, right. You'd send the single to the radio station that was a 2-sided thing, and there you
Right.
go. They'd
Right.
either pick one or the other.
Yeah, someone likes the B-side better and it blows up. That I always love stories like that,
Mhm.
dude, where it's like this wasn't the song that was supposed to be the big song and it ends up
Oh
taking
yeah,
off. Yeah,
Daughtry has like a B-side CD, and I really liked it. I think it's
Yeah.
a B-side for their second album, and I go, there's a lot of songs on here that was more rock,
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit heavier, and I was
Yeah.
like, I really like those a lot better, but they went a different direction.
Yeah, they definitely
So,
Daughtry's a super melodic band, like,
mm.
you know.
Yeah, Brian, man, his riffs and his melodies, and Josh,
Yeah.
both Joshes.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know like both Joshes aren't in the band anymore, but yeah, there's just so much come out of those guys. I realized it. So Brian produced Break These Chains, and
Okay.
you know, we went through kind of the process of basically a riff, right?
Yeah.
Start with a riff and go from there. Because I go, all right, I got the song idea. I go, I wrote it in a half an hour, and I go, I think it's really, really good. I go, it's like the intro to the chorus of the song,
Yeah.
and I was like, maybe we could throw this in there. So he comes out with this melodic like guitar thing, and then he ends up he does like the backup vocals, and he did the guitar solo and stuff in the
Okay.
song, and you can clearly tell that's like a Daughtry-esque kind of heavier rock guitar solo.
Right.
Now at the time they weren't that heavy. I swear, 2015 is when I worked with them. I go,
Yeah.
if you guys went heavier, you would clean up.
Right.
Now they're
And they
doing
listened.
that. They're
Yeah.
doing that. Well, it's
Nice.
just I know record labels. It sounded like the record labels really wouldn't let Chris do whatever, but
Yeah.
now he's back doing because he always loved rock stuff. He
Sure.
opened
Sure.
for Day of Fire back
Okay.
when Daughtry wasn't even Daughtry.
Right.
And then it flipped, and Day of Fire opened up for Daughtry. And
Oh, that's awesome.
so I told you, it all starts with Josh Brown from like Full Devil Jacket, and another guy
Yeah.
that it's just like a circle. Everyone I meet and work with, I don't seek this out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
plan on this or anything, but those guys are all super nice. They're great to work with. His last drummer, Brandon, was really good.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you were kind of always interested in making films too, like right alongside with the music.
Yeah. I
Since
call myself people, well, it's hard to explain. It's sort of the godfather of YouTube fan films. The way I
Okay.
say that is I'm not like the first guy to make a fan film, but
Yeah.
there was only 10 to 20 to 15 of us on YouTube in 2004 making fan films.
Sure.
Now there's thousands, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
our films would get a lot of views.
Right.
Blinky Productions, I think you know Chris.
I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
he inspired me to do that.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
That's
I was
awesome.
like, if he can make that fan film, maybe we can make our own Michael Myers and then do this.
Sure.
Quality
Yeah.
wasn't as good, you know,
Hey.
but he was a little
Yeah.
older than I was, you know, so
Right.
he had a better camera, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I remember the first time I ever got fooled by like a fan made trailer.
Yes, I remember those. Yeah.
Someone had made, they had taken Firefly, scenes from Firefly, and intercut it with some stuff from Green Lantern and made it look like Nathan Fillion was going to be in the new Green Lantern movie that didn't even exist.
Yeah.
And I
Yep.
was totally like, "Oh, this is awesome!" And then I was like, "Wait, this is Firefly."
Yep.
Like, so, man.
Do you remember RoboCop versus Terminator? They took the footage of all the Terminator movies and RoboCop movies, and they made RoboCop versus Terminator.
No, but I need to look that up now.
That fooled me. That was my first
Yeah.
one. I was like,
Yeah.
but I've done some voiceover and some music stuff for Chris too with his movies, like his
Okay.
Freddy Krueger ones and whatever.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
so I've always made fan films for like 20 years in between. With one original film went to the New York City Film Festival we made. It was only like
cool.
I think like 15 minutes or something.
Right.
That and like the Lost little 4-part YouTube series was the only original thing we've ever done.
Okay.
And then I was like, well, I always had this script that I wrote, and I was like, I kind of want to, I don't want to just let that go. I kind of want to bring that back somehow because I'm a big fan of Twilight Zone.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
So I
Me
was
too.
like, all right, let's make this character Mr. Omar. We're gonna make a Mr. Omar YouTube series, which is like a 5-part series.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, now, because somebody's like, when are you gonna make a movie, like a
Right.
full-length movie? So I was like, all right, let's do the Lost Chronicles. We'll bring it back. We'll bring back Mr. Omar. So if you watch, some of those ideas are in all the old YouTube stuff.
Nice. That's
So it's
awesome.
kind of
Dude.
cool.
Very cool.
It's an experiment. First movie was an experiment. It was fun, you know.
For sure. Yeah. So there's a couple bands like that I really like the Flash Gordons, the Becoming, and when they're in the studio, actually the singer does everything and then he assembles a band to play the music out.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the same thing that you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I played with a lot of different people over the years, or I've played the tracks, or I've played acoustic, or I've played me and electric, or I've played with a 2-piece, 3-piece, 4-piece, maybe a 5-piece, whatever worked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I
So,
remember we opened up for Buck Cherry,
oh, nice.
and I was like, all right, we're gonna do the rock thing, right? My drummer was not available for some reason, or he quit, or whatever the reason was.
Right.
I was like, well, I am not losing this opportunity. So I go,
Yeah, of course.
Jared, let's grab our acoustic guitars, and we're gonna make this the heaviest acoustic, set we can.
That's
So
awesome.
so I mean they have some slow songs too, and it's not like
Sure.
Gary's like metal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I did. And I
Right.
remember doing something like that, and then a week later, I'd switch over and do like an electric set with tracks. Or
Okay.
or I did have a drummer available or something like that. And I was like,
Right.
hey, we're gonna do this, but now we don't have a bass player. So
Right.
we're gonna play the tracks, electric and drums.
Okay.
And there's a
Right
battle
on.
of bands on this day, but we don't have a bass player. So we're just gonna literally do electric, acoustic, and drums and have no bass guitar.
That's wild, dude. Yeah.
I don't know
I
if it worked, but
hey, I mean the thing is with tracks, like they're not gonna screw up unless something happens technologically. You know what I mean?
yeah.
You know
And
what you're
these are on
getting on that.
iPods still.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
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 I went and saw Jacob's Castle. That's Brad Newell's kid from Sublime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's his son, and it's him playing guitar and his drummer, and the third member of the band is like a laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and he
That's what I've
literally
done
like
too. Yep.
yeah he literally like he'd be like, okay, hold on, I got to program in the next song real quick. All right, we're ready to go, and then, and then we would like they'd play the song, but it was fun. It was a cool show, and he was like, I met him for a little bit afterwards. He seemed like a really good guy. He sounds just like his dad.
Does he
Dude. His
just
vocals
sing,
are
or
like
does he play guitar and stuff
no, he
too?
plays guitar. He plays guitar really
Okay.
well, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
At least from what I could tell. I mean, I don't know how much of it was coming out of the computer, so
Yeah. Yeah.
that's where it gets kind of
But you know what? That's the way, like if I toured again, that's what I'd want to do.
yeah,
Me, electric guitar, and a drummer, because you got two guys.
awesome.
It's just
Yeah.
you and one dude to worry about. You know
Right,
what I
sure,
mean?
sure,
The only
sure.
hard part is you don't have anybody else on that stage, so when you need a break or something,
Yeah,
right?
it's all you to take up the space and yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for
So
sure, man.
the drummer
Yeah.
can only do so much with that.
Right,
But
right. Yeah, I've seen a couple two-piece bands at this point now. I just saw Mr. Flies from Chicago, and I mean, like, first of all, you have to be a really good drummer to be the only other musician on that stage.
that's
Like
true.
that is
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
And then the other thing
You
is
need to
like
bring it.
yeah, and that's what I was gonna say about the person in the front. Like they have to rock out, like to get the crowd, keep the crowd involved because it's so much different than like watching the polyphonic spree, which is the other end, where there's
Mhm.
50 people on the stage, which is also an amazing
Yeah.
set.
Well,
I
even a
saw,
4-piece band, you're
yeah,
going.
yeah, even a 4-piece band. Yeah,
This
there's,
one's
yeah,
just because
yeah,
literally you're centered with the drummer, so it's like you're
right,
not looking left
right,
or right.
right.
Yeah.
Well, it was funny because both bands that I saw had the drummer off to the left side of the stage. So
Oh,
he
okay.
wasn't straight on.
So
He
it was
was
like
like
that.
kind of, yeah, yep, exactly like that. Yeah.
That's
Um,
cool.
yeah, and it made, it gave a little bit more of a dynamic as far as looking back and forth. It's funny because I saw Dog Star and
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves literally just stands with his hair in his face playing bass. He does nothing, dude. Like he's just over there just rocking out, but
Really? Kind of
doing
his own world.
nothing. Yeah. I think he's just happy to be playing music, like because he's got all
Yeah.
that other stuff You know?
He doesn't need to impress anybody. He's Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, he's got to be
John
Keanu
Wick's
Reeves.
up there, like, killing the
Right.
axe.
Right. He's got to be Keanu Reeves all the time. And in Dogstar, he's just a
Why?
bass player.
Next song.
Yeah. He doesn't even sing, dude. So he literally does nothing. Like, he just stands in the corner, with his hair in his face, playing bass, dude.
That's
And
cool.
it's all the singer. He's all like,
As the drummer,
Yeah. he goes, and on bass, Keanu Reeves when he introduces the band, and obviously that gets a pop. But
Yep.
it's pretty
That's cool.
funny. So I was gonna ask you, when you put stuff together in the studio, do you think about what you're gonna do with it in a live setting, or do you just no?
No, I used to. I don't anymore at all.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care if there's like 4 guitar parts in there.
Nice.
Yeah, doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, just Pink
'Cause I'm
Floyd
like,
it.
yeah, I'm like, I can have it in the background, or the 2 main guitar parts are good enough where you can play
Sure.
one or the other and still get the song across.
Yeah. Because that's one thing
No.
that I noticed when I was listening to your stuff. Like, a lot of it is really big. Like, there's a lot going
Mhm.
on, not in a bad way. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like all the space is taken up. You know what I mean? You hear.
That's what I
don't know how
want.
else to say it, but yeah.
Sonically, it's that way. Yeah, too.
Right, for sure. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's still mostly just two main guitar takes, which is one guitar. Sometimes there's a second one
Right.
with vocals, little backup, drums and bass. But then there's a little bit of like shakers and maybe synth stuff or something. But
Sure.
it's not like because I know how Nickelback does it. It's not like we layer triple guitars and then you need like 3 guitarists, and
Right.
it's really I think too is because of the acoustic in some of them.
Yeah.
That adds
Yeah.
that where it's like it's rock, but then there's
Yeah,
acoustic
you hear
in
that
there.
undertone. Yeah.
Layers,
remember-
but in a different way.
I remember a lot of people used to complain about Chris Cornell's live vocals because
Strong.
he wouldn't. Yeah, but he wouldn't do the like if you listen to old Soundgarden where he's singing like
Oh, it's
he would
doubled.
do-
Yeah.
he would do
tripled.
those vocals. You know what I mean? Even on the newer stuff, he wouldn't do like the melody that people necessarily know most of the time when they were singing it
He
live.
just sing the lyrics.
He would sing the heavy part of it,
Yeah.
and people would be like, "Oh, well, I wanted every song to sound like Black Hole Sun," and it's like, well, then listen to the record. This isn't what he does live. I always
Mhm.
thought Chris Cornell was like the greatest singer alive, and whenever I would hear people complain about his voice, I'm like, dude, you don't get it. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
can do that stuff. He just can't do that stuff when he's singing it by himself. So you're in a
Yeah.
rock show. You know what I mean? Like he's
Even with
not
a
out there-
pedal, it's
Yeah.
I don't
He's,
know.
you know,
He would
yeah.
need a track, which he never played
Right,
to.
which he never
so.
did. Yeah, he just get up there and freaking rock out, dude. And it was
I
like,
seen him on the acoustic tour 3 months before he died.
oh man.
Yep. And he brought out the record player that he sang through and stuff to get that. That's how he got that little extra grit.
Right. Sure.
You could hear it go like that.
It's awesome, man.
That was cool.
Oh,
He was
sure.
loud. I mean, he was
Yeah.
loud.
Yeah.
The other guy just played guitar, a little bit of like what is it? Like a ukulele.
Oh,
some
nice.
songs. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and that was cool.
Yeah, I saw him on the second Lollapalooza. So it was
Yeah.
like, slaves and bulldozers and freaking just, the super heavy, like they were touring for Outshine or
cool.
for what was that album? Bad Motorfinger,
Yeah.
on at Lollapalooza 2. So it was just, man, so good.
Full experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never got to see
with all
that or
that
like Linkin
feedback.
Park,
Oh yeah, I never saw Linkin Park either.
bands,
That would have
yeah.
been crazy, man.
Yeah.
But the whole new Linkin Park thing sounds good. I don't know.
It's a different band.
Yeah, it's a different band. I mean, it sounds good, but it's totally a different band. It's like Audio Slave. Audio Slave wasn't Soundgarden or Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
Linkin Park.
I'm kind of thinking they should have named it something different.
Something else.
Actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not Van Halen. Like with Van
No.
Halen, they would get a different singer. It still sounded like Van Halen because it was still Eddie. But
Yeah. There's people that sound like Chester. I think they wanted no anybody even that sounded like him. So no
Right.
male artist out there,
Right. Sure.
right?
Sure.
Female artists, they don't have to worry about, does she sound like him? No, she doesn't.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. But yeah, even with it being like, I'm gonna assume it's the entire backing band still. Like it's still Linkin Park, just with a
I
brand new
think it's the
singer.
original guys. Yeah.
Yeah, they still might have wanted to call it something else. Like Audio Slave wasn't Rage Against the Machine, but it literally was. It was Rage Against the Machine with Chris Cornell singing, but they
Yeah.
didn't call themselves Rage Against the Machine because that would have been freaking silly. You
Mhm.
know? So this girl was in an established band. I mean, maybe they should have named him something else. I don't know.
Yeah, like something park, something else. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
anything.
like a something that's close to it, maybe. But
Right, right. I just listened to Chester's like alternative rock band. I can't think of what they're called right now. Dead something, but it was really good. Like,
oh, okay, never heard of
yeah.
that.
Oh man, it was really good. I think it's like Dead by Daylight or something like that. But I just listened to the whole album on Spotify, and I liked it a lot. It's so different than Linkin Park. It's not as heavy. His
Yeah,
vocals are so good. Like,
yeah,
no real screaming on it. Like he's straight singing. Like it's pretty good stuff, man. I'm gonna check it out a couple more times probably because I liked it a lot. But
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So you're also a teacher. You give guitar lessons and stuff like that. Like
Yep.
how did you get involved in that? Like and what's that like teaching the new generation?
I didn't want to. I didn't ever
Yeah,
want to teach. When I was young, I was like, yeah, I want to be a teacher. And then I don't know, like one of my ex-girlfriends was like, why don't you teach guitar? And I'm like, never. I'm like, I'm not gonna do it.
right.
Um, I was kind of forced into it, I guess, because I
Yeah,
realized that I couldn't just play out alone to make my income. You know what I
right.
mean? Where it's like
Yeah,
yes, you have your merch sales, but that's not going to sustain you, sort of. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And I'm like, I can't do enough gigs or play out enough where I can get ahead.
right.
So I'm like, I kind of have to. So I think somebody I knew just asked me, and I go, well, since I know you, I don't know. I'll see what I can do. I'll try to teach a couple lessons. And then I had 3 students to start off with.
Okay.
Didn't really know what I was doing as much. I was like, should I start off with scales, chords? Should I just teach them riffs? Should I should we just go into something more advanced? I didn't really
Right,
know.
right,
So I
right.
just I watched some videos and I just kind of used my judgment based off the person
Okay.
too.
Sure.
And that really helped me. Like, okay, he likes rock. He's
Right.
not good at chords, but he's okay at the single note kind of stuff. Well,
Hmm.
let's teach him. Oh, he likes movies. All right, let's teach him Halloween and Mission Impossible and
Yeah.
James Bond and all those type of stuff.
Nice. Nice.
Little Limp Bizkit, whatever.
Yeah. My
So yeah.
Yeah, my rhythm guitar player, like I only sing and write melodies and lyrics.
Okay.
And my rhythm guitar player in a band that I was in way back in the day, I wanted to get more involved in like the writing of the music, and like I wanted to feel like I was contributing more to the stuff that people cared about. And so he
Yeah.
was like, "I'm going to teach you how to play guitar," and he was like, You're gonna learn Sunshine of Your Love on one string, so that you learn how to go up and down the neck." And I was
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
okay, and like
Simplify it.
strumming
Yep.
and stuff, yeah. Um, and it took we tried that for like 3 weeks, and I could not get it. My fingers kept laying on the strings. Like no matter
Yeah.
what I did, I couldn't bend them enough. And he was just like, you know what, dude, just sing. Like, so that was my only experience with someone trying to teach me how to play
All
guitar.
right.
It's like,
Well,
like
maybe
just
maybe I ought to start again.
yeah,
Just
maybe.
we'll do it a
I mean,
different way.
I'd still love to learn how to play like keyboards, piano.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I think that
Well, I think too, starting off, because that's kind of the old school way of starting off somebody with a song. It
yeah,
doesn't work.
yeah,
Even if you simplify it to one string.
right,
You just start with just techniques and then you
yeah,
throw in a few riffs and
right,
eventually a song and then the chords. Cause I'm like, so my first lessons out there, if anybody were to take lessons and they know nothing at all,
yeah,
is to memorize the string names
Okay.
right? Get used to the spacing in between the strings on your right
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah.
And play the warm up that Steve Vai does. Because I tell everyone this, I go, he still does this.
Wow.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4 on all the
Okay.
strings, and then going back up, it's 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But there's
Yeah.
so much that you can expand just with that
Sure.
one thing, and it
Sure.
tells your mind this is something simple. I know how to count to 4, right? And I got 4
Right. Yeah.
fingers.
Right.
Let's just start off with the down picking, and okay, I goofed
Nice.
up on the spacing here, and I can't stretch. Then you realize, okay, can you stretch? Can you not stretch?
Right.
How easy is it your left hand or is it your right hand? You know, getting caught
Oh,
up.
yeah.
So you kind
Oh,
of
it was
figure all that out in the
yeah,
first
my right
lesson.
hand would be, but yeah.
Yeah, and I can tell, and I'm like, man, you know, you got a killer right hand, but your left hand, you know, it's
Yeah.
gonna take some time, you know, or
Right.
and
It's
then
funny.
you
I'm
know,
right-handed, but I have a lot more coordination in my left hand. I
yeah,
do everything other than eat and write with my left hand. I even I shoot with my left hand,
okay. So
when
you
I'm
might
playing
play this
basketball.
way, but you might
Yeah,
play this
it's
way.
really weird. I don't know. I never learned
Have
enough
to
to figure it out.
try.
but but yeah,
Cool.
it's weird how my left hand is more dominant in everything except eating and writing.
Huh.
It's kind of crazy,
I've
but
never heard that before.
yeah, I might be really, I don't know.
One of a
I'm
kind
unique.
out
Yeah,
there.
I'm unique. One of a
There you
kind. There you
go.
go.
There you
Like
go.
Pantera, right? Isn't that?
Oh
Um,
yeah. Oh yeah.
one of a kind. I think that's Pantera. Um,
Uh,
but yeah. So podcasting. Where did the podcasting come in? I want to try to cover everything that you do. So
all right.
yeah. So how did you decide to start podcasting? And once you did start, how did you reach out to guests? What was the idea? Um,
So I didn't have to at first. I was working with New York State Music, and we
okay.
did 2 seasons of a show podcast, and he would get the guests, and then I would interview them, and they're all mostly local, kind of indie level. Some bigger, but they have to live in New York. So
Okay.
technically, I think we were trying to get Dee Snider or something because he was originally from New York, and I was like, we
Yeah.
could have him on the show.
Right.
So from there, so I did 2 seasons of that, and I think I started doing my own during COVID on Instagram and
Okay.
downloading them and just re-uploading them to YouTube.
Yeah.
And I go, well, I'll just ask everybody that I know personally,
Right. Right.
and maybe they'll come on and do this. So then Radio Wigwam approached me, which is a radio station in the UK.
Oh,
He goes, our
nice.
rock and roll DJ just passed away. He goes, he's done it for years, and we need a new rock DJ. Could you make like an audio show? He goes, you could do playlists, you could do interviews. And I'm like, okay. So I go, if I do the Zoom interviews, I could use the audio, but then I could also use the video. So
Right.
it's you're doing 2 in 1. Because I thought about it, I'm like, I'm not just gonna do, all right, we're gonna do the audio video or the audio one, then we're gonna do the video one.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
So then it just turned into, all right, I was already interviewing people. Let's maybe get a few of the same people, and then I can reach out to literally anybody.
Yeah.
Right? It's a rock show, so I could reach out to the guy from Rat, or which I haven't interviewed him yet. You know,
No.
or the guy from this and this and this.
Yeah.
Just see what they do. You know, because now you have a radio station involved.
Right.
'Cause
Right. Right.
before it was like, who are you? Okay, you've done this, but
Yeah.
it's for your Instagram.
Yeah.
You know, okay, now
How
that was
many
right.
how many views do you get?
Yeah, and I'm
yeah.
like, you know, that's not really the point. So I'm like,
Right.
now it's all 3. It's you get down the radio, you're gonna get interviewed. It's gonna be on all my social media and theirs. So you have
Nice.
triple threat
Nice.
basically going on.
Right.
And I don't know. I wanted to learn more about things, and I go, I'm gonna make this more gear oriented
That's awesome.
too. So we're gonna talk
Yeah.
about the microphones, recording techniques, endorsements, stuff that artists usually don't talk about.
Yeah.
And like this, right? I just have it like I interviewed the singer of Puddle Mud, Wes.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And basically, I mean, it's just a conversation,
Right. Right.
right? I have questions written out, but they're used to just like probably the headlines, the same questions about the same albums. I do
Yeah.
ask a few of those just
Right.
because I'm curious, but
Right.
I tell them too, I go, if nobody has ever seen an interview of yours, you
Yeah.
know, I want to ask that from that perspective. Like
Right.
nobody
Right.
knows who the guy from Puddle of Mud is, let's say. You
Right.
know, I'm curious, like, what the heck, you know, where'd you get your first guitar, you know, or something
Yeah,
like
for
that.
sure. Yeah,
But
definitely.
not dwell on it. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah. Keep
So and
moving.
then yeah, and we just talk about whatever. And then they have some things where, you know, we have to talk about the new song, the new record, the new music
Of
video.
course. Of course.
But then I start to get, you know, from the film background, music background, I start to get into more specifics.
Right.
And they're like, okay, this is different. I like it. Everyone's like, that's
Yeah.
cool. This show is really cool.
Nice.
You know, you're
Awesome.
not drilling me.
Yeah. Yeah. I've
Yeah.
had a couple people who are completely surprised by my podcast because first of all, I
Yeah.
research people and I try to figure out what they do,
Yep.
rather than just have like, you know,
Yeah, well, same thing.
standard
I'll listen to the
stuff.
music. You
Yeah.
check
Yeah.
social medias out. You don't just do it and
Yeah.
say, "Okay, you're the singer again.
You know, what do you
What
what do
band?"
you what do you do? I'm like, yeah, but I mean, you'd be surprised how many people are like, "Oh, I'm going to have a podcast," and they do nothing to like
No.
make it an actual show. You know, make it something that people are going to be interested in. Um,
Yeah. I
and
get
it's
leads
funny.
from a PR person too, so I can
Yeah,
choose from them and then I'll choose my own. Because everyone's like,
nuts.
"How the hell?" Like, I interviewed Matt from 3 Days Grace, and like, "How do you get interviews
Awesome.
like that?" And I'm
Dude,
like,
yeah,
I just ask them, "Well, how do you get a hold of these guys?" I go, "I'm not telling you."
nice. Like that's my secret, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny too because when I pitched the idea to my producer, he thought we were going to have a hard time getting guests
Uh-huh.
because people want to talk about what they're doing. Not everyone
Yes.
wants to go back and talk about every
The
single
past or
career.
every
Um,
record, right?
but I feel like that's what makes this podcast unique, you know, in that we're not just talking about. I want to get to know the artists and get to know like what's inside their mind and what makes them do the art, like what,
Yeah.
yeah. So
I might have
it's
to
like,
have you on my show interviewing me, talking about my past. It's because I
cool.
just what you said, I actually would love to talk about each EP,
Oh yeah,
but
dude.
I'm not gonna sit there talking to myself for an hour.
Right, right, dude. This is a review of my own records. That would be
Everybody, the
awesome.
first EP. You
That
know what I
would be
mean?
hilarious.
There's
Yeah,
no
for
back and
sure,
forth
man.
at all with that.
Right.
I've tried it. You know, I have
Yeah.
tried it, but no, not with video going too, because you're like,
Right.
the
Right.
heck do you do?
I guess just hold the EP up if you have physical
Uh,
copy of it. Like
yeah, this was on
print
CD
out the
once.
yeah. This was this. You ever heard of these things? You can put
Yep.
them in the scenes. People
This
listen
was
to
a
it.
thumb drive back in the day,
Oh man.
you know, or whatever.
Oh,
This is a floppy disk. No shit.
I,
I have
oh
demos on
man.
floppy disks. No crap.
Do you remember? You mentioned Billy Idol a while back. Do you remember Cyberpunk?
The
And
game?
no, Billy Idol came
Oh.
out with an album
Oh
called
no.
Cyberpunk that was like it was way ahead of its time, honestly. It was in like the early 90s. And he
Never heard of it. No.
okay, yeah, he made an album of like electronic music that was
Okay.
interactive. And it came with a floppy disk that you could like put in your computer and learn the story of the album, like the Cyberpunk album. Um
That's
People
cool.
hated it.
Yeah.
But honestly, I
They'd
have
love
it
it
and I
now.
love it. So innovative,
Yeah.
dude. Like he was so far ahead of his time. And on top of that, like Billy Idol is one of my big influences,
Oh
like
yeah.
attitude and music and like as far as on stage and stuff. I really, really wanted I did a lot of fist pumping when I was on stage. So
He is I plan on covering one of his songs officially sometime. That would be
nice,
cool.
nice. Not White Wedding.
I don't know.
Too
I
many people
really
have covered White Wedding, I think. I think it's kind of
I do like, but I don't do cover songs the same.
sure,
So
sure.
it'd be different.
Yeah,
It'd
definitely.
be, I don't know. I've heard
I just
Rebel Yell. I've heard like Drowning Pool
okay.
did Rebel Yell. And I feel
Oh, nice.
like
Nice.
I feel like there's a heavy metal version of that, but I haven't heard a hard rock version of White Wedding. It might be out there, of course.
Vampires Everywhere.
Uh,
Just put one out like last year.
oh, well, there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I like a lot of his songs, so maybe I'll
I
pick
love
another
Liliana
one.
so much,
But
dude. Yeah. I just picked up Whiplash
hey, you
Smile the
never
other
know,
day.
man. We might play this song, you know?
Yes.
That's a
Dude,
nice song.
yeah. And Steve Stevens is such an underrated guitar player too. Like,
Oh man.
jeez.
I seen him
Jeez.
on
Yeah.
like they played Good Morning America and
Yeah.
he plays like two guitar parts at the same time. Like they played Rebel Yell and I was like, how
Yeah.
is he
I
doing
saw it
that?
too. I saw it too. I was like,
I was
man,
blown away. I was like, there's
yeah,
no
it's
pedals, there's no nothing.
insane. Yeah, dude. He's just so amazing.
He's playing the low
Yeah.
and
Right. Right. Crazy. Crazy,
Mhm.
man. Well, I think we've gone well over an hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this has been a super fun conversation, man.
Anytime.
So
We could have me on again. We'll dive into something more specific of things, maybe. It'd be kind
yeah,
of cool.
definitely, dude. Well, the next season, the second season, which we're going to start in March of next year, I think I want to
Okay.
focus on people's influences and stuff like that.
Okay.
So we're
I
going to
should
do a
have a
completely
song
different.
done, maybe out by then, but at least done.
Awesome, man. Cool.
So
So, before we go, where can people find you? Anything that you want to throw out there and promote? This part is yours, man. So
yeah, you can go to frankpalangi.com. So it's Palangi. Everything's on there, or Google my name. I say Yahoo. I still use Yahoo. So you can
nice.
Yahoo my name if you want. But you'll find all the social medias under my name, or there's Palangi Studios for the studio stuff. That's where the lessons go down, the recording, if anyone needs mixing, mastering, songwriting help, or you want me to play guitar on something, that's where you'd do that. And then in Palangi Films, so if you want like a music video done, interview, promo, short film, horror movie, whatever, contact me about that too. Or so my 3 new movies once again are Lost Chronicles, Killer Tales, and Souls of the Damned, which you can watch on Tubi for free.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
they came out. Now, The Lost Chronicles is on Troma TV. If anybody has the
Nice.
Troma app right now,
Nice.
hey, I'll
Doctor.
take it. I'll take it.
Hey, man, they're still huge. People they have trauma conventions still.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
hey,
So,
um,
or you can rent it or purchase the movie on Amazon too.
awesome.
So,
Awesome.
which helps us more than the streaming.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, and so now the final question, which is kind of the meat of the podcast.
Mm.
Um, what is it that keeps you creating? I mean, you have so much stuff that you're doing, and there's so much stuff going on, and it seems like you have a desire to put out even more stuff. So, what is it that keeps you creating, keeps you putting stuff out into the world?
I think so. I just seen a post and my voice kind of gives out a little bit. So I just seen a post and the guy he goes, I've made movies for a while. He goes, this is a short film. And he goes, my buddy said, why the heck are you making a short film? You make feature films. And he's like, because you either create or you die. I'm
Nice.
gonna just leave it there.
Awesome, man. All right, brother.
I
Frank, thank
just
you
read
so
that
much,
today
man.
too. So that was
That's
a perfect
awesome.
question to ask.
You were prepared, dude.
Yep.
Without
There you
even
go.
knowing it.
Yep.
Killer. All right, man.
It's
Thank you so much
within
for
you.
coming, dude. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I want to thank Frank Palangi for coming. I want to thank everybody for listening. I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin, and Emmy Studios. We could not do this thing without him. I'm the talker, but he's the guy who makes it all happen. All right, and make sure you guys tune in next week for another episode of the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast.
right, everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Before we get going, you can notice that we are back in the studio, and I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin, for actually bringing the studio to me, which is very, very cool. For those of you who don't know, I'm your host, Keith, and today I am talking to a teacher, a musician, but most importantly to most of you, an extremely respected comic book artist, Mr. Rags Morales. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm pretty excited about this conversation. So,
oh, thank you for having me. Yeah,
you're welcome. So, what I like to do is if I have a little bit of a history with a guest, I kind of like to talk about it before I get into we get into the actual interview. So I don't know if you can tell I'm a little giddy about this conversation. Growing up as a comic book fan, to me, there was George Perez and there really wasn't anybody else. George Perez was just, and I'm not saying there wasn't other good artists, but it was him, and then everyone else was kind of, and then in the 90s, this book called Black Condor came out. And the art, man, the way that your art looks alive. There's emotion to all of it. And it was so cool. Like, I remember that cover where he's coming up out of the water, and it just, man. Yeah. So you immediately became my second favorite artist right behind George. And
that's the same way it is in the list of Puerto Ricans on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
There's a page called the list of Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
Don't tell Trump.
Okay.
There's a list of Puerto Ricans, and I'm right behind George there too.
Hey, right on, man. So yeah, that is my, and I went back and I collected a lot of your stuff. I have the Forgotten Realms run.
Wow.
Yeah, it's I love your art, and I'm so happy that you're here. So
well, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Don't ask me to play anything because my musicianship is not up to par.
Nah, no worries. I just figured I'd throw that in there because I know you play bass, so I figured I'd.
Well, bass plays me, but go ahead.
Right on, man. So, the place where we like to start is at the beginning. What got you interested? Well, even before that, like, when did you know that you were going to be an artist, that you could draw? Like, what were the roots of that?
I don't think anybody really. When you're a kid, you're dabbling in everything, so it was just the one thing that was constantly with me, and the more I did it, obviously, like anything else, the better you get at it. So it's just one of the things that stuck with me. All my art teachers kept encouraging me. Like, they would, have those teacher parent, the PTA conferences. Yeah. Where parents would come in, and all my art teachers would really push for my parents to support my art because they thought I was specifically gifted. And it's just I don't. When you're a kid, you don't think in those terms. Right. You think, oh, maybe I'll be an astronaut, or maybe a fireman, maybe I'll be on TV or something, play baseball. But for me, it was just always there, and I used it as I grew up to entertain my friends. And I'd like to say it drew chicks, but it didn't really. Some guys got that game, I didn't.
Yeah.
But it was it's I don't know. It's just the kind of thing that I can't imagine myself not doing it. Sure. Just a thing.
Yeah, awesome. So you talked about making stuff that kind of entertained your friends. When did you sort of decide that this was something you could do? Like, did your friends' reactions to it kind of push you that way, or when did that kind of click?
Yeah. Well, it would be harder for me to probably find work if there wasn't something in the professional realm that already was pushing me in that direction. And as a kid, I went to Boy Scouts as well. My father was an Eagle Scout, actually, and so he put me in Boy Scouts, and we had I had a subscription to Boys Life magazine,
of course. And
the covers were done by Norman Rockwell. So, because he has like that whole series of, scouts. And so it was always like, oh, it's really cool, and I would just like pour over that. And back before cell phones, we had regular landlines, and, occasionally we'd get a Norman Rockwell cover on the phone book, you know,
Right. Sure.
that one famous where it's just a series of heads,
Mm-hmm.
and it's called, I think it's called Gossip or something like that, and where it starts off with one person talking to another person, and then that next person talks to another person, and it starts off with one main character and goes through all these series of people, and they're all obviously gossiping, and then they got back to the same guy at the very first, and he's yelling at the second woman for telling everybody
That's
you know
awesome.
what the secret was. So you know, that kind of thing was just like really impressive. And of course we had TV Guide before it was just, you know, internet TV.
Right.
And you know, so it was, I'd see Jack Davis, and I'd see, you know, Bob Peak covers, you know, because they would use artwork on their thing. So there was always something there for me, like to point the direction. And then when I was in junior high school, late 70s, there was the Joe Kubert School had opened in Dover, New Jersey, and that was just 15 minutes away from where I lived. So they had Saturday morning sketch classes, and because my art teachers were constantly encouraging my parents to invest in me, I would sit in somebody's kitchen and learn how to work with pastels, because this woman was talented and she could make a couple bucks on the side by teaching other kids. But then we had Saturday morning sketch class, and I would go there on Saturdays, and you know, and it's just kind of like any other pissing contest. You know, you get somebody, you're in a group of people that have like-minded people, and everybody just kind of like measures themselves against everybody. And you know, I was always pretty good at it, you know. So that's probably when I said, okay, well, and that was my junior high. So I started saying, all right, well, what's going to be my extracurricular activities? And you know, you pick your electives, and so I did all the art courses. I took photography, I took art 1, art 2, I took drafting, mechanical illustration, everything that my high school provided, and baseball. So
Awesome.
also a big baseball fan, and had been playing baseball from the time I was 8 years old to my freshman year in high school. And I even went to baseball camp, and I was fast, I had a good arm, you know. And in my freshman year, I had just gotten off of that past summer of going to baseball camp. It's the Lee Mizzley baseball camp in Long Island, and I did pretty well. I batted over 300.
Nice.
You know, at 165 pounds, you know, 6 feet tall, lanky kid.
Right.
I had a 320-foot home run, you know, and so I had that ability as well. I was a decent athlete.
Yeah.
But coming off of baseball camp and going to my freshman year in high school, I was being taught by professional ball players and college coaches. And I go to my coach in my high school team, and he didn't know anything. You know,
Of course.
he was terrible, and
Yeah.
I was so despondent. And I used to be a smoker too, you know, in high school. So
Sure.
in my high school, we had a smoking lounge outside of the cafeteria, and that faced the ball fields. You know, there was the
Right.
football field, the soccer field, the baseball field. So I was outside waiting for the team to get out to practice, and I'd be hanging out in the smoking lounge and, you know, talking to my friends that smoked, but I'd be there with my baseball mitt. So I'd smoke, and then when the team came out, I put out my butt, grabbed my mitt, and ran. So the smokers hated me because I was now a jock, and the jocks hated me because I was coming out of the smoking lounge, you know?
Right.
And so I had a team that really didn't even like me. These are the idiots that I grew up with from Little League from 8 years old on. So I knew these people.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know what? Fuck you guys, you know. And then after that, someone ratted on me that my father, who my parents at the time had divorced, and my father decided to swing by and take me to a ball game instead of going to practice one day, and I did. My coach found out, and he benched me.
Ah,
So I was like, all right, fuck you, I'll be an artist.
right. Yeah.
So that's how it went.
Right on. Yeah. So a couple things backing up just about what you talked about. I remember I had a subscription to Boys Life,
Yeah.
and as a comic book fan, one of the things that really I would always look for, they did a serial of War of the Worlds in comic book form in there. And man, I would read that, you know, every month when it came out and wait for the next part. And like, so that was really cool. Like
I thought it was cool that there was a comic book in the middle of Boy's Life. So
I don't recall any of that. I remember having like a lot of like how to tie this knot kind of
sure,
thing.
sure.
How to do a bow line, how to do it, 2.5 hitch.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I think it ran I want to say like in the early 80s was when it was in there.
by then I was in high school, so I
Yeah,
was
sure.
out of I stopped going to Boy Scouts because you would have that uniform day.
Yeah.
Show up in school in your uniform, and it was probably like 1977, 1976.
Sure.
And that's when you started noticing girls. So I went to school because it was uniform day. I got my uniform on, and the girls started laughing at me.
Oh man.
Probably the only kid who had it. Had it on. So I was like, oh man,
like,
this is
maybe
not
no more.
my love life.
Yeah, maybe no more Boy Scouts.
That's when I quit. Yeah, I got as far as tenderfoot. That's about it.
Yeah, I honestly only did Cub Scouts,
Yeah.
but I had a subscription to Boys Life for whatever reason. I guess I liked the stories in there, and my mom thought I could get something out of it. Who knows?
Yeah,
You know,
it's
but
for kids. You know?
So, Boys Life, Ranger Rick, and highlights for children.
There you
That's what I got every month.
That would keep them quiet.
when I was a kid. Yeah, exactly. And comic books,
Yeah.
But so do you remember like your first experience with comics? Like what like you went to the Joe Kubert school obviously pretty young, but were you reading comics at that point or
Oh yeah. No, I had a collection of books by then. I had it was like a stack of 60 comics that I keep
Okay.
under my bed. And it was like every time your parents would make you clean your room, you'd start cleaning your room, then you spend half the day reading your comic books that you found under your bed.
Of course.
So I lived in New Jersey, and so by Lake Hopatcon, and the nearest shop, because we have newsstands.
Right.
The nearest shop would be the 7-Eleven, which was a bike ride away, down the hills, and then I have to bike all the way up those hills. It sucked. And then we had family in the Bronx, so we would have. I had this one aunt who would have me run down to the bodega across the a couple of blocks away, and I'd come back with milk and bread, whatever the hell she needed.
Right.
And she'd let me keep the change. So of course there would be like comic book racks, and I would always come. Back then comic books were a quarter.
Sure.
So I'd always come if she gave me like 75 cents a change. I'd come back with 3 comics. So that's probably my earliest recollection. That, and I had those giant treasury editions.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I had and that's when I got they would do the reprints. So
Right.
that's when I got exposed to Joe Shuster,
Okay. Cool.
and Bob Kane,
Right.
in the mid-70s, Batman was like, Jim Aparo and Neil Adams, right? But
Yeah.
you didn't see Bob Kane a lot, that kind of thing. So, yeah, and then in the back they would have that feature, how to draw Superman,
Right. Right.
and so start with the oval, and then there's the nose line and the eye line, the mouth line, and then you build a face that way. And so I would absorb this information and apply it, and because I was a good artist, and like all my friends do in school, all the neighborhood kids would ask me to draw for them, then I'd teach them for like a quarter.
Awesome.
how to draw Superman. And then I'd start off with the circle and the lines, and they hated like all that guideline shit. So
Right, of course.
they're like, no, man, I need you to wave a magic wand to make me an artist.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, you got to build it. This is how you do it. This is how the book told me how to do it. This is how you do it. I didn't even know, but it turns out I'm autistic, and I didn't even know back then. So
Gotcha. Sure.
I was like one of these kids, kind of like nerdy into everything.
Right. And you
So
gotta
if I
follow
knew
the rules.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying you got to follow the rules when you're
Yeah,
autistic.
as an
Very
autistic
important.
person,
Yeah.
Everything's a methodical process, right? So
Exactly.
it's this
Yeah.
first, this and this and this and this, and this is how you build it.
Right.
And they didn't want to hear any of that, so I was like, all right, fine. That was it. So yeah, that's probably my earliest experiences.
My son, he's a basketball player, a YouTuber, and an artist. So he kind of is into all that stuff. And
How old is he?
yeah. Oh, he's 10. He just turned 10 on Halloween.
Oh, nice.
So,
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
And he's slightly autistic too. We haven't had him tested yet. He's pretty clearly on the spectrum though. So he watches YouTube tutorials, which is the same exact stuff. And it's the
Right.
stuff that I used to see when I'd buy the books or whatever. And
Yeah.
we went to a used bookstore the other day and they had How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way for like
Ooh.
$3.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I grabbed it and I told him, I was like, look, buddy, even if you don't want to look at this right now, I guarantee you're going to be able to use this as a reference. I was
Yeah.
like, you know, this is going to be some stuff like because he draws Spider-Man and Deadpool and anime stuff.
Yeah.
And he's
And all the
really
basics are there, so right.
what I hear you.
I said all the basics are there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
perspective and drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a
Lots
big
of that.
fan of like Dogman. I don't know if you know what those are, but so he'll make his own like Dogman covers, and they have buildings and stuff on those covers, and like the background is like a sky on a lot of them. So he is learning how to draw things forward in his
Yeah.
pictures, and yeah, he's so far advanced at his age. Like,
Yeah.
I played basketball, and he is so much better than me, and like he gets more views on his YouTube channel than I do. So it's just like, but I love that. That's,
Right.
that's
There you go.
what
There
I'm
you go.
hoping for. So,
I don't know. Kids figure that shit out. I don't know any of that crap.
right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
YouTube. I mean, I've got a channel with nothing on it.
Right. Well, that's what
I know. I thought it was social media. I had no idea that
Yeah.
you're supposed to put shit up.
Right. He actually took over my YouTube channel because he was like, you haven't posted anything in 4 years. And then before that, it was like 3 years. Can I have this? And I was like, dude, do whatever you want with it.
It's like SNL skit, the IT guy, and they don't know how to work a computer. You go, move.
Yeah. Well, that's what, I have a producer because I don't know how to do this. Like, I know how to talk to people, I think, and I know how to ask questions and have good conversations, but I wouldn't know how to do this. This would just be a phone call, if Tyler didn't, Tyler's like 30 years younger than I am. So there you go.
They are.
Yeah. But it's funny, speaking of 7-Eleven too, when my dad worked at 7-Eleven. And so I'm 50. So the time range is a little different than yours. So like, but my dad worked at 7-Eleven and he brought home a Fantastic Four comic for me one night.
Nice.
And it was I remember it was something about the negative zone. So it had an eyeless with the big wings, and he looked so freaking scary. I mean, I was like 3. And I was just like, yeah. And it's like a core memory. Like I remember it still, that it was a Fantastic Four comic, that it had negative zone stuff in it, so it's crazy how some of that stuff just sticks with you. And from there, I was like off and running. Like, I'm like, anytime. My dad kept bringing comic books home from work, and I still remember that first one. I don't think I'll ever, obviously I'm not going to forget it. I'm,
right.
Been almost 50 years and I still got it in my head. So
I know the feeling.
That's cool how stuff like that sticks with you. So your first professional job was the TSR comics, right? Forgotten Realms.
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
I when I was in art school, when I went to the Cuba school, there was a guy that I knew that lived in Connecticut.
Okay.
One of the students. His name is Pete Fitzgerald. Now, Pete turned out to be a really good, like, funny animal kind of character artist. He did a lot of stuff for like Crack magazine, stuff like that.
Awesome.
And he knew a guy called Jim Main in Connecticut. It's like in his neighborhood, I guess. And Jim Main was a self-publisher, and so he recommended me to do Captain Action.
Oh, nice.
And I did 3 pages of Captain Action that I really liked.
Okay.
And it's funny because he told me that I was going to be inked by Freeman. I'm like, oh, George Freeman,
Right.
Mendrick Freeman, the guy with the brush.
That's
I was
awesome.
like, oh, okay. But and then so I got paid $25 a page.
Okay. Not bad. Yeah.
Way lower than the rookie rate.
Yeah.
And I remember having to. I remember I got the job done.
Yeah.
And so I'm bugging him because he hadn't paid me. It's been a couple of weeks. I was like, "Hey, man, you owe me $75. I did the job. Where is it?" And I call him, and I could hear his wife yelling at him from the background, just screaming at him about shit. Probably about.
Oh man.
So I did get my money. So that's really
Yeah,
my
man.
very first professional job. And
Okay.
who knows what happened to those pages? Who knows if he ever
Sure.
printed?
Sure.
But yeah, after that, after I got out of art school, I had a paper route, a motor route,
Okay.
because back then we didn't have cell phones.
Right.
And in order for me to find work, I have to peruse the want ads, and so having a motor route paid for my car,
Mhm.
paid for the insurance, right? And it was basically 5 o'clock in the morning until whenever you get your thing done, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I had the rest of the day to devote to working on my portfolio, and I had a daily dose of the want ads.
Right. Right.
So I could check to see what art jobs were available, and I was able to secure a job in Linden, New Jersey. It's out by Elizabeth,
Mhm.
New Jersey, pretty close to the city.
Yeah.
And they were looking for a house artist, and there's someone who knows how to run a stat cam. And I knew what that was because when I was in high school in my junior year. I had there was a vocational class for commercial art, so I took that and I learned how to use a stat cam. So I got that job, and that was paying like $10 an hour back in 1988, 87,
Wow.
88.
Okay.
That was pretty good money.
Yeah, for sure.
So that was then from there. I'll tell you the story. I've told it probably a dozen times at least.
Yeah.
So
Go for it.
so this is the story. So the place was called Speed Limit in Linden, New Jersey, right?
Okay.
And they did joggers, they did t-shirts, something like this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember during Christmas time, they throw a catalog at me and they tell me to duplicate stuff in the catalog.
So like Sheen now.
So yeah, well, I'm laughing because it's illegal.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, but because I'm copying it and not like transferring it,
Right.
I'm not like doing a tracing of it and then duplicating it that way.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
doing my version of it so that it's 25% different, because that's the basic copyright law.
Right. And that's
If
that's how you
it's
get away with it.
25% different than the original, it's not the original anymore. Therefore, you can use it. So
Right. Right.
holidays, I remember one that said it's called Christmas cards, and it was a wallet and those accordion,
Oh, sure.
and
Yeah.
everyone had like a credit card in it. So
Right.
Christmas.
Right.
So stuff like that. And I remember doing back Bobby McFerrin had that hit, "Don't worry, be happy."
Yeah.
I had to do a B, "Don't worry."
Oh,
I did,
nice.
that was an original that they got. But I also had to do my dose of Benetton, Esprit, Banana Republic, Nike,
Right.
all these brands, and we had to do their actual logo,
Okay.
which is copyrighted.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
And Mets and Yankees and Disney and all this other shit.
Wow. Okay.
So we were doing that, and one day while I'm working, and I'll get to Forgotten Realms.
Oh, yo, you can. Hey.
But one day while I'm working, I'm at the end of a hall. Okay. My office was at the end of a hall. You go down the hall and there was one door to the left.
Yeah.
And that was the boss. That was Mel.
Okay.
And Mel was a yeller,
Right. Like a lot
Normally
of bosses
he's
back
yelling, huh?
I just said like a lot of bosses back then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was a yeller.
Yeah.
And normally he'd be yelling at his wife.
Right.
So all you hear is him, "Handle it, Enid." That's how you knew. That's how you knew Mel was in the office. And then when you get to the end of the hall, there's a T. To the right is the entrance and the receptionist.
Mhm.
And then next to her was a couple of desks for the sales department. So it was kind of like wide open for those guys.
Yeah.
And then you'd make a left, and then the first door was my roommate and art director.
Mhm.
And this particular day, she was getting her teeth done, so she wasn't home at her job. And then you go further down, and then you turn to the left, and then there's the stat camera, and then the back where the production actually did the actual silk screening. So I'm hearing, I'm doing my job, and I'm hearing Mel yell, which is not untypical, but this time he's screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm like, what the fuck's going on now? Wow, he's really pissed off at Enid, you know?
Right.
And so I cracked open the door. I peeked my head out, and there's a crowd of people right in front of his
Okay.
door. I was like, what the fuck is this going on? A crowd of people. This is the hallway. Get out there, right? But this crowd was a large handheld, camera,
Okay.
like a TV camera.
Oh,
I was like, oh,
expose.
shit.
Yeah.
So I closed the door, and literally I checked my hair,
Nice.
make sure my coif was good, because it's a TV. It's a TV camera.
Yeah.
And I open up the door and I kind of sneak past the crowd. And as I get past the crowd and I get to that T, I'm looking to the right where the entrance is, and there's a bunch of crazy shit going on. I got the receptionist who's frantic on the phone, and she doesn't know what the hell's going on. And there's people going through paperwork, and there's all kinds of like chaos, and there's cops there and shit like that, and plainclothes cops. And I was like, oh shit. So I decided to make a left, and I go past, and I go back to the production. And I'm talking to my buddy Sean, who's like head of production. And I say, hey, Sean, what's happening? And he says, oh, you remember so-and-so used to work here? And I go, yeah. And he goes, yeah, the guy Mel fired? I go, yeah, well, he blew the whistle on Mel. And I was like,
man.
oh, shit. So I says, well, this might be my last day of work. I might as well get some hours in before I clock out.
Right.
So I go past everything. I try to get past the chaos. And as I turn to go down the hall, I get a tap on my shoulder. And I turn around, and it's like everything's exaggerated when you're frantic and scared. And this dude, like 7 feet tall, plain clothed cop. And so he says to me, he says, you work here? I go, yeah. He says, what do you do? I says, I'm the house artist.
Oh man.
And he goes, do you know where they keep the films? I go, yeah. And he goes, show me. I said, okay.
Right.
I go into my art director's office, and she had these slats against the wall.
Okay.
Just thin slats, and in there were the acetates, Yeah. So I kneel down and I start pulling out Benetton and Esprit and all this other shit. And then I get a blast of light to my left. And I look, and there's Channel 2 news camera right on me. And you ever have like that nervous laughter? I'm like,
right.
I had that. And so I handed him this pile of shit and said, there you go. This is Disney, Benetton, Esprit, Banana Republic. I said, all right. And I got up and I left. And so I'm back there having a cigarette. I'm going back and forth with the patient and shit like that.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, we're all standing outside and talking about, well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay? And I was like 22 at the time,
Okay. Yeah.
23 maybe. And I was like, well, I'm too young to be caught up in something like that. I'm fucking on Channel 2 News, man.
Right.
I never saw the episode. I have no idea if it was even used or not, but for sure there was footage of me.
Yeah.
And I'm the one who got fingered in the public. So I was like, no, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. So I quit.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
And then I got a job at, back to the one ads. I got a job at Subway Sandwiches, Vegas Sandwiches.
Okay.
At night, so I was closing, in Elizabeth. It's not a good idea, then we'd have those like 2-for-1 deals, and there's like 5 guys with this one girl coming in, trying to impress her, and they're all like buying 2-for-1 deals and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I had to register, and I was alone, so I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this either.
Yeah.
So I got on the phone and I called the administrator at the Joe Cuber School, Mike Chen, and I said, hey, Mike, listen, man, I'm in a spot. Any editors I can call and see if I can get into the industry, because I'm basically making sandwiches. I'm running out of money, and I'm unhappy. I gotta find some work. So he gave me a bunch of editors' phone numbers, and I called one and went and made one appointment for a day. Then I called the next one, made this appointment the same day, and then I had 5 interviews that day.
Right.
And I grabbed my portfolio and I showed stuff, and I had Mike Carlin, I had Joey Cavalieri, I had Andy Helfer,
Okay.
I had Karen Berger,
Okay.
and Barbara Kiesel. Those were my interviews, and
Those are
everybody.
pretty
Huh?
good interviews to have. Those are pretty good
Yeah.
interviews to have. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody turned me down. The first one was was Mike Carlin,
Okay.
and I did a piece in my portfolio. I had a piece of Hercules, the original, not the Marvel comics.
Yeah.
Even though with the lion's head,
Sure.
swinging a club at a Hydra,
Oh, cool.
and he swung through, and his left hand has pinky out like this because that's what happens. I
Yeah.
played baseball, so I know when you swing a bat, your grip kind of like loosens at the end because you got a lot of this momentum and torque and all this. So you're trying to manage it without snapping your wrist, right?
Right.
So I did it logically, and he says, no, 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 we don't do that in comic books. You got to make a grip thing. I'm like a grip. It's got to be tough. It's got to be strong.
Right. Yeah.
I was like, right.
Has to not make sense.
Yeah, exactly. It makes comic book sense. And here I am thinking like I'm Norman Rockwell, like an illustrator, and trying to use my little autistic brain, to try to figure out how to do the mechanics of a swing correctly.
Yeah.
So I put a lot of work into that, and he shot it down. I was like, okay, well, this is different. And then, every editor looks for one thing. If you're hiding feet, or the perception that you're hiding feet.
Right.
Because a lot of it's just bad design or bad composition, and you're not paying attention to it, and you run out of space for a foot.
Right. Sure. Sure.
And I took pride on having good anatomy. I always had, in my mind, good anatomy.
Yeah.
And so he's like, you're hiding feet. You can't hide feet. And I said, well, I can draw a foot. I know how to draw a foot. And he looked at me and goes, yeah, sure.
Wow.
I was like, whoa. So I can't swing and I can't draw feet. And so he turned me down. The next interview was Andy Helfer. And I knocked on his door, and he was doing something. His whole room was chaotic. All editors' rooms were chaotic.
Sure.
And he turned around and says, "Hi, Andy. I'm here for my interview." And he's like, his back up against the wall like this,
Yeah.
because he forgot about it.
Oh man.
So I says, "You're busy. I guess I'll talk to you later."
Right.
And then I went to Joey Cavallari, and Joey's like, looking at my side going, And I says, "Yeah, I had an interview with Mike Conley." He goes, "Oh, what did Mike say?"
Oh, whoops.
I said, "Well, he said I can't draw feet." And then he goes, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have nothing for you right now, but good luck.
Yeah.
And then I went to Karen Berger, and she was doing Vertigo back then. And Vertigo was that high end comic book, a lot of like illustrated stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the story about Hal Foster is that he was a failed illustrator. That's how he started doing comic strips.
Right.
So nothing made me feel like a failed illustrator than talking to Karen Berger, who's handling people like Neil Gaiman and all these like high end, hoity-toity, really like intelligent thinking artists and writers. And she basically looked at my shit like it was an insult. So I was like,
man.
"Well, thank you for your time." And then I went to see Barb Kiesel. She was my last one, and she was on her way out.
Okay.
She had to catch a flight. These people are terribly busy. So even if you have an appointment with them, doesn't guarantee that you're going to have an appointment with them.
Yeah, for sure.
And she says, "Oh, I completely forgot." So I says, "Yeah, I know Andy's like the same way." And so she says, "Well, listen, come back in 2 weeks because I have to fly out. I got to get to Milwaukee, Wisconsin."
Okay.
And when I get back, I'd be more than happy to take a look at your portfolio. I apologize for wasting your time, but come back.
Yeah.
And so I did, and I was at the end of my rope. I didn't have money for rent.
Right.
I didn't have enough food in the house, and so I called my family. My father and my uncle pulled their money together, came up with 1 month's rent. And my sister and my mother came with a care package of groceries.
Okay.
So they floated me.
Yeah.
That's when family really comes together for you.
Yeah.
And so I started working on a couple of pieces, for my portfolio, because I was going to have an interview with Barbara Kiesel. And it turns out that she was going to Gen Con,
Oh, okay.
Lake Geneva.
Gotcha.
And that's where they had the fantasy stuff.
Right.
And I had no idea what she was doing, what kind of book she had. But it turns out that she was handling the TSR books, which is a very historic way to break into the industry if you're a Kubert student.
Sure.
Because Jan Dersima, she went there to the school and got Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
Ron Randall, a QB, he was doing Dragonlance.
Gotcha.
And from what I understand, back in the day, guys like Truman and Bissett, those guys were getting, I think maybe even Veach as well.
Yeah.
Those guys were getting TSR work.
Okay.
So it was kind of like, that's what you do coming out, you know, that's your entry level job.
Right.
Doing this stuff. And she liked my stuff. She really liked, I had when I was a student between first and second year, I was actually Jose Delbo's assistant artist.
Okay.
He's known for doing Wonder Woman in the 80s.
Right.
And I remember him as doing Billy the Kid for Charlton Comics.
Nice.
So through him, I learned how to draw horses and how to draw a Colt 45 and stuff like that. I was a kid on Westerns, you know, it's 70s, you know, we didn't have, you know, Cartoon Network. You know, we had Saturday morning cartoons, and then Sunday you would get, you know, serial stuff from the 50s, you know, and 60s. So you see Johnny Weissmuller, you know, you'd see Prince Valiant and Zorro and that kind of stuff. So so that's what I was into. I was into Westerns, and that's how I got into Jose's work. And it turns out that he taught me, so I was really thrilled about that.
That's awesome.
So she gave me a job, and she says, okay, listen, I'm doing this book called Forgotten Realms. And I says, here are the descriptions of the characters.
Okay.
And I need you to do Dwalamar Omen and Foxalon Cardlock and Martin High Silvar. The only one that was already done was Prime Agravar, because Jan Dersima did it first in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and Minder. Those were the characters. And so I said, all right. I said, well, when do you need it? And she went, which is a trap.
Yeah.
You know,
because she wants to see how you're going to work. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they think you got plenty, you know, if she thinks you got plenty, if you think you got plenty of time, and you come back like 2 weeks later, you don't got the job.
Right.
So I went home, and Elizabeth, New Jersey was just like a train ride away.
Yeah.
So, or a bus ride away. And so as soon as I got home, I got to work. I had all 5 of them done the next day. I called her up and says, I'm ready. I got my stuff. Would you like to see it? She said, sure, come on down. I came down. And she says, this is actually better than I thought it would be. I said, oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And she says, okay, well, here's the first script. I said, okay, great. Thank you. This is awesome. And I says, well, when do you need it? And she went,
oh man.
So knowing in art school, I knew that the going pace is 5 pages a week. Okay. 1 page a day. Right. Monday through Friday, weekends off if you work it out that way.
Sure.
Which is not as easy as it sounds. It sounds like, oh, everybody works 8 hours a day. Sure. But, you know, when you're putting in 10, 12, 14 hours a day,
right.
You know, because not every page is the same. Some are more complicated than others. Some require an awful lot of research.
Yeah.
So I did all this. Back then I was doing a pace of 8 pages a week.
Okay.
And so I did like a week's worth. I did 8 pages. I came and I showed it to her. She goes, wow, 8 pages. I says, yeah, man, you know, it's just, I want to get in.
Right.
And she goes, oh, this looks good. She you know, asked for this. She did a little editing, you know, do this change or that change, and wanted to see if I was going to be a prima donna about it. I said, hey, no problem.
Yeah.
You know. And so she goes, great. I says, so she gave me a continuity contract after that. And the continuity contract is just, I think it's a run of like 12 issues or something like that.
Okay.
And so I got that, and got a rookie rate, you know, and back then my rookie rate was $65 a page.
Okay.
And then after I handed in my first batch, they bumped you up according to what they feel that your potential is based on what other people are making. And I got bumped up $20. So
Hey,
I was making decent money for, enough to pay the rent, enough to get the groceries, and
right.
I did okay. And I remember one scene where Prime Agavar gets to hand a Vaprak on the beach, and the hand of Vaprak kind of like explodes on him.
Yeah.
He like goes head over tea kettle, and I did a scene where his feet
Beat again.
his feet were coming toward the reader, and I made
Oh.
the toes splay,
Nice.
and I made it like he got really zapped. Because
Yeah.
I said, "All right, Mike Carlin, here you go. Here's your foot."
Here's your feet. Yeah.
Yes, you
That's awesome.
flash forward after Identity Crisis, and I'm doing
Right.
the Justice League of America, the tie-ins, Crisis of Conscience.
Sure.
And there's this one scene where Batman's punching Hawkman in the face,
Right. Right.
and Hawkman's getting hit, and he's holding his you know where I'm going, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's holding the mace, and sure enough, little pinky.
Pinky out. Yeah. Awesome. That's awesome.
I hold a grudge for 15 years.
Hey, you might as well,
Because he was my editor on Identity Crisis.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so we worked together.
Right.
So,
Right.
so after all this said and done, I finally got my little dig in.
Yeah, you put in the pinky. That's awesome. And he didn't tell you to take it out, so.
And didn't no, he wouldn't dare then.
Yeah, right.
I was as people call
the guy,
flavor, the flavor of the week. So
yeah.
so that was my introduction, the whole long and short of it of how I got into the industry.
Awesome. So Forgotten Realms, for people who haven't seen that comic, has really intricate, there you go, that's the word I'm looking for, like backgrounds and worlds. And you were doing 8 pages a week on that comic? Like, that is
Well,
impressive.
for the first 4 issues,
yeah.
because I was basically working hard enough so that I impressed.
Mhm.
And then once I finally got the continuity contract and everything was settled and everything, so after that I said, okay, well, listen, this is good, but it's hack work.
Yeah.
And I'm doing the kind, and I knew what I was doing the kind of thing that wasn't going to get a lot of eyes on it.
Gotcha.
It was busy work. It was basically, obligatory work with another company, kind of a thing. It's kind of like when Marvel worked with ESPN and they were doing these covers for college football.
Yeah.
Where they would take a classic comic book cover but they change the characters into like the mascots.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid shit like that.
Sure.
So I knew what it was, and I knew what it was really all about. It was basically a place to marinate and try out ideas and everything like that. And every once in a while, I do something like really illustrative and better to my capability at the time, which wasn't really good at the time.
Yeah.
It was entry level work.
Right.
So entry level of work.
Yeah.
So I would punch up certain things, but then I'd like piss on the background kind of a thing, because it was going to be way too much work to do a crowd of people in an inn fighting over a hand of background kind of a thing.
Right.
So you can see where I kind of like, tuned in and tuned out.
Yeah.
And it was just basically because I was trying to get as much work in as possible, I was just trying to continue to impress. So yeah, for the first 4 issues, I did 8 pages a week. And then after that, I slowed down to 5 pages a week. Yeah. And my run on Forgotten Realms was 19 issues. So I remember coming in one day, again, that was back when I would come in and into the office a lot. Nowadays, you just keep a phone call.
Yeah.
Or nowadays, just an email.
Yeah.
Then the phone call, and then it's going in.
Right.
But because I lived in Elizabeth and it was like a half-hour bus ride, I'd walk in my stuff a lot. And I walked in with pages and I passed Bob Greenberg in the hall, and he goes, "Hey, good stuff. I hear you slowing down though. 5 pages, huh?" Awesome. Well, I'm just trying to do better work now, because I'm now trying to balance productive work and building my brand, as the kids say.
For sure. Yeah.
That's
So from the TSR comics, did you move to DC after that, or was there some space in between? Like, how did that go?
The thing is that when you do kind of like a TSR kind of thing, that's all they see you as.
Right.
And you would think that an editor knows how to judge ability better. But most editors are high on the writing end, and in fact, I think all of them have a screenplay somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
But they're not very well versed artistically.
Mm-hmm.
It's not their thing. They don't know the value of a colorist, for instance. They don't know the value of an inker.
Mm-hmm.
They're interested in people on the art end just basically hitting their deadlines and making the thing run.
Right.
Because you don't want to go in on Wednesday and the Wednesday meeting and have your book be hot. Hot doesn't mean it's good on a Wednesday.
Right. It means it's
Hot means it's on fire and you need extinguishers because
Yeah.
it's not going to make the deadline.
right.
And that's when you get people, that's when you reach into, back then they would have like 2 or 3 fill-in issues,
Gotcha.
to help meet a deadline. Another trick that they would do is that they'd hire 2 inkers
Mm.
so that so that it looks like the pencilers is like really working, and the inker's the one who's slowing it down. That's the penciler, because the penciler is doing so much intricate work that the inker all of a sudden is slowed down to the
Right.
point where he can't get it done quickly. So they start handing off any ancillary pages after that to the next guy.
Yeah.
And that's what happens there. So when I was doing that, the only editor I ever knew in my entire career who really knew a lot and had a strong opinion about art and was right
Yeah.
was Dan Raspler.
Okay.
And he's the one who ultimately hired me for Our Man.
Okay.
And I couldn't talk him out of his ideas because he was right. He had a strong opinion, and even though it could have enough flexibility to go this way, he goes, no, we're going here, and this is why, and that's. I was like, yeah, well, it's a little more work, but okay, I get it. You're right. That is the better option.
Right.
And so he's the only one. So I mean, I have a tendency to shit on editors this way.
Yeah.
But it's the truth. They really don't know enough about art, and it's a shame. And when you do run into one that knows about art, it's like, whoa, it's like night and day. And I was like, holy shit, he really knows his stuff.
Right.
So certain things you can get away with here, but with him, I couldn't get away with anything. And so it worked out that way. And so knowing that you did TSR stuff, I remember Brian Augustine saying to me, rest in peace, Brian.
Yeah.
And he was editing Flash.
Right.
And actually, he's working with Mark Waid back then.
Yeah.
And Scott Collins.
Yep.
And so he was editing Flash, and after Forgotten Realms was done, I thought I was going to have all kinds of people saying, hey, I'd like to work with you. Nobody wanted to work with me.
Yeah.
So I had to resubmit my work, and like an idiot, like an autistic idiot, I would hand off with a comic book, and they couldn't have comic books. It's enough. They have a whole library full of shit.
Right.
Because I handed it to them with the comic, and they're like, "Oh, look, a comic book."
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And so I had to basically start all over again.
Mhm.
And luckily for me, there was a job that was available that had nobody attached to it yet.
Yeah.
Eventually. And Brian Augustine was like, yeah, you do sword and sorcery, but can you draw a car? And I looked at him, I was like, yeah, I could draw a car. It's a box with cylinders for the wheels, that's how you draw a car. I was being facetious about it, really, but I was basically breaking it down to the point where I was like, yeah, dude, it's all about fucking shapes, putting them together. It's not that hard. I can do a car. It's not like I don't live around cars,
Right.
I've only seen castles and wizards, So it was like that.
Yeah.
And so I said, yeah, I could do it. And so I got this job eventually. It was the Black Condor book.
Right.
And that's when they were doing a revamp of the 1940s characters, like Lou Fine, the Ray, and Lou Fine's Black Condor, and Gaiman was doing Sandman. James Robinson was doing Starman.
Right.
And so it was a reinvention of all these old things. So that was my assignment, was to reinvent an old character, to which I got a co-creator contract.
Right. That's awesome.
And lo and behold, my writer was Brian Augustine.
Yeah.
So I had something to prove to him. So every time I got to draw a car, I made sure it was a good car. So he understood that I could draw a car, and I could draw feet, and I could draw hands with the swing and all this other shit.
Yeah.
So I did that. The only thing that and Jim Owsley was my editor.
Yeah.
later to be known as Christopher Priest for whatever reason.
Yeah.
He was interesting because he used to drive a bus for Port Authority.
Oh,
So
wow.
he was editor
Okay, so
and
he saw a lot of stuff.
yeah, he was editor and Ralph Cramden.
Nice.
And so I think that was his commute to work was driving a bus in. And so it was he didn't like the fact that I had Black Condor's arms so long.
Really? He's a bird.
And I says, and I'm like, I like weird characters. You know,
Yeah.
if I had a crack at the Creeper, I would jump at it.
Oh, yeah.
I just like odd, weird characters.
Yeah.
I was really not, and because if I'm gonna do like this non-illustrative thing, I want to have fun with it. You know?
Right.
I want to play with the anatomy. I want to make ears too big. You know, and
Right.
shit like that. That kind of thing, impressed me. So here was an opportunity to do something, and it was my version of it. So I says, yeah, I want him to have weird gangly arms. You know,
Right.
he's a Frankenstein's monster. This guy was, you know, he was given radiation treatment in utero, so he's gonna grow weird. You know,
Right.
bones
Sure.
might be like strange. You know, that
Yeah.
kind of. And so, so I was thinking again, autistically and logically, and what would probably work, and because it was a condor, why not have weird, you know? So
Yeah.
I
And
made
it
him a
was
little.
such a cool visual, honestly. Like,
I thought it worked,
yeah.
and Owsley, he didn't like it,
Mm.
and he didn't like the way I would have him land with his hair like a little, like you know,
He didn't like the stuff that I liked. So
a syndrome. I'm sorry, syndrome from The Incredibles with his hair.
sure. Yeah.
Because that's why he'd land and his hair would go up like that. And he
Yeah.
says, I don't do that. I says, why not? It looks cool.
Right.
It's motion.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And so so there's little things. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, writers not knowing about art, is that they're not into the kinetics, or they're not into the physics,
Yeah.
you know, that we have to figure out as we
Right.
draw this stuff.
Right.
So if they see something that looks kind of wonky, in their opinion, it's an aesthetic, has really nothing to do with, that's what naturally would happen.
Yeah.
You know, it would naturally that, yes, if you're going to be in utero getting radiation treatment, chances are your bones might come out fucked up.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that kind of a thing. So that was my sparring partner. There was me and Owsley. But yeah, I was working with Brian Augustine. And that was another weird time, because at the same time they were revamping these things, they were doing the Charlton characters.
Oh, sure. Blue Beetle and Captain Adam and those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the
Extreme
Comet.
Justice, right?
The Comet was in there. They had the Jaguar.
Oh yeah, the Impact comics.
Yes.
Yeah, Owsley did those, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I remember collecting those when I was a kid. So,
and what happened with that was that Brian Augustine was my writer for both books, for Black Condor and for the Crusaders, the Mighty Crusaders. And Owsley loved my work. I mean, he's one that actually saw the potential beyond the stuff. I mean, he didn't like my ideas so much, but he saw the potential there, and he thought I was pretty good. So he's one of the few cheerleaders I actually had back then, even though he didn't like a couple of things I did.
Right.
And so Augustine was writing both books at the same time, editing The Flash, at the same time, new father. He and his wife just had a baby girl.
Wow.
So here I am working on Black Condor, and nothing's going on because I'm not getting any scripts.
Right.
And so to keep me busy, Owsley gave me the Mighty Crusaders. Jim.
Yeah.
Same writer, same scenario, same problem. So I got 2 books with no scripts coming in. So finally, Brian would get a script and they'd hand it to me and they'd say, when can you get it done? Like, I could get it done tomorrow. I said, dude, it's like 20 pages. Are you kidding me? I'll get it done as quickly as I can.
Yeah.
So that was the kind of, I mean, I remember one time I was working on the Crusaders. I did 3 pages in one day. It took me 36 hours.
Wow.
Of straight drawing. And then I crashed for like 15 hours. I slept for 15 hours.
Man.
So I stayed up for like 3 days, Jeez. Doing that shit. And it was like that. It was like really, it was hell.
Wow.
And so yeah, that's how I got into those two particular books, and then eventually I went to Valiant Comics after that.
Right. So is that you hit on so many things that I want to talk about real quick, but is that kind of why Brian, because I was a big fan of the comics that he wrote.
Yeah.
But is that kind of why he moved into editing? Because I noticed he kind of stopped writing and pretty much just became an editor
He probably,
eventually.
yeah. And
Yeah.
then he came back, he was working with I can't. He was a really, really fucking brilliant colorist.
Okay.
And I can't remember his first name, but his last name was Delgado.
Okay. Okay.
And really good. Really, I mean, it just blew my mind how
Yeah.
good it was. Problem was, he was like one of these. He was like Mike Bair.
Mm.
He was one of these people that was so good, but he got pigeonholed into one particular job.
Right.
And because editing and publication is just like, okay, let's keep the machine going, keep the machine going, keep the machine going. People keep their heads down. They don't bother to look up and realize who's really good
Yeah.
and who's just in a Eduardo
Right.
Delgado.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so who's like really good and shouldn't be doing just what they're doing. They should be doing other things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mike Bair was a really good artist, which is why his inking was really good. So if
Right.
you're a good penciler or a good artist, chances are you'll be a pretty good inker. And if you're
Sure.
a good inker, chances are you have an idea of color theory and all this other shit.
Right.
So so here I am working with and Brian went on to work on a book. It was something to do with, it was like a bunch of kids and science fiction-y kind of thing.
Okay.
I forgot what it was called. But yeah, that's why because he was writing, he was a father, he just couldn't handle all of it.
Makes
So
sense.
that's
Yeah.
when he decided, he says, listen, he can't write because when you're a new father, you got to spend time with your baby.
Right. Sure. Of course.
And your wife depends on you
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
So the one thing he can do is that he couldn't go home and write. He had to go home and take care of the baby. So that's what happened. He was a new father.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And when you talked about people being pigeonholed into certain genres, the
Right.
first name that popped into my mind was Jim Starlin. Like, he's the space guy.
Yeah.
I can't even think of other stuff that he does. Like, he's the space guy. So
Yeah.
I'm
But
sure he can
the
draw
funny
other
thing
things,
is-
but
And when he became a writer, he stayed in that vein.
yeah.
So he's good at that.
Yeah.
He's good at that. The thing is about space is that's the closest thing you get to a creator,
Sure.
or God.
Yeah.
So, and he's always got some sort of religious tangent to what's going on.
Right. Did he do Camelot?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I feel like he might have done Camelot 3000, but maybe not.
That's the one with Brian Boland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. I really don't recall. I always thought I was just a British thing.
Oh, maybe.
It's a British title. It's a British artist. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
they?
Well, didn't DC have like a Camelot 3000 comic?
I don't know. Again,
I'm old.
It's all about keeping your head down and not even paying attention. I
Yeah.
get bundles.
Yeah.
Listen, I read comic books.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for tuning in to the first part of my 2-part interview with Rags Morales. The episodes are being uploaded on the same day, so go right on ahead and click on part 2 and hear the rest of this really, really cool conversation. So, you were talking about how you moved over to Valiant. Turok.
Yeah.
Man. Did you know that was going to happen? I mean, first of all, like, your art in that was so good, like the arrows and, and for people who don't know, like, it became a video game, like it blew up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that was Tony Bedard did the video game. He wrote the video game.
yeah.
And they used one of the characters that I co-created, the campaigner.
Awesome.
The guy that was on this the campaigner came from the Unity series.
Okay, sure.
That whole crossover where
Yeah,
it was
I remember with
like Mother God and all that.
Solar and all that, right? And like,
Right, Solar, Mother God and all that.
yeah.
And that's when I did Turok Zero,
Okay.
and they did the Birthquake stuff.
Sure.
So it was during the Birthquake stuff that I introduced a character along. I think it was Tim Truman who wrote it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was Tim Truman, but the campaigner, and the campaigner was this big beefy kind of like Conan-esque kind of character,
Okay.
with a skull for a mask, a human skull.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The idea from I have a collection of National Geographic,
Oh, cool.
and I flipped through it looking for ideas for the campaigner, and there was this tribe in Africa that had these skulls. I was like, oh, that's pretty crazy. I love that.
Right.
And so I put the skull on him, and then I put like the leather tarp on his head, so it was like so I'm thinking like an autistic person. I was like, okay, if that's bone on your face, it's not going to be very comfortable. So
Right. You don't want to rub it. Yeah.
a leather cowl so you can put it on top of that, and then you put the thing around the head, and then he had this cape of animal skin, and he's being pulled on a chariot of like old, like it was like because back then it was like Forgotten World was like Forgotten Land was like Land of the Lost thing was where they had like a hodgepodge of everything. So it's not just archaic stuff with just bows and arrows, but you also had the Mother God bow that Turok had, or you had these citadels that were like science fiction that were made of metal and had all this shit. So he had this chariot that was like a broken down piece of something that was metal and shiny and with wheels on it, and it was being pulled by saber-toothed tigers, which I thought was cool as shit.
That's really cool. Yeah.
So I enjoyed that guy, and it turned out he was in there. I never saw it in the video game, but I was told it was in there, so it was kind of cool. I was like, yeah, there you are. I'm in another medium kind of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, when I was getting done at DC Comics, I went down to I was kind of frustrated at the time because here I had 2 titles and nothing was really getting done, and I was getting kind of shit for it,
Right.
And I was, there are things that are out of my control. So they did understand, but then they did rely on me, so I kind of got shit for it.
Yeah.
And I never did understand that, and I was frustrated. And then I don't want to name names, but one editor told me that I was on a list for another company called Valiant,
Okay.
of artists they wanted to work with.
Yeah.
And that editor said to me, says, on a down low, look, check these guys out. Maybe that might be a better option for you if you're
Right.
upset. I was like, okay, okay, that's good, nice to know. I kind of kept the phone number in my pocket, kind of a thing. And I continued on, and the dam broke for me when I did all this work that I expected a decent paycheck,
Sure.
and it was in December.
Okay.
So Christmas was coming up,
Yeah.
and at the time I had children.
Yeah.
I was beginning my family, and so I was like, okay, well, I get this in, and then I have money for Christmas,
Right.
and so I handed it. I mean, we're talking at a time I'm handling 2 books at the same time, so it was like getting work and then getting it in, and then getting it in, and then getting, so it was just like, so I expected a nice check, and the check was for $7. And at this time, I had already got in touch with Valiant,
Yeah.
and they invited me to go to a Christmas party.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, well, I'll go to the Christmas party, but first let me hand in these pages, and I'll see what these guys are all about. It's kind of like Scout, trying to see what's going on.
Right.
And I got this check for $7. I says, why is this $7? It's like I did like $2,000 worth of work. Where's $7? And it says, well, you're under contract. I says, yeah, I'm under contract. And it says, you get medical? I go, yeah, I get medical. And this is it. Well, they haven't been taking out medical for you, and it's December, so we get into the end of the fiscal year. So they took all the medical that you owed.
Wow.
And I was upset.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so I went to the Valiant party, and I was like pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
And I had with me a double page spread of the Valiant universe.
Nice.
Okay. And they made you remember that in the 90s, they had like these collector's cards.
Sure. Yeah.
Everything was collectors. They collected Norman Rockwell and Frank Frazetta, and they collected Bill Stout.
Right. Right.
and like all these like comic book creators, and so that was the thing.
Mhm.
And it turns out that Steve Masarski, who was the CEO of Valiant, was also in the collectors of cards
Okay.
too. He was an entertainment lawyer, signed Aerosmith to their Geffen deal,
Nice.
and worked with the Violent Femmes.
Awesome. Hey.
So I think he discovered Cyndi Lauper in Manhattan.
Oh, hell yeah.
He's
Okay.
the first one to give her big break.
Awesome.
So he was in the in entertainment industry,
Right.
and so I actually met the guitarist for the Violent Femmes. He was at the party.
Nice. Nice.
But anyway, I did this double page spread of the universe, and it was the one with the Magnus was in the front,
Gotcha.
and it kind of like tapered out that way and further away, and you would see Turok, and then you would see Solar, and you would see the Harbinger guys, and,
Yeah.
you know, Exo Manowar was in there and all that.
Right,
So
right.
I was just basically doing it because I wanted to. I had free time because I wasn't getting any scripts, so I started. So well, let me see what these guys were all about, see which characters I feel like I have an affinity for.
Sure.
And that was basically all I was doing it for, and it was half done.
Yeah.
You know, it was all penciled out, and I was starting to ink it, and so I brought it with me. I says, well, yeah, let me talk to these guys, and I showed it to Bob, and I told him my story of my $7 check,
Yeah.
and he looked at it and he goes, oh, this is really nice. This is, oh man, I want to buy it. I said, really? I'll give you $400 cash. I said, yeah, give it to me.
There you go, dude.
He saved Christmas for me that year.
Hell yeah.
He knew what he was doing. He was bringing me in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah.
And so that's how I got broke into Valiant. And then, when I was done with Black Condor,
Yeah.
if you go back, the last issue of Black Condor had Batman as a guest appearance,
Sure.
which was perfect for me because that's when I started to show them that I can do more than just sword and sorcery
Yeah.
or just guys with weird arms.
Right.
I could do Batman, their flagship character, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did the Batman, and I really worked hard on his Batman. I tried to make him as cool as I possibly could. And people started taking notice
Yeah.
just as I was leaving.
Nice.
And in that last issue, you could see there's a scene where I think Bruce Wayne is dressed up like a bum.
Yeah. Right. I remember.
And I did my own edit that actually made more sense because Brian had written a scene where he had been arrested at this bum,
Okay.
but Bruce Wayne in disguise.
Yeah.
And so, he says he hears that something's going to go on. I forgot the whole story, but anyway, basically tell him, take these cuffs off me.
Right.
And I said, why would he do that? He's Batman.
Yeah. Just take the cuffs off.
He could do it himself. He's
Yeah.
a
Yeah. Yeah.
escape artist, for Christ's sake.
Right. Yeah.
So
I'd be like Houdini being like, get me out of this box.
I did, yeah, exactly. So exactly. So I did the scene, but I took all that out, and I just had cuffs just hanging there, and he was gone.
Yeah.
And I loved it because he said, "That's Batman. That's really Batman."
Right.
I'm pretty sure I probably pissed off Brian, but so anyway, so in that scene, there's one particular panel of me warming my hands up, like that song by Genesis, That's All.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They had the gloves. That's back in the 80s when the gloves with the cut off fingers was
Sure.
style.
Yeah.
Well, there's me with my cut off fingers warming my hand on a barrel.
Oh.
Okay, of a lit fire.
I'm gonna have to look for that.
Behind me is a biohazard sign from like Solar.
Yeah. 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 Oh,
So that was me saying, I'm leaving. I'm gone. I'm going to Valiant.
awesome. That is
So
awesome.
I did that, and that kind of ticked off DC.
I'm sure.
Because they asked me if I was ever coming back. Because these guys give me regular work, and I told them, listen, you gave me a job, you gave me 2 jobs that were not coming in on time. You kept relying on me to carry both of them. I can't do that. It's physically impossible. I was losing sleep.
Yeah.
I can't do 36 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know, to get 3 pages of Calathar and in the Mighty Crusaders. You know.
Right. Right.
So so I had to tell him, I said, no, no.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like a stain on my reputation, because when I did try to come back to DC, they really put me through it.
Right. Right.
After Valiant had crashed, and along with everything else in the
Yeah.
industry.
Yeah. 90s kind of
Superman.
imploded. Yeah.
But that's how I broke in, you know, and you know, they were saying, and Bob liked my stuff. He really liked my Turok.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I think we should give you Orok. I says, are you sure? Because, you know, I could do Exo-Man or this and he goes,
Right.
no, I think you should go there. I said, all right, give me Orok. I had no idea who fucking Turok was. Come
Right.
to
Right.
find out later, that was Jimi Hendrix's favorite comic book as a kid.
Oh, nice. That's
But
awesome.
yeah. But I'm glad they gave me Turok, because he
Yeah.
really is near and dear to me. It's probably my favorite character to draw.
Nice.
Every commission you give me a Turok, it makes me smile.
That's
I have
awesome.
one friend of mine who used to write for Hero Illustrated, which was like the
Sure.
magazine that was fighting it out with Wizard, you know, for the
Yeah.
industry.
Yeah.
And his name is John Bourne, and
Okay.
he and I are friends to this day.
Yeah.
And he and his wife, when they got married, I did the design for the wedding announcements.
Oh, nice.
And he has been one of my favorite people in all the world.
Yeah.
And whenever I do a commission of Turok, chances are it's him. He will-
Awesome. That's
yeah.
awesome.
That's how he knows me as. And then, you know, I'm kind of glad. If I ever did another book, if there's one book I would jump at, there's 3 franchises I would jump at. I'm never going to get any of them, because
Right.
nobody wants to hire this old artist anymore.
Yeah.
But it would be Captain Marvel,
Mm.
Shazam, Captain Marvel,
Okay.
Spider-Man,
Right.
because I really think I think I do secondary cast, the secondary characters, you know.
Yeah.
The supporting cast, I think I do well, and a great array of villains,
Yeah. For sure.
and Turok. That's
Nice.
it. Other than that, don't give me Batman. I don't want Justice League. I don't want the X-Men. Don't give me any of that shit. 'Cause
Right.
that trust me, I'm not into that. That's just not my bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, growing up, I was a big fan of Roy Thomas and the
Right.
All-Star Squadron. So
Mhm.
when they did that revival, I was pretty excited about it.
Yeah.
It seems like they really got behind the Ray and Starman.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then and obviously the Vertigo Neil Gaiman and that, but that wasn't really part of it, you know. But and it
Right.
seems like, you know, Our Man and Black Condor and it kind of fell to the background, and I didn't understand that, because honestly, I loved both of those books equally.
Mhm.
And when they ended prematurely, in my opinion, I was pretty disappointed. You
Right.
know, I mean, I know Black Condor went on to do Primal Force, which I also loved that comic too.
Yeah.
But I think there was a lot of potential. Like, I don't understand, you know, Damage. I don't understand why they didn't. It seemed like there was a plan in place, and then they didn't follow through with the plan. Like, that's
I don't remember the chronology of that, but
Yeah.
chances are, yeah, if they focus things on like that, is that they have plans in the future
Yeah.
to try to get the audience that would follow that more
Yeah.
attention to particular
Yeah.
characters. So if they're doing Starman and the Ray and that kind of thing, well,
Right.
they were going to branch off and do their own books, which is what happened.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you eventually did get back to DC, and you got to draw Identity Crisis, which is
Yeah.
one of the best graphic novels. At the same time, it's super polarizing. Like
Yeah.
I was legitimately heartbroken. I loved the Keith Giffen Justice League.
Yeah.
So the things that happen
Yeah.
in that series to Sue and
Yeah.
Jean, and you know, it was pretty tough. So what are your thoughts on that, first of all, and then, you know, just kind of go into how the reaction was to that whole thing? I mean, it blew up pretty big, but
Right. Well, it fucked with you,
yeah.
you know, and it fucked with your childhood.
Yeah.
And that was the point, I think, because when I got that job, and this is at the end of my run at Hawkman,
Yeah.
and and that's, when I got back in DC, rewind a little bit. When I got
Sure.
back in DC, it was at the time of the end of the comic book boom.
Right.
It had
Right.
bust, right? And all these people that were selling 50,000 copies of their basement book were gone.
Right.
All these comic book shops that had been sprouting out of everywhere were starting to dwindle. All these extra titles that all the main publishers were producing were now being thinned out.
Yep.
Yep.
And
everything was cutting back. And after Valiant had gone to oh shit, what's the name of that comic? That video game company? They did Acclaim,
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat, right?
Yep.
By the end of there, it was kind of like a rudderless ship. We had the first they started. They had something called Nabro, and Nabro was like the production part of the books.
Gotcha.
And first Nabro started losing people, right? And then associate editors or assistant editors. Associate editors, as an editor, has his own titles but helps another person with their titles as well.
Gotcha.
So assistant editors, which his only job is to assist.
Yeah.
They started being let go. And I remember having these meetings at Valiant. We'd come in and we'd have these powwows, and Bob Layton and Fred Pierce and Steve Masarski, they were trying desperately to calm us down because everything's starting to break all the way around us. This company, and he goes, and they do this pitch about, yeah, man, all these guys at Image, they're doing all this stuff and everything, but they're overbooking their books, and they've got warehouses of flats and just all kinds of like piled up to the ceiling of books and everything like that, and they can't sell them and all this stuff, but not us. Excuse me.
Oh, you're good.
Not us. We're not going down like those guys are just crashing down like buildings, but we're falling like a feather, falling like a feather, falling like a feather. That's what they would tell us.
Oh, geez.
And so it's just like, and then they were trying to get us to invest,
Oh.
In the company, because they're like, hey man, you can get a share in your own book if you want to do it that way. I'm like, I don't know anything about the stock market. I don't know.
Right.
What was wrong, get paid for it, so I was like, not interested. But then eventually, this, Barry Windsor Smith, excuse me. Barry Windsor Smith, he kind of like went off earlier on, but then, eventually, this guy left and that guy left. And then eventually, Bob Layton sold his share and he walked away with a big fat check. And then eventually Masarski left, and then Fabian Cieza was left in charge of things. And next thing I'm doing covers for Classic Illustrated, and I'm doing Slider comic books, and the TV show. And so it was just like, it was a weird time. So I was just basically waiting for my contract to end because I had exclusive deals. And I remember getting into an elevator with Paul Galassi, and which is like, he looks at me and goes, where do we go now? I says, oh, no. I used to grow up reading your books. You tell me where we go. You're supposed to know.
Right.
But he was at a loss for words. That was back when we were like going back and forth between Paul Galassi and me doing Turok, that kind of thing.
Sure.
So there'd be a book. They were trying to constantly feed a dying market. So they put out a book instead of every month, every other week.
Right. The bi-weekly.
So Paul Galassi and I would be working in tandem, and I'd be working on a book, which was on a monthly schedule, and he'd be working on his book on a monthly schedule, but it would come out bi-weekly.
Right.
Of the same character, just different stories. And he did some really good stuff too. But it just wasn't working out. They were trying desperately to try to keep it going, and it was a bubble that had burst, and not do it yet. Except for the people that made, from what I hear, a couple $1 million by selling their share, and then trying to sell it off to us. You're
gonna sell it to somebody.
Yeah, exactly. So after that, I was like unemployed for like a year and a half.
Oh wow.
And I had bought a house that was giving. I had a deal with the company at the time when things were going really well. That they would give me the down payment for the house against my royalties, to which never happened because but everything quickly fell apart after that. So I got it just in time. But unfortunately, I lost the house in the process too, because I was unemployed and the industry was not recovering well from everything that they invested into this big boom.
Right.
And so it was hard to find work. And I eventually was teaching anatomical illustration at a local boutique.
Wow.
But that was like one day a week, $8 an hour for, it's like making $16 a week. That's nothing.
Jeez, yeah.
And so I made some phone calls and I called my old friends at TSR, and they were doing Dungeon Magazine and Dragon Magazine. Yeah. And I would do some illustrations on the inside for that.
Right.
And so, but it was bit work here and there, and then some people who did well, like Billy Tucci, I reached out to some of those guys, but nothing. But the only person I talked to, and he was an editor at Valiant, and I kept in contact. Turns out to be one of my very, very, very dearest best friends in the industry, was Tony Bedard.
Okay.
And he had rebounded with DC.
Gotcha.
So I kept in touch with him, but he was just like an associate editor.
Yeah. Okay.
And he was working with Dan Raspler.
Okay.
And so I says, "Hey man, do you have anything? Please, I'm dying over here. I'm losing my house and everything." And
Right.
And he said, so he got me an audition for Our Man.
Okay.
And Our Man was the DC 1 million that Grant Morrison had been writing.
Right.
And this particular Our Man was in a shroud. Had this kind of like robe, like slip-on robe with a hood on it, and this little frills at the end, and you kind of float around like this weird little specter kind of character.
Right.
And so they gave me the first thing they gave me was a crisis book on Infinite Crisis.
Yeah, sure.
With the Flash, which was really good because I was actually able to do a bunch of characters.
Right.
Because I remember when I got to DC, my last, recollection was working on Black Condor, not a mainstream book.
Right.
Forgotten Realms, not a mainstream book.
Yeah.
So I had something to prove, and I had to reinvigorate this whole eyeballs that they had on me when I showed that I could do Batman.
Yeah.
So I got this Flash book, and it flashed with the Justice League, and by then I was a pretty seasoned pro, and I would produce at a high rate and high quality.
Yeah.
And so so I did this Flash book, and it opened up eyes, because I did that. The Huntress is in there, Plastic Man was in there, Flash was in there. So I think Azrael was in there.
Nice.
Wait, no, not Azrael. What was that one winged character with the helmet? He was a
Aztec? No.
He had like all these like tattoos, white outfit with all these tattoos, but the helmet was like open faced helmet.
Okay, I can't.
He had these wings on it. Shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay.
He was in there, and then these guys made an appearance again in Our Man later on as well.
Okay.
But anyway, so that turned people on, and so I kept bugging them. Said, "I'm starving over here," I kept bugging, and so finally, Tony convinced Dan to give me a shot on Our Man.
Gotcha.
And very much like Black Condor, I went from being the dark horse to being the main focus.
Yeah.
And it worked out really well. And I did 20 issues of Owlman, and that turned into Hawkman, and then Hawkman eventually Identity Crisis. So that's the chronology.
Right.
And so when I got the invite, and at the time, after working with Jeff Johns, he and I would talk on the phone a lot. And he's like, "Dude, you're so productive. You're doing such good work, and they want to give you something. I can't tell you what it is, but I'm on the inside. I know what's going on with it, and it's going to be great for you.
Yeah.
Just hang on, finish up this run. I'm like, dude, what is it? I'm not gonna tell you, man. I'm not gonna tell you because it's going to be a big deal.
Right.
And he was already working on a rebirth.
Yeah.
And he couldn't tell me because they couldn't decide whether I was going to do rebirth or identity crisis.
Gotcha.
And they decided to give me identity crisis because it had to come out first. Again, a business move.
Right.
Put your head down, let the machine run.
Yeah.
And so identity crisis had to come out first, and I was faster than Ethan Van Sciver. That's how I got that.
Gotcha.
And I walked into DC because now they finally, were about to tell me what it was all about. And I went into what I thought I knew the offices. I knew where everybody was. I knew where all the offices. I've been here plenty of times.
Sure.
But in this particular case, they put me in an area of the building that I had no idea ever existed because I had to go down.
So something's going on.
Into the bowels of DC Comics.
Yeah.
Had these glass walls where you could see in, but you can't hear anything, right? And these long. You ever see the movie Network?
I haven't seen it. No.
You haven't seen it, okay?
No.
It's about Howard Beale, who's this this newscaster.
Okay.
Who's losing his mind.
Oh yeah. Okay. With
voices.
Yeah,
with Faye Dunaway is there, and Ned Beatty.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's this one scene where there's this long table,
right,
a conference table,
right,
lamps with these little table lamps with these little hard plastic green shades.
Yeah.
All the way down, and at the very end of it is Ned Beatty.
Gotcha.
Who's going to tell Howard Beale how it really goes on.
Right.
Because Howard Beale has this big following now because he said he's going to kill himself on the air.
Okay.
And that eyes to the TV. If Faye Dunaway being the general manager.
Right.
Decided to use him to get more ratings because everything was about ratings.
Yeah. Who was the guy in that? The brown hair?
The classic actor, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
I can't remember.
So
anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
That's what it was like. I get to this glass room, and the door, and there's this long conference table, and at the end where Ned Beatty is Brad Meltzer.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I brought with me stuff to write down with because I knew it was a project. I had to take down notes and everything. So I had this little DC used to be really great about Christmas gifts.
Okay.
Here's one of them. Bat phone.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's dusty.
Yeah.
It's a telephone.
That's cool.
All right. So you plug it in and it's got, here's the hang up. So you lay it on the table and then when the phone would ring, the lights would light up.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that was one of the gifts that they gave us.
Very cool.
So anyway, back then, they had given something that was friendly to the writers as well. So it was like this really nice. It wasn't leather bound, but it was like canvas bound. Kind of with a pad, slots for pencils and shit like that. So I brought that with me.
Okay.
And I was going to take notes with. So Brad gets up and he walks up to me. First thing he does, he gives me a big hug.
Awesome.
Which kind of took me aback because I'm meeting this first time, right?
Yeah.
And he pulls back, he holds my arms, and he says, "Hey, I'm Jewish, is what we do." I says, "Hey, I'm Puerto Rican, is what we do too."
Right.
So I was like, hey, so it felt like a very, very nice, warm, friendly embrace. And
sure.
He went on and on how much he loved my work on Hawkman, and that he liked the way I handled Shadow Thief.
Cool. Awesome.
Because Shadow Thief used to be a guy that you would have to draw with like a little outline.
Yeah.
So you could see him in the shadow. Right. Which to me, I was like, you could see his face.
Yeah.
So I would have like black, and he would pop out, and you would only see like his head and his neck coming out of the shadow.
Nice.
And his face.
Nice.
No outline. So it looked like he was in the shadow or part of the shadow.
Yeah.
He liked the way I was thinking. Again, autistic.
Yeah.
So he really thought that was an intelligent approach, and that's what sold him on me as the artist for his book.
Awesome.
And so so we went on and went back and forth, and I got really excited, and he was telling me everything he had all these plans for and all this other stuff. And he kept telling me how I was going to do this. This is going to be this great scene. And it says, you're going to hate this, but bear with me. It's going to be great. A double page spread of, not Sue Dibney, shit.
Jean?
Jean Loring.
Yeah.
Jean Loring hanging herself on a door, and the atom jumps into the rope.
Right.
And he starts growing, and we're building up tension because it's going to be 22 panels across 22 pages. I said, what? 22 panels? Are you kidding me? I've only ever seen 18 between 2 pages.
Yeah.
You know, the Keith Giffen 9-panel pages.
Sure.
22. How am I going to fit 22? I'm thinking, and then he wants all this other stuff in there too to set it up. And this is whole,
the big reveal. Yeah.
So I kept it to myself, but I was like, there's no fucking way, man. That's not production. You get production, you just make them duplicated, and but anyway, so I say, but I'm getting, and so I said, all right. So he gave me the script. I think I only got like the first 2 issues, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm reading it, and I'm like really floored by how,
right.
Talent knows talent. So when you've got something that is just special.
Yeah.
And I'm floored by the way he's describing, because he's a novelist, right?
Right.
He's not a guy who's writing comic books. He's a novelist writing comic books. So he's drawing you in, and he's using this flowery kind of way of describing a scene that I was not used to. Most scripts are just like, okay, we're in this room, and in this corner is this, all right?
Yeah.
And then this guy's coming. He's coming in through the door, okay? Close up on that guy.
Right.
Okay? He says something. And then we zoom back, and then that's what we're used to. But the way he would describe it's just like describing in a novel.
Yeah.
So he was building me up internally with this, and it was like really brilliant the way it was coming across. It was not just a brilliant script; it was just the way he wrote it was brilliant.
Right.
And so I'm like, and at the time I was married to my second ex-wife, and I'm laying in bed. And I'm reading the script, and I told her about my meeting, and I told her about the 22 pounds, and how I'll be damned, I'll be doing that. Who's this guy think he is? With fucking all he's ever done is fucking Green Arrow, shit like that. I mean, whatever. He did 1 issue, 1 run. Oh, I'm impressed, right?
Yeah.
And then I started reading the script, and I'm like, wow.
Right.
Wow. Before I read Archer's Quest too, by the way.
Right.
And so I'm like, wow. And then I get to the rape scene.
Yeah.
And I'm reading this, and I'm really intense, and I'm feeling my hands getting tighter because now I'm getting angry.
Right.
And I feel like I'm starting to get hot, and I'm getting a little bead of sweat on my brow, and my heart's racing, and I'm realizing this fucking guy can write.
Yeah.
If he wants 22 panels on a 2-page spread, I'll be happy.
He's getting it. Yeah.
I will draw every single one of them. And that's exactly what I did, because we talked about it. I says, well, wouldn't that be work for production? He goes, I don't know if that'll work and everything like that. So when he saw it, he was very proud and very happy to see me like really invested into that 22-page panel sequence.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just one of those things where I realized I had lightning in the bottle.
Yeah.
I realized that Jeff Johns was right. I realized that this was a make or break kind of a book.
Yeah.
And I worked diligently on that. And listen, people made fun of my faces. And that's cool. That's cool. Because like I say, I like odd characters, and I like supporting cast. I like villains. I would be very happy doing Dick Tracy,
Sure.
with Hammerhead, that kind of thing.
Right.
So I don't like rubber stamp comic books. I don't like artists that draw the same character no matter what, which is an economic choice.
Yeah.
Because you're trying, again, keep your head down, keep the machine running. You don't want to be investing too much in too many variances or variable faces, because you're going to have to draw that face 5 or 6 times on a page.
Yeah.
Which means you have to turn the head and turn the head and turn this. So you want something that's a bit more predictable. That's why John Byrne does that. That's why John Buscema did that. That's why Jim Aparo did that. That's why all these people did that. It wasn't that they were incapable of flexing.
Yeah.
they were making economic choices. I didn't go that direction. I made it harder for myself. Again, autistic.
Yeah.
So people made fun of that stuff, and I get it. I understand, because it was, and anything different is going to be frowned upon.
Yeah.
But it also gave me freedom to have fun with characters.
Sure.
Like Captain Boomerang, to make him, a cross between Jackie the Joke Man Martling and Rod Jeremy.
Yeah.
To have that kind of freedom, and I'm really invested in it, because in my mind, if I'm ever to do a comic book that's just going to be like a seminal thing,
Right.
like my epic, I'm building models of of the city and the rooms, and I'm lighting, and I'm doing clay sculptures of the characters, and I'm turning it, and I'm drawing as I'm turning it.
Right.
That's the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
The closest I ever got to it with this particular book was actually be able to find a bunch of actors and public figures and athletes,
Sure.
try to characterize them a little bit and turn them into a comic book character,
Right.
which is in the back of my of the special editions. You read that, that was my process, and so I got all this. I did back. We used to call them swipe files. We'd get a magazine, you'd cut them out, and then you take your rubber cement, you'd paste them onto paper, and then you'd clip them together, and that's your swipe file. You would just go back there and flip through and use it as reference.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. I did that swipe file stuff, but it was printed on a computer instead.
Right.
And so I had like all this information. It was just such a great time. And I had a great time creating it. I had a great time reading it. I had a great time seeing the responses to it. I get a great time working with Mike Baer. I had a great time working with Alex Sinclair on it. Ken Lopez did some really nice lettering, and of course Brad. And so it was a wonderful time, and I was always so productive, so productive, in fact, that when Mike Carlin went on vacation, Wizard called me to do an illustration for the book, to which I was more than happy to do. But I didn't like the illustration I did, because it was just kind of something I threw it together really quickly for them.
Yeah.
That turned out that I did another version of it as a variant cover of my pencil of just the group with elongated his head, like snaking through between, looking at the audience, breaking the fourth wall.
Sure.
And so I did that again, and I did a better version of it for that. But when Mike Carlin got back from vacation, he was pissed. He's very personal with his books. You can't go away from him for any reason whatsoever. I remember I was working on Black Condor, and I had a scene where it was just a little panel of Lex Luthor in like 1974.
Yeah.
Because it was the Sky Pirate. The Sky Pirate was the villain, and he was like going through this whole background of his of his becoming the Sky Pirate. And one scene is like Lex Luthor holding like a giant ceremony check for like
right,
shit like that. What's that guy? Publisher, clearinghouse,
like Ed McMahon and the
Ed McMahon. Sure,
yeah.
Exactly. So I called up Mike, trying to do my very best. And I said, listen, do you have any reference of what Lex Luthor in 74 where you can direct me to it? Because I've got this scene where he got really upset because he was doing Superman at the time. How dare you use one of my characters? So he got pretty hot on the collar when he came back from vacation, found out I was doing some extra shit. But I did it, and I did it on time. I did it when they wanted it. I did it in the afternoon, so I did it quickly, and that was it. I moved on. I kept with the schedule, and nothing was really broken. He just didn't like not knowing or being a part.
Sure.
And that's what was really upsetting him.
And it's funny, because to me, I would see that as extra promotion. I'd be glad that you went off and did something. I
was like, my God, Wizard with the top 10. No, nothing. Nobody ever put me in Wizard, and I made as far as like 5 or 6 or something like that. But but hey, it's the kind of thing that's good for your career.
Absolutely, yeah. And
that's what I was thinking. So, and that's what I did. So,
yeah.
So that was it. It was really a wonderful time, and it was the royalty checks were great. And then, like I said, my second ex-wife, we were divorcing. She saw the checks coming in, that royalty checks, and it was just like, I was like, well, it's sad to see you go, but I'm moving on now.
Right.
So that kind of pissed her off, but whatever.
Yeah. That kind of
going back to how you left DC and everything, that kind of explains things for me a little bit as someone who was reading comics, because I remember when Valiant shut down, I felt like you and Bart Sears were like very hot.
Yeah.
So for you to not get a book for a while, I get it now. You know, I didn't understand it then, but I get it now, man.
It's like I said, Rucker. We had Greg Rucker and I were having a cab ride one time, and we were having this conversation where he says, "Man," he says, "we were just talking about something that was going on industry, wise." And he says, he said something like, because I was in the front seat and he was in the back with his wife.
Sure.
And he says, "Man, I just don't understand it." I said, "I don't know what's going on." And I kind of turned back. I says, "If you don't know what's going on, it's about money."
Right.
And he
Sure.
said, "Can I use that?"
Yeah. Hey.
I says, "Yeah, you can use it because I've been using your line the entire time that the only thing free in life is hate."
Oh man. Yeah.
So yeah, it was one of those moments. But yeah.
Right. So after Identity Crisis, you were the guy again.
Uh-huh.
So what happened from there? Just
Well, it was it's kind of like when you're all of a sudden a hot actor, all of a sudden you're doing everybody's TV show.
Yeah.
You're sitting down with all the late night TV shows and you're doing all these cameo appearances and stuff like that. So it was kind of like that. And I sat, and it was one of those things where you would have sit downs all the time with all like the publishers and stuff like that.
yeah.
And and I would go to Valiant or to the offices in DC, and they'd take me out to lunch, and we'd have a liquid lunch and that kind of stuff, and we'd talk and stuff. And I remember just saying, "Listen, whatever's the next big thing, let me know. I mean, I want to keep the momentum going. I just want to keep it going, keep it going, keep it going,
Yeah.
the whole thing." And so the next big thing was killing Max Lord.
Oh man. Yeah.
And so that's when they gave me Wonder Woman.
Right.
And I was like, "Oh, great." I never thought of working. I mean, I obviously know the character. I used to watch the TV show. My father and I
Sure.
watched the TV show downstairs in our rec room for two very different reasons. He just wanted to ogle,
Linda
he
Carter, yeah.
Linda Carter, and I wanted to watch the fantasy of it,
Yeah.
So, so yeah, love to do Wonder Woman, sure, and killing Maxwell Lord, sure, I can do that. And so I did, but what fell apart for me is um I told you I had a second ex-wife.
Yeah.
And that's when my second ex-wife decided to become my ex-wife.
Gotcha.
And when you're working at home, and people say, I can understand why you just can't just throw yourself into your work. Just go to work, just leave that part behind you.
Yeah.
But when you work at home and you have a baby girl,
Right.
yeah, and you kind of like used to hearing the pitter patter, you're used to the conversations, you're used to the routine. Work and home are one and the same.
Yeah.
Even though you're sequestered in your studio, you're doing your thing, there's always that outside noise that is comforting.
Yeah.
And of course, you're in love with people too. So
Right.
when they go and they take your daughter with them,
Yeah.
it's the silence,
Yeah.
and that's why I had a hard time keeping up with,
Sure.
with it all.
Right.
Trying to figure out how to be a weekend father.
Yeah.
And now with 4 children.
Yeah.
I had 3 with my first ex.
Right.
And 1 with my second. So being a weekend father with 4 kids and everything like that, trying to make those logistics work and trying to deal with 2 ex-wives at the same time and trying to keep up with the book.
Yeah.
When you're heartbroken and you're depressed. So it was a very difficult time for me, and I never really recovered from that. And it was the beginning of me being a very productive and respectful. I mean, a 19-issue run on Forgotten Realms, a 20-issue run on Our Man, 21 issues of Hawkman, the 7-issue run.
Yeah.
I did 15 issues of Turok, but that was kind of like broken up, and Howard Simpson was helping me with that book too. So I went from being super reliable and super productive to being not reliable at all.
Right.
And it was financially okay because I was still getting checks.
Yeah.
But it was emotionally draining and very difficult. And I it's not that I love my ex-wife, and it's not that at all.
Sure.
It just derailed me to a point where I started questioning everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including the work I was doing, including the field I was in, having run through it and having seen all sides of it, the good and the bad.
Yeah.
Realizing that these lightnings in a bottle moments are very sporadic and very difficult. You just can't make them up. I mean, I've had conversations with Brad Meltzer, said, "Hey, let's get the band back together," and he's like, "Yeah, I actually have those thoughts, man, but it's we did something that's just hard to duplicate."
Yeah.
I don't care. I know that when he writes something, I feel it, and I know that he and I could do something.
Yeah.
But would it be Identity Crisis if you have something to compare that to? I mean. Does anything really compare to Led Zeppelin 2?
Right. Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's just like, it's kind of, go about your difficult way. And I got one job and then the next and then the next. And it's just, I just kind of lost my desire to really give a shit, about this field anymore.
Right.
Dealing with editors that don't understand artists.
Yeah.
And what it's like to I mean, I had that conversation with Mike Bear in the offices, and as we leave, Bear would look at me and he tapped me. He goes, "Did you just see so and so back there when we were talking?" He's like sticking his neck way out like a turtle, just trying to listen to what we were talking about, because we were talking about shit that they had no idea,
Right.
no clue what it's like to be an artist,
Right.
what it's like to work hard, all this dust and bits and pieces of shit just smoldering away, and these little lightning strikes and shit like that, and then coming away after like a 14-hour day and wondering if you did enough work that day.
Right. Sure. Sure.
Because you put so much into these things.
Yeah.
And so yeah, man, it was just one of those things. And and then from there I just I don't know, just kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah.
Still doing decent work,
Right.
but again, you're not feeding the machine that it is what it is.
Right.
And so that was about it for that.
Yeah. And I mean, nowadays, it seems like you're focusing on commissions.
Yeah.
You don't do a lot of mainstream work, but the
Not
commissions.
that I don't try.
Yeah, sure. But the commission stuff that you do.
The email says, "Yeah, I'll just kick it down the road, see what happens." You never get back.
Yeah.
They've one of the other problems with this industry is that they've gone corporate. So
Sure.
Disney has taken over, and Time Warner has taken over, and everything's about the movies now.
Yeah.
They can't sell the rights to the publishing anymore because it's the mom and pop operation that the people who invest in it to do the publication, like AT&T was handling the publication part of DC, Time Warner was handling the movie part.
Right.
And last I heard, and this was many years ago, but last I heard, AT&T was looking for someone to dump, the publishing part, and and then listen, I'm very politically aware, and I have since I was 14, since Ronald Reagan,
right?
And I know Reaganomics is all libertarianism.
Yeah.
And when you deregulate things and you have people just saying, "Yeah, man, just reach in there," and God, in these next 4 fucking years is gonna, I swear to God.
Yeah, man. I've kind of like what you were saying about keeping your head down.
Oh,
I think I'm just going to take that stance as much as I can, because last time he was president, I about gave myself a freaking heart attack, man.
Dude, it was like I listened to Stephanie Miller, in the morning on Free Speech TV, and it's like a morning show, and it's like politics, but haha politics kind of thing.
Sure.
They describe it as being like in front of a fucking tennis ball machine, just dealing with this every fucking day. Is there something going on with this insanity?
Right.
How this guy has this much energy to fucking put up with this shit. I mean, him as an asshole entity that he is.
Yeah.
I am exhausted. And the fact that that's how he functions. That's how wins.
He's like just so aggressively negative.
Oh,
You know, it's
yeah.
like, man, I don't.
And now all the maggots are out. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
yeah. It's
it's a weird time.
I've said, like, I've told people before, like, even if I believed in every single policy that he presented,
Hmm.
he is
What
not a
pop?
good human being. You know what I mean? Like, he's just, I could not support someone who, he just doesn't come off as a person who I have
His,
any interest in supporting or liking, or I don't know, man. He's,
dude, when the only thing that motivates you is hatred
yeah, yeah,
and taking away what you perceive should be your spotlight,
yep, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
if that's well, the only thing that motivates you with no thought, no consciousness,
yeah,
nothing.
yeah,
And in retrospect, when you really peel back and see what's happening now, because
yeah.
I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear this shit. He stole this election because you can't have
He won every
people
swing state. That's weird.
every swing state,
That's weird. Yeah,
every
weird.
and you know he's always about leaving the message.
Yeah,
You know, like the whole Melania or not the Melania thing, the Ivana thing when he was when he got the hair plugs and he ripped her hair out.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and you know he fucked her up,
Right.
and then she comes out crying and everything. He looks at her and goes, "Did it hurt?"
Yeah,
Because he was talking about how much the plugs hurt him.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's the way he thinks. That's how he motivates. So he's always leaving a message.
Yeah,
Taking Wisconsin from Tim Walz,
right.
that's a message.
Yeah, for sure.
And all of them, all the swing states that flipped the previous
crazy.
election, he got
Right.
them all back.
Yeah,
They fucking purged. They
Yeah.
had to have. They
yeah,
had to. If you can't have people register, 20 million people register and be 20 million short of what you did the last time in this fucking election campaign where Kamala Harris was kicking ass.
right. Yeah,
Left and right.
Yeah,
She
that
was,
was
she
yeah.
was just snarky and funny with it. And
Right.
she, how could you not? And this motherfucker kept going on with this fucking, it's his True Socialist barrage
Yeah,
of all this crazy and that insanity. And all he's doing is feeding his fucking base. He's just giving the red meat to these assholes.
yep,
That's what
yep.
he's doing.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it's just, no, he
Yeah.
stole it.
yeah.
You know, and at the end, when he
Yeah.
started, what people thought he was derailing, what's
Mhm.
he doing? Is he actually trying to throw the election? What's he doing? Why
And it
is he
makes people want to go out and support him more, like
swinging
because
back?
yeah,
No. And then he started saying shit like, "I don't need your vote." You know why?
Yeah.
Because the billions that he got thrown from from uh, um, from Elon Musk, from Saudi Arabia, from China, from Israel, from Russia, all the billions that were thrown into all this dark money.
yeah,
That in October, people were saying, "Where's the money? Why is he not spending it?" You know, all he sees is ad campaigns. He's got like 6-7 billion.
right.
A billion is 1,000 million. Think about that.
Yeah, yeah,
He's got 6 and 7 of them. Where's that going? Well, first it's his finder's fee. You know damn well he took a cut,
yeah. Of course.
and then I think he paid off. He paid off some states
Hmm.
to purge people
He could have. Man.
because there's no fucking way that the amount of people that voted for Biden Harris initially could be 20
All went right.
short after already going 20 million in getting people registered to vote, all because of Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
No.
yeah,
no, he stole that shit. He knew he had it in the bag, and by the end, he didn't give a fuck. He's just ginning up his base because he wants a fucking racial war. He
Right,
wants that.
for sure. Yeah,
I knew it when he had Enrique Tarrio, and he's talking with what's his name, the fucking general, shit. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know
My
either.
cousin was a Marine. He was a master sergeant, and he's
Okay.
like all about that guy. I'm like, oh, Flynn.
right.
Like,
Oh,
no.
okay. Yeah,
And I saw the picture of those guys. What the fuck is a general, a racist president, and fucking Enrique Tarrio doing there? The Proud Boys.
right.
What do you think that is? That's a fucking race war. He's trying to get his brown shirts. This motherfucker's going Shitler.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
So
I mean-
yeah, no, I knew it. I knew it then. I was just like, oh my god, this is going to be some crazy shit.
Yeah.
And when Biden got it, I was like, oh, thank God we avoided it. No.
Right.
Oh no. And then and then all these fucking the felonies that never stuck to that now being peeled away. That Jack Smith is now taken off because he doesn't want to get him for the fucking missing documents case.
Yep. Yeah.
Eileen Cannon,
Yeah.
fucking all these plants that fucking. It's almost as if he knew exactly. I mean, it's bad enough that when he talks to people, and he's talking about the perfect conversation or the perfect phone call and all this other shit, what he's really saying is that it passes because in his mind he's constantly in front of a jury. He always has.
Yeah.
been.
Yeah.
He's
people
constantly in
attention.
fucking course. He's always in front of a jury.
Yeah.
So the perfect phone call is always having the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
In his favor. Nothing he's going to say is going to give up any reasonable doubt,
Right.
or is going to create reasonable doubt so that he can't be convicted. That's how he thinks,
Yeah.
and that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
So everything has been. This is we're in for a shitstorm.
Yeah.
Everything's leading up to this shit.
Yeah.
And I have to see what these next 2 months are going to be, but I am really riveted to find out where the light at the end of the tunnel is. Because anything Biden could do, even if he went ahead and did the whole presidential immunity thing,
Yep.
you know, that Trump's going to use,
Yeah.
anything Biden would do would be dismissed as soon as
Right, he can just undo it.
gets in office.
Yep. Yep. 100%.
You know, he can't even do a presidential order because it's only as good as the term.
Yep.
As soon as the term is done, this president
It's just done. Yeah. I mean, he showed that with all the Obama stuff that he dismantled as soon as he got into office.
as soon as the black guy did, the one who fucking pissed him off at the fucking, you know,
Yeah.
that guy's gonna, of course, this guy's such a vindictive piece of shit. I have no,
for sure.
Dude,
It's
I mean,
for me, like the two most important issues in any election are education and unifying neighborhoods. Because I think kids, when I lived in Wisconsin, there was kids, the average graduation age from high school was 20. So kids were taking 2 extra years to finish high school. I'm from New York too. So like I'm from upstate, but I understand the education system in New York is one of the best education systems in this country. You can't even get a general diploma in New York.
Right.
You have to graduate with a Regents diploma. You know, it's like not even possible to get a general education. And that's the world I grew up in. So to see these kids who are graduating from high school and don't even know that Oregon is a state, like that is a legitimate conversation I had with someone who had just graduated from high school.
Yeah.
She thought it was a country. She was like, "Where is that?" Yeah. Right. It's just like it's
Washington. Washington's a state too. What? That's not. That's not.
Huh? Yeah. So I mean, I feel like there needs to be better testing so that we know that the kids are getting out with the right stuff, and there needs to be better training for teachers. You know,
well, it's not even that. It's not even that. You know, the teachers know what the fuck they're doing. They're just not teach anymore.
Yeah.
And No Child Left Behind. It's all about just, you know, keeping things in a cubicle for kids because that's what they took away art so that you don't think creatively.
Right.
You know, you just it's all science. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's No Child Left Behind was a nice idea, but they were really just trying to create a cubicle thinking. I mean, they reinvented fucking math. My kid
I know.
Math
I help my son with math, and I don't understand any of it.
Exactly.
To be honest, and like I thought I knew math.
Science to be the little monkey in the cubicle for the corporations. That's what's going on. That's what fascism is. It's just allegiance to a corporation over country.
Right.
That's what it's all about. It's all about that money. And you say, community, and education, sure, you know what? You can't have both of them without the truth. And you can thank Reagan for getting rid of the fairness doctrine in the mid-'80s. The fairness doctrine actually kept the fucking news newsworthy.
Right.
Entertainment now.
Yeah, absolutely.
When
it's
Newsmax,
all opinions.
Yeah. So when on Newsmax, when Fox News goes to court over the bullshit that they were saying about Smartmatic machines and the I forgot the name of the program. Dominion voting machines and Smartmatic programming.
Yeah,
that was fucking with the election and stealing the election and changing votes to go for you. Yeah. And they were saying that that Biden won the election because of that shit.
Right.
When they went to court and they got fucked in court because it was not true.
Right.
Okay. And they're not bound to the truth because now that the fairness doctrine is gone, they don't have to tell the truth anymore.
Right.
So
Yeah.
the FCC labels news as entertainment. It's not news anymore. It's just entertainment. So they can get away with being entertaining. So
Right.
Fox News goes to court and Tucker Carlson says something stupid like, well, why would anybody want to believe us? They can get away with it.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
happened.
And then there's people who don't understand that and still take news as gospel. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
they still, if the news people said it, it has to be true.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're thinking,
especially older people who grew up with Walter Cronkite and,
yeah,
Tom Brokaw and the people who actually reported the freaking news, they don't understand how much it's changed.
yeah,
And if they listen to conservative radio and watch conservative newscasts, they just eat that up. They just believe it.
yeah.
There's so many. I mean, I'm 50. You're a little bit older than I am.
Hello.
Yeah, there's so many people, at the very least in the generation before mine,
Yeah.
Who don't understand how much the news has changed,
Yeah.
and who grew up, especially older white people who grew up with Reagan and kind of saw their people prosper, so
Yeah.
they are still conservative and they still don't get the big picture. Like they don't understand how different it is. I'm so glad I'm Generation X, because we are pretty aware, I mean, there's a lot of us who aren't, but I
We're
mean,
the last ones that have civics, social
Yeah.
studies. We're the last ones that have that shit.
Yeah.
It's funny because I also listen to Tom Hartman a lot,
right, sure.
and he does. And I'm subscribed to Free Speech TV. Is where I get a lot of my information from.
Okay.
And in his show, and it's like Tom Hartman University.
Right.
It's the show for people, for smart people get their information. He calls it.
Yeah.
Because it's very tough. Because he's a political analyst. He's also
Right.
an historian. The man written many books. So
Yeah.
He has a lot of, and in his breaks, he does this like he'll read excerpts from interesting books,
Right.
and he'll tell you the story about the guy who was the kid
Mm-hmm.
that stood outside of the door where Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun killed themselves.
Wow.
He was, by then they had the kid Nazis,
Yeah.
and his job was to stand outside the door,
Yeah.
make sure nobody got in. And then, so he wrote a book,
Right.
and his book was about how, because he got away from all that, because he wasn't a kid, because he wasn't an adult, he was a kid. He was actually able to evolve beyond that,
Right.
which adults were all in,
Right.
So he wrote a book, and in that particular book, and I don't remember the guy's name, and I can't remember the book, but anyway, he talks about how this happens, and it happens very slowly. This kind of thing is a long game. This is the one time when a corporation isn't about immediate profits.
Yeah.
It's when they start thinking way down the line, and they follow somebody like Hitler or Mussolini or Pol Pot or Stalin.
Right.
And they watch how these fucking insane motherfuckers do it. And it's always a very slow process, because you think you're in 1970s still during the 80s.
Right.
You think you're getting news that's reliable.
Right.
Meantime,
Exactly.
you're starting to get reports about the air traffic controllers union being gone, and you see your union parents trying to find or quitting unions because now these guys are starting to rake off the top instead of helping them with their contracts.
Yeah.
Right. So you start seeing this as a kid, and you start watching this shit happen, and then you start to see your parents get away from something they've been doing for 20 years because the union is no longer a viable thing. Your mother's working at a fucking factory making those little orange caps for Elmer's glue.
Sure.
And your father's working at some fucking factory and this other shit. And it's like, what the hell's going on?
Right.
Let me just go back to meat cutting. And my parents were meat cutters and a meat wrapper.
Wow.
Grew up on choice cuts because they knew what they were looking for.
Yeah.
And so they went from that to doing that, and then they eventually divorced and all this other shit. So it's just like, huh. So that's why I started paying attention. I was my last recollection of the Carter administration was during 1980, 79, 80, when they were it was during the election campaign for Reagan, and I'm watching the news and I'm seeing oil tankers outside of American territory just sitting there instead of going in. And when we have a gasoline price, remember, you might be too young for that. But when I was a kid, I remember even odd days. Your license plate used to have an even number or an odd number at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on what your number was, it was an odd number.
Yeah.
That was the day that you were allowed to go get oil or get gas because we
interesting.
British.
Okay. Yeah.
And it would be every other day.
Okay.
Those days would be available. So if you went on a Monday, then Wednesday, and then Friday, and then Sunday, and then that would turn into Wednesday or Tuesday, and then Thursday. So it would flip like that.
Okay.
And so that's the only days you can get gas. And I remember waiting in like for 15 minutes just to get gas.
Right.
You know, I remember those days.
Right.
I couldn't understand why they had an oil tanker outside when we had a gas shortage.
Right.
And I'm like 13 years old. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
You know, get that in. And everybody, of course, blames the president because everybody who doesn't understand politics and how it goes is blaming the president. Okay. Because they think when their guy gets in, they can get a dictator.
Right.
And they shit.
Yeah.
And all your pet little peeves are going to be fixed. Yep. They don't understand that when you vote for a guy, you're voting for the idea that you want to stay alive. Because human nature is such. If you sit down and you don't have to work for something, it goes away.
Yeah.
But if your constituency says, "Hey, listen, this is what we voted you for," keep that up. You may not get it first term, you not get it in the second term,
right?
But it's in Congress, it's in Senate, and it's going to stay with them as long as you keep bitching about the stop sign at the intersection you have to have. You know, otherwise it evaporates. So when you vote, you're voting to keep your ideas alive. That's why you're either in this camp or that. You're either in the business camp and traditional camp of the Republicans, or you're in the progressive camp and the social network that's in with the Democrats. Those are the two camps you're in. It's how your ideology goes. You know, I'm tired of hearing people talk about the 401 fucking K, and that's how they vote. Fuck you.
Yeah.
People are starving. You know, we don't have union jobs because of people like you are libertarian. You know, so that's what goes on in there. So anyway, it turns out that. And you find out later, like 40 years later, that it's all about, the Republicans are with the oil companies and they want the Democrats to look bad while they're in office so that their guys get the tax cuts that they want. You figure this shit out later. That's what's going on with the economy. Everybody thinks the economy is about what you pay for a price of eggs. No, it's not. That's not the economy. The way you judge the economy is employment rates and wages. Those are the two things that make the economy.
For sure.
What they're bitching about is the private industry. The private industry doesn't have the government tell them what their prices are. They figure it out themselves. And anything that they can do, just like that oil tanker outside the American territory, they're going to gouge a Democrat in office because they want their tax cuts when they get the Republican and when people have had enough. That's how it fucking works.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with people. Actually, one thing that I want to say before we get back to the art. And a lot of people might, what you said about voting for the idea. I voted for Cornel West. And a lot of people say that I wasted my vote, but to me, he was the only candidate. Say what you will about his personal life and all his kids and whatever, but he was the only candidate to me that was really focused on critical thinking and trying to get communities back together and trying to help kids succeed. Like that was his platform, was let's work on this country from a base level and get everybody back together as a people. And that's why I voted for him. And I knew he wasn't going to win. He was only in 12 states. You know, he's only on the ballot in 12 states. I had to write him in Indiana. But to me, that was my statement. Like, this is the guy who represents me the best. And I couldn't in good conscience vote for either main candidate, even though I would have voted for Kamala if I was going to vote for one of the two of them. When Cornel West was out there, you know, I just felt like I had to give my vote to him. And that was my statement. Like, and I, you know, and that's,
well, I did the same thing when Clinton was going for it the first time around in 2016. I voted for Bernie Sanders. You know?
Right on. Hey.
And my county carried Clinton, so I felt better about that.
Sure, sure. Yeah, and in Indiana, to be completely honest, I knew I was pretty screwed
Yeah.
as far as Trump was winning. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't much. So that was another reason, but I still think I would have voted for West regardless.
Yeah.
Like he was just the candidate who fit what I believed.
Hey, that's what we do. You
Yeah,
know,
for
whole
sure.
process. That's the freedom you're supposed to enjoy. Vote for who you like. You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
but who knows what the fuck's gonna happen now?
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
okay, so
Did I freeze?
I don't think so. Tyler, is everything
Okay.
good? No, Tyler says you're good.
You know
Okay.
what? Because I got a little notice I'm running out of battery.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, this is definitely going to be my longest podcast ever. We've been going on for over 2 hours at this point, so maybe we'll split it into 2 episodes. Who knows? Um, but honestly, I'm cool with if people will sit down and listen to it. This has been an awesome conversation, so I'm good with it.
No, I thank you.
Thanks.
So,
So
so yeah, I'm doing commission work now.
yeah.
To,
So
trying to make a buck and trying to figure out stuff. I have something that I'm talking to Mike Burrell about,
okay.
but it won't be ready till 2025. So I'm trying to bridge that gap.
Yeah,
And,
for sure.
and so yeah, I have an open commissions. By the way, I'm actually not doing anything right now. I just did a Conan piece,
Awesome.
painting, because I'm just trying to get some Conan work. So I wanted to show what I can do.
Nice. I'm actually I've thought over the years about getting you to draw a Nightwing for me.
Okay.
And I'm
Our list is
probably
open, brother. You want me?
probably gonna get in there at some
bylaws.
point soon,
Yeah.
man. Yeah. He's my guy. So
Right on.
and honestly, my son's middle name is Grayson.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And so the whole the Dick Grayson miniseries where he was the agent, the secret agent, or not miniseries, actually a ongoing. That thing went off the rails. But the first few issues were really, really good. Like I thought that they were gonna do something cool with that, and then it didn't happen. But
Who knows? Maybe there's the ideas only lasts good enough for a couple of issues.
sure.
And then they try to keep it going. But
Yeah, well, I liked the idea of him being like James Bond, and they turned it into a superhero comic without superheroes, basically. Like he was, I'm trying to remember the whole deal, but there was like a villain who had like mind control powers or something, and that was who was ultimately running the counter agency. So yeah, I liked the idea.
Bondish stuff when Peter Tomasi and I did our run. So
yeah, I like the idea of Dick kind of working for this company but still having his morals, and then the moral conflicts that he occasionally has with Batman also coming into it. That's why I love him. He's such a complicated character, man. Like
that's a complicated scene, man.
Yeah,
Captain America trying to figure out how to handle the government.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So the last thing that we kind of ask everybody who comes on, and for you, I feel like you touched on it repeatedly throughout the conversation, so your answer might be pretty simple. But with like you're still doing commissions, you're still looking for work, you're still out there putting yourself out there. And you've had some personal stuff go on that kind of took you away from the industry and some conflicts and things like that. But what is it that keeps you pursuing work and continuing to create and continuing to want to put stuff out in the world? And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
It's always what's on the other side. You got to keep a curious mind. Again, go back to what I was saying about rubber stamp faces.
Yeah.
To me, that's a slow death. Just drawing the same face over and over and over again. No variety. I mean, it has its place, it has its purpose, but I would be at a loss if I had this conversation with Jean Scrocco, the late, rest in peace, Greg Hildebrandt's wife. And I told this, I was looking at his paintings. I said, boy, I would love to paint. I really would. I mean, that's something I kind of dropped in art school. I have my color theory. I understand how it's supposed to work, but everything about creating, and maybe this is the right answer for your question.
Yeah.
Everything about creating is mastering a medium. And that's where the term masterpiece comes from. which is why a Michelangelo would go from painting to cathedral design to sculpture. It's about taking this germ that you have as a creator and trying to do something else with that. What else can I do with this? So I don't think I can take penciling any further than I have in my commission work, where I did these fully rendered, fully blended things, working with different kinds of pencils at the same time, not just one pencil, but different types of pencils, you know, a 2H or an HB or something like that. And I've kind of gotten to the point of complacency with inking where I feel, okay, well, if I could take a 0 brush or a 1 brush, or I take my Pentel brush, it does this, it does that. Because there's the old adage of it's a poor craftsman that blames his tools.
Sure.
And that's the point. The point is understanding what that tool can do and not do it for anything other than what that tool is good for.
Yeah.
You don't use a screwdriver to nail a hammer or nail a nail. You know,
Right.
you don't use a hammer to nail a screw.
Yeah.
It's different tools for different reasons. So if you work in color, it's a very different mentality than working in ink, even though you kind of have the same basic ideas. I said that when I was working in pencil, really full blending, the cool thing about working in pencil is that you're actually coloring, but with gray tones.
Sure.
So some of these rules apply, okay? But adding tone to it, adding tint to it, you know,
Yeah.
changes. So you got different values now, and in color, not just in gray tone. So it's just the curiosity never dies, you know. When you're a craftsman, you're a craftsman, period. And I would feel the same way if I was building something out of wood or sculpting or you know, doing something, you know, with magic, you know.
Right.
You know, I'd have to be creative with it, you know, try to make it flow and work.
Yeah.
It's just the germ never dies. It just changes with what tools you're working with. So
Awesome.
that's what keeps me going, because now I'm doing painting that I just absolutely love to do painting. I want to do nothing but painting now.
Yeah.
But I'm working with a watercolor. See, so I'm working with gouache, and that's a little different than your typical watercolor, which is very transparent. Well, gouache is a bit thicker, so you kind of apply a little bit like you're dealing with oils, but it's not quite oils, you know. So it's like this, that, and the other thing. So it's like 6 and 1/2 dozen of each other, and you're always like saying, okay, well, this is cool. Well, what else can I add to this? Well, what else can I do with this? Oh, let me go over there and do that. It's in you.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. You know, it's like a musician who plays drums and eventually learns to play guitar and ends up heading to Foo Fighters.
Sure.
know?
Yeah. That's so funny. That's exactly what I was saying. Man. So I also want to go back real quick and say Led Zeppelin 2 is the first Led Zeppelin album I ever listened to, and it's my favorite album to this day.
It's
my
so
favorite
good.
album, period. It's the best album I've ever heard
Is
in my
where
life.
one was leading to,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then
It's
3
so
was
good.
good, but it kind of like, yeah, it was only good in bits and pieces in my
Right.
mind.
Right.
And
Sure.
Physical Graffiti was just great,
Oh man.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Yeah.
but 2, that's the seminal
I
album.
love it so much.
You
Yeah.
know, like Aerosmith rocks. Everything was leading to that, and it kind of fell
Right.
apart a little bit after that. And then you had some
Right.
good, but it
Yeah.
was never rocks again.
Right.
Yeah.
So on that note, I want to thank Tyler Martin, Emmy Studios.
Thank you, Tyler. I
Yeah,
didn't see you, but I appreciate you.
Thanks for bringing everything into the house and getting the studio set up. This was cool. It was nice to not be doing this on my phone, because that's how we've been doing it for the last few months. Rags, thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I said at the beginning of this thing that I admire your work so much. I mean, it's hard for me to put it into words. When I talk, we were just having a regular conversation, and now I'm back to like, oh, he's one of my heroes, and I'm getting goosebumps again. But nah, seriously though, man, I love your work. This was such a fun conversation. We're finishing out our season at the end of the year, and then we're going to take a couple months off and do some clip shows.
Okay.
But the stuff that we have lined up coming up until the end of December, I am getting to interview some of my heroes. We've really been going for it, and we're going to get what I feel like are some of our most important shows. So I'm excited, and I hope everybody wants to stick around and listen to it. Again, man, I had so much more to talk about with you, to be completely honest. So maybe we'll have you back on for season 2. And
I'll be here, man. I'm pretty sure I got
awesome. Awesome, brother. All right, everybody, thank you so much for listening. Check us out on Spotify. Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast, and we'll be back next week with the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Hey everyone, thank you so much for tuning in to this special 2-part episode where I got to have a conversation with one of my personal heroes, Rags Morales. And for the first time ever, I must have been so flustered that I forgot to roll out the red carpet for Rags. So let me tell you guys where you can find Rags Morales on the internet. His website / Tumblr is ragsagainstthemachine.net. You can find him on Facebook, Rags Morales art page, Instagram, Rags and hashtags, and on Etsy, artsyragsmorales.etsy.com. I'm telling you, he's worth looking up. Buy something from him, support him. The guy is a legend who unfortunately was never really able to maintain his momentum, and we talked about that a lot in this podcast, but he's just a gift and such a talented artist, and he's also got something coming up soon where he's going to be working on some covers for Armory Wars, returning to Valiant, or whatever Valiant's called these days. And one other thing that I did want to say, Rags was right about Camelot 3000. It was strictly a UK production under DC Comics that just to me, I guess, rang familiar with Jim Starlin's work. There was a lot of Dreadstar influence in there, I think. All right, anyway, that's it for real. We'll see y'all next week. Come back for another phenomenal episode of Most Excellent Entertainment, the podcast.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith. And with us this week is actor, singer, podcaster, all-around creative entity, Mr. Matt Drago. How are you today, Matt?
I'm good, Keith. Thanks for having me on today. I appreciate it.
Oh, I'm really happy to have you here, man. So I'm looking forward to doing this. So let's go ahead and get started at the beginning. When did you first realize that you were interested in the entertainment side of things, the creative side of things, like making art? When did that come to you?
Basically, I can't remember a time where I didn't have that in me, honestly. From a young kid, I really didn't need a lot of toys. I just needed my imagination. I loved creating little, scenarios like with my friends and little, just kind of characters in my own brain and psyche. And I just kind of morphed into wanting to be on stage and wanting to tell stories on stage. And so I, got into every sort of community theater show that I could. I got into a regional theater that I did a couple plays with at Riverside Dinner Theater in Fredericksburg, Virginia. And it just kind of took off from there. Making money, doing what you love, there's nothing better than that, right? So it just kind of, it created the trajectory for me, which was what's next, after high school. And for me, it was going to live in New York City. Incredibly, I was really close to my grandma. She passed away a few years ago, but I'm very close to her. And I lived with her for my college years, which was amazing. I felt like I was going home every night in a big city and just taking it all in. going to Broadway shows, going to off-Broadway shows, going to off-Broadway shows, just taking every part of New York City in and enjoying just the art and the collaboration that exists there. It's a city like no other, really. And I just, continued to audition. I was at Actors Equity all the time, singing my 16 or 32 bars for Phantom of the Opera or, the touring Evita show or whatever it was, and just trying to keep the instrument ready for when the opportunities came. And then it just kind of morphed into meeting a girl, right, in an acting
Sure.
class. And, just us deciding, because we had that same love of creativity, to pack up everything one day and go out to LA and keep the dream alive out here. So that's basically what led me to this moment right now.
Awesome. So, what was it like moving from Virginia? It sounds like it was a pretty small town.
It's a
To
very
New York.
small town, and I have
Yeah.
a really weird story with my girlfriend then, now my wife,
Awesome.
that we met in this little 12-person acting class to find out we grew up 3 blocks away from each other in the small town of Front Royal, Virginia. And
That
so
is
I think
amazing.
a lot of, like, Laura and I, like, we basically had very similar aspirations and
Yeah.
very similar, obviously, backgrounds, being from the same town. And she ended up going to NYU, the Tisch School of the Arts, which is an incredible acting school. I ended up going to Marymount Manhattan College on the Upper East Side, which was phenomenal. Got some great teachers there. And we met in, like I said, a 12-person acting class at T. Schreiber Studios in Chelsea. And she came over to my apartment to rehearse, and I noticed that we had a similar area code. And I said, "Where are you from in Virginia?" "I have a 5-4 area code." And she said, "Front Royal." And I said, "I'm from Front Royal." And she said, "No way." And I said, "Yeah." And I, basically at that point was like, "Well, no, I mean, my dad's this person, and I know this person, I know this person." She's like, "Okay." And I was like, "Well, what does your family do?" She was like, "My family owns the Apple House, which is like a small little family store off of the interstate that only somebody from that area would know." And
Right.
and I said, like, literally on 79th Street and Broadway at my grandma's apartment, look at my dresser, and there were 3 things with the price tag still on them from the Apple House.
That is amazing.
Yeah, so we
Wow.
were paired together in a
Wow.
breakup scene from Say
Yeah.
Anything. So I always joke about this line because it's a breakup scene that we were paired together in, and
Right.
in my typical, my flair, right? I said, "Well, we've already gotten the breakup out of the way. Are you ready to go out on a date?" And that's when we started
There you go.
dating. And that's where our kind of dreams aligned into one.
That's amazing. I mean, to imagine like you guys could have walked past, I'm sure you did walk past each other on the street
We still
hundreds
look
of
for
times.
pictures. Like, we still look for pictures in restaurants and stuff like that, where maybe
Yeah.
one of us is in the background of another. We haven't figured it out yet, but we haven't given up. We haven't given up. I'm
Right.
sure there's one out there. For
Yeah, it
sure.
has to exist somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So that was a very cool aside. What I what I was going for was what was it like going from like a small theater community to the home of Broadway? Like, what was that transition like? I'm sure there was a lot more competition and but also a lot more opportunities. So
Sure. No, I mean, for me, it didn't feel like I was going to a big city because my family's from New York City originally. So it felt in a way like going back home. I felt like I was definitely one of those newcomers to living in New York City that wasn't looking up at the big skyscrapers. Like, I was there for a purpose. I kind of, went to grandma's house for Christmases and Thanksgivings, and, my whole family's from either Manhattan proper or Guttenberg across the river in Jersey. So it didn't feel like a big leap for me to go back to New York City. In fact, it kind of made sense. Both of
right,
my parents originally are from New York City, but they moved down to Virginia. So me moving back to New York almost kind of felt full circle for me. And
sure,
like I said, just being with my grandma for those years was one of the most special times that I reflect on all the time, just because I felt like I had a home to go to every night. I felt like, because it's always kind of been a part of my personality. I was hyper focused on the goal and, you know, what I wanted to do with my life. And so, I mean, sure, yes, I love to party. I love to go out with friends. I mean, who doesn't? But for
Right.
me, like the main goal was to never let that seep into what I wanted in my life, which was to tell stories for a living. I mean, there really is no greater vocation, at least that I can see for myself, than that, because it just keeps reaffirming your humanity. It keeps having you investigate things within yourself, and then hopefully broadcasting them to others and having them feel the similar emotions that you're feeling. And I just think it's an incredible human connection through film or theater or any type of performance art.
Yeah, for sure. So did you kind of recognize that you could sing at this, was that before or after you started acting, or did it all kind of come together at the same time, or how did that come about?
I mean, it came together at the same time. I feel like I always loved singing. There's a lot of like musical theater around, you know, Virginia at that time. There really was not any film and definitely no TV. So it was basically my only medium to perform growing up. So it really did teach me a lot. I mean, I think that theater performers, you know, we think on our feet. I think all the time about a show that I was in middle school. You know, I played Tom Sawyer, and you know, it was at a middle school, and like, you know, I joke all the time, but it's really funny that like basically there was one of our castmates was supposed to come up through like the downstairs, and the janitor had accidentally locked the door, and so
Oh,
Huck and
no.
I are on stage for like 6 or 7 minutes, like basically riffing in the graveyard scene, and it felt effortless, which was
Oh,
crazy. You know,
oh,
it was so fun and
yeah.
freeing. And I do think that a lot of acting is just really tapping into that creative place where you feel like you've done so much work on the character and you love the character so much that you can do no wrong. You can just be within yourself and just see what comes out. And I think that's kind of the beauty of it all. So, I mean, to answer your question, yeah, I really did. I felt like theater was the way for me to grow and expand. And I think when I moved up to New York City and I studied with Terry Schreiber for 3 years at his studio, and he became like a grandfather to me. He's one of those acting teachers that just, I say this all the time about some acting teachers, that there are just some acting teachers out there that just love their actors. Like they love
Yeah.
them to death. And you feel so safe doing anything because of how you're just protected, and you feel safe within their environment, and that is a testament to him. He's greatness. He really is one of the best acting teachers by far that I've ever heard of, because of just his mentality and his love for actors. And he was the one that told me, you know, one fall day, because I was up for a lot of Broadway shows, kind of runner up
Sure.
and getting frustrated. You know, it's tough to be close but not get it right.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
He brought me into his office for probably a good 30 minutes, maybe it was an hour, I don't know. And he said, you know, maybe you should give LA a shot. Maybe you should, you know,
Nice.
tap into another medium in film and television, and go out there. And that at that point, Laura was like, you know, it was another a cold winter, and she was like ready to pack the bags. And we did a road trip right across the country and came here in January, and it was 86 degrees, and we were just like, I think we're gonna
Awesome.
stay here for a while.
Awesome. Just a little personal thing from what's going on in my life right now. I am producing a movie based on a concept that I came up with, and
Amazing.
I will let you know that casting parts, telling people no is rough,
Yeah.
especially when they're super talented. Like it's not, you know, it happens on both sides. I mean, almost everyone who we've cast, either the first or second person, I knew that they were right for the part. But there's this one part that we're kind of struggling with, and we're going to audition like 8 actresses this weekend, and they're all so talented. And I'm so regretting telling 7 of them that we don't have it for them. You know, it's a tough thing to do, man.
It's tough. It's part of the gig. It's part
Yeah.
of the journey. The reality is that you can only do the work from yourself, and a lot of times it is a fit. And I do think that a lot of times, like when you're auditioning for TV and film, I know that you can come in and be completely prepared and feel like you nailed the audition. Well, that's your job. You have to
Right.
leave that at the table. Because the reality is, if one of these actors or actresses makes an impression on you, in a way that they weren't right for this film, well, maybe your next film, they will be right for something and you'll remember how prepared they were. So there's many instances of this throughout TV, especially, where someone hasn't gotten a part, but it actually led to a better career trajectory for them
Mhm.
because they kept doing the work. You know, a
Yeah.
lot of great actors always are about doing the work. I got to spend a lot of time with Michelle Hurd on set. She is also an incredible lover of actors. And you can see her becoming like a little girl every time she gets an audition. She still gets the tingles, the goosebumps, need to bring herself fully to a role and really enjoy that, regardless of the outcome of it. And it's a really
Yeah.
beautiful thing when you can stay in that place. I feel like that's when you start to get momentum as an actor, is when you really let the business side of it be the business side of it. And you really just focus on the art part of it because it's really all you have control of at the end of the day. And if you can do that, your love of acting will get you opportunities. I really believe that in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've also done a little bit of acting, and it was funny because the first movie that I actually have been in, because I've been in one movie so far, um, but I've tried a couple others that didn't work out. But the movie was originally going to be based around my character, and then as the movie got bigger, they decided that they wanted to bring in like more experienced actors, I guess, to lead the movie. And then my role got reduced to one scene, and then something happened with the film. Um, I don't know exactly what, but they ended up having to use it because it was shot in the wrong aspect ratio or something. So they had to use it as like a little blip while they were running the credits. And I went from being like the star of the movie to witness number one. And it was like, I still I did my best, I was really proud of the scene. And I thought, and then to make it up to me, they gave me a larger part in the sequel. Then they got a script editor who didn't feel like my part was necessary. So I became a background extra. And it's just like it sucks, but I guess it's just kind of what happens sometimes. So
That's a rare case. I
I
mean,
see your face, you don't look happy at all.
I'm
Like,
not happy for you.
yeah,
I really no. I think that's
yeah,
really hard because you
yeah.
did a lot of the work, and I think a lot of
I
people
did.
don't understand like how much work it takes to be carrying a story and
Yeah,
really taking on that responsibility and owning it and putting the
yeah,
work in. I mean, eh, acting is work. I tell people that all the time. Like it's yes, I get that a lot of it is press and maybe you're on a cool podcast like I am today, or you're in a
right.
magazine, or you're walking a red carpet, but the day in day out of acting for most actors, that are just trying to make a living being actors is not glamorous. It's not.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
really not. That's just the God's honest truth. And so when I hear a story like that, it does upset me because I'm like, maybe they went into it not really understanding what their story was. If they
yeah.
were willing to give you a part that would have carried the film and then they edited you out of it, then maybe they weren't so sure about the film. Because I think regardless of star power, I think the actual story of the film and what you're trying to sell through that story is always way more meaningful than a star actor. I think it's
I agree.
something that sometimes directors and producers get a little bit I don't know, they lock into it a little bit more. Again, you have to remember that they are trying to sell the film. So there is that part of it that I do understand, but you can't let go of what your story is. That is the most important thing in selling your film, is remembering what the words were on the page that you first wrote. Because a lot of times actors, regardless of whether they're first or 20th on the call sheet, my next gig, I might be 20th on the call sheet, right?
Sure.
It doesn't matter. A lot of actors, you can tell if they're pros or not. And it doesn't matter how many things they've booked. It doesn't matter how long the trajectory of their career is. I mean, sometimes it is right place, right time, right? And I do think that, it does upset me to hear a story like that, because in my mind, you did the work, you came prepared, you auditioned, and it feels like you got screwed over because you kind of did, right? But it also kind of, in my mind, makes me think, well, it seems like they didn't have a really clear idea of what their story was. And sometimes producers and directors are scared to stick with their original story because they get starstruck in a way. They want to sell, but you can't just sell the actor. I mean, unless it's Tom Cruise, or you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
unless it's
Of
like,
course.
but again, for most actors, right? Unless you're the top of the top movie star, most films don't sell themselves on a star name. They sell themselves on what that story is that grabs you as an audience member, that's going to make you pay $20 for a ticket, that's going to make you watch that film, that's going to tell two of your friends about that film. Like, you're not going to talk about necessarily, oh, well, it's got this and this and this and this and this and this person in it. You're going to say, the story was about this and it was so powerful, and I really want people to see it because it's got a great message to it. That is what you're going to walk out of a theater saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had that discussion with other guests, actually, that like you can have the highest star power in a movie, but if it doesn't sell the story, then it's worthless. And you can have a movie, well, not worthless. I mean, people did put their time and their effort into it, but if you can't connect to it, then it didn't do its job properly.
It didn't do its job. It didn't accomplish what it meant to accomplish. I mean,
Right.
you want people to see your film at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I always say that the most powerful way to sell your film is to sell the story.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So,
I'm
and
sorry that
you're right.
happened to you, man. That's
You're
gut
fine.
wrenching.
It's fine. I mean, honestly, they did actually completely rewrite the story. It was supposed to originally be like a mock documentary type of thing, where I was a documentary guy who was tracking down this killer who had injured me, and I was trying to figure out what was motivating him, and it turned into a cop tracking down the killer to bring him to justice. So it was like they completely changed the focus of the story. And I mean, the movie came out relatively good. I think the narrative is a little choppy, to be honest, but
You know what it taught you, though? I mean, this is where I do feel like I'm at in my career too.
Yeah.
Is, why are you making your own film right now? It's because you want to be in creative control. And I think that's the next step for a lot of actors that are also collaborators, because there's no greater joy than collaborating with your crew, your cinematographer, your editor, your actors. Like, there's just no better joy than that, and I think you're about to discover that. So I'm really proud of you for taking that next step, because I'm sure part of this is coming about because of the pain that you felt through the other process where you felt control less, right?
Yeah.
Because you didn't have points on the film. You weren't a producer on the film, right?
Not at all. Yeah, not at
So
all.
maybe that in and of itself was, and you kind of have to look at it this way, even though it sucks, is like maybe it was a gift for you to accomplish what you're going to accomplish in the future by creating a team and having more creative control and making sure that when you get into production, you remember what the story is. And even more so when you get into post production, remembering what the story is. Because again, It is so hard when there's the movie you plan, the movie you shoot, and the movie you cut. And it's
Yeah.
three different processes, but a lot of people lose the movie, they lose that script when they get to the third stage, because then you've got distributors that have their, say in things. You've got different, people, different entities telling you this and this and that, and you have to keep it your film. And especially if you're the writer of it, you have to, I mean, you have to go back to your own script sometimes, because sometimes you forget what your own film is about. And sometimes you go back to those original scenes and you're like, oh my gosh, well, I cut that scene, but I'm losing that whole character's backstory. I need to figure out how to incorporate that, or else the audience isn't going to understand the emotional hook of that character. So there are tough decisions that you have to make, and there are things that you have to cut out. But if you're cutting out something that leaves a hole in the tapestry of the story that you created, I think that's a mistake.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I am not really a writer. I write songs, but the idea of writing an entire script, I've tried writing a book once and I tried writing a comic book once, and neither one of them were very successful. So I actually hired a writer. But the thing that was crazy is when she sent me her treatment and then she sent me like a 3-act breakdown of the characters and everybody's arc, I cried.
Wow.
Like, she got it. I was smiling and crying at the same time. Like, I can't really tell much about the project, honestly, obviously, but the tone is the most important thing about this project. It has to feel right from beginning to end. Like, that is, and it's going to be hard, honestly. Like, I feel like I came up with a pretty tricky concept, but if we pull it off, it's going to be amazing. And so for her to get that, just from a little conversation with me, I mean, I think I'm in good hands right now. And the editor is the same guy who produces my podcast. So he knows me well. And we've talked a lot about, and he's just like, look, I'm not going to take anything out. I'm not even going to make music decisions without asking you first. I'm just like, awesome, man. So I'm really happy with, I'm tearing up a little bit behind these glasses right now talking about it.
Nice.
But I'm really happy with the people that I've got helping me make it happen, honestly. So it's really early right now, but I'm excited. So
Yeah, film is a team sport, and that's like I said, the collaboration part of it is something that I feel like probably came out of this for you. And I think it's like the most joy that you get out of it is finding people that are masters of their craft, whether, it's an editor that you really trust, where you give them the raw footage and you say, cut it together, piece it together, show me what my story looks like, because again, that's another master of craft. A cinematographer that understands the shots that you envision in your head, right? The collaboration in that, the collaboration of the set designer, such a huge part of it. The costumes, the lighting, the feel of it, right? It's all baked into what makes film great. It's such a collaborative art, and everybody is a master of their own domain. And if you just let them be that, then you've got a team for the next film and the next film and the next film, because it becomes less about conversations. It's like, I know what to expect from you. You know what to expect from me. I mean, there's no big shocker in my mind that a lot of actors work with the same directors over and over again, because it's a, you don't even have to have the conversation anymore. You can actually play around with it. You could be like, "Hey, Matt, try this thing. Oh yeah, that's that. I like that. Let's try that." Like it's like maybe little adjustments here and there, but at the end of the day, at that point, you probably know what you're going to expect from me as an actor, and I know what to expect from you as a director, and this is just a beautiful collaboration. It's a beautiful relationship that you have. And so if you have that with other people on set, like, you're just going to keep making films. So I go back to the pain that you suffered with that role, and I can feel that. I have felt that before. I think that it ends up leading, if you are strong and you push past it, like, I think it leads you to where you are right now, creating your own projects, and that's a win. That's a huge win.
thanks. Yeah, I feel like it. I feel like this project is a win. I feel so good about it right now. I mean, yeah,
You
and
know how
I
many people like try to create films and like just
yeah,
have ideas for a film like at 2 a.m. at night and then like
right.
never do
Never
anything with
happens.
it? Like there's
Yeah,
so many steps. It's like film is hard. It's not
it is.
easy, you
It
know?
is.
And you're just starting in the process of the casting. Like believe me, I mean, it gets harder, but the end result is so gratifying that
Yeah,
you just and especially it's more gratifying when you have people around you that you truly love. So if you have that, like if you have that family around you, you're gonna get the bug and you're gonna want to do it again and again. You're gonna keep telling great stories. So,
yeah. I
really
mean,
proud of you, man.
thanks, man. I mean, I'm a lot like you in that I was probably about 4 when I realized that I wanted to do creative things, you know, and um music was my main focus for a really long time, honestly. Um and now I'm getting older and I kind of beat up my vocal cords and beat up my eardrums because I was playing rock music. And
Nice.
I'm just looking for more creative outlets, you know, to and honestly, I'm actually planning on recording an album next year too. So I mean, I'm just trying
Sweet.
to. I'm all over the place, man. But
Good.
but you know,
Be
yeah,
all over the place. That's a
yeah,
good place to be.
yeah, for sure. I just want to get everything out there that I can. You know, that's how I feel right now. I don't know. I'm just. I mean, I got this energy right now. I don't know what it is, but there's this creative energy around me that I feel like I have to harness it. So
It's
hence
called
the
momentum. And I
podcast.
mean,
Hence,
again, like momentum is the biggest thing in a creative mind is if
yeah,
you start to spiral downward and not get on podcast interviews like this and share your story or reach out to people that can collaborate with you and create teams of people and friendships and relationships that lift you up. And it can be in or out of the art. You could have a
yeah,
guy that just wants to watch football with you on Sunday that gets you almost out of like I mean football is a religion for me on Sundays because it
okay,
because it basically levels me out from the
right,
week, right? I'm a full-time realtor in Los Angeles County. There's a lot of stress that comes with that. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. There's a lot of knowledge that comes with that. But my
right,
love is acting and my love is creating stories that matter. That is what I want my legacy to be when I leave this planet is I want to leave a few good stories that matter and that
yeah,
resonate through time. And so for me, that's the pressure I put on myself is to how do I create that? Now, lucky for me, I married a beautiful lady who is a writer and she is just crushing it right now. She's on her 6th script and we've got our own production company, Dragon Hunter Productions. If you want to look us up on Instagram or on dragonhunterproductions.com, we've got a website too. Is we are trying to tell stories in little pockets of the country that feel like they don't have a voice. Because I feel like that's where we are as a society right now, is that a lot of dissonance that's happening that I see in our society is because people aren't feeling heard. And we
yeah,
want those stories to be told. I mean, that was what was so magnetic about being on set for Somewhere in Montana was realizing how important it was for all of these people to, in this little town, have their voices be heard, have their little
right,
corner of the world be shown. It just really brought a lot of people a lot of joy, and they hadn't even seen the movie yet. We were just shooting it. But
right,
it just goes to show you like that film is a team sport. Like I think that's like a big thing about Laura and I is we want to bring a film back to our original hometown of Front Royal, Virginia. And the reason
oh,
we want
awesome,
to do that is because we want to include all the people that we love. And we might need to reach out to that guy that we know that owns the lumber shop or that guy that owns the movie theater or this, we're going to pull pieces together because we want it to be part of their legacy too. It's
yeah,
not just for us, it's for everybody. And if we do it, then every single person on that credit played some part in the movie being what it was. And that's a very special thing when you look back for any of those people that are on those final credits to be like, yeah, I was a part of that. And I'm really proud of it.
that's awesome. I was gonna say, like, I saw that you guys actually went to Montana on location and shot, right?
Yeah.
Like, generally, you would transform, you know, Toronto into Montana or New Zealand into Montana, like to actually go to the location where the story is taking place, that first of all, I was like, wow, that seems like a really special thing to do to me, or do. Yeah, right. Okay. It seems like a really special thing to do. Yeah. What was that experience like? Like,
I just remember literally driving into Polson the first time and seeing that beautiful Flathead Lake and the mountains and the trees. And I just felt like this was going to become a family. Like I really felt that. And I love the idea of actors and artists coming together to collectively tell a story that's bigger than themselves. And Montana has a very mystical energy to it. It's so grand. It's so big. It really puts you back into yourself, if that
yeah,
makes sense.
yeah,
Because again, I'm from New York to LA, and
right,
so I've always been in a very, you could say, complicated, complex type of society with a much faster pace. And to get to be there for 6 weeks and to get to shoot a beautiful film and to just be around such great actors. I mean, Graham, Michelle, Andrew, Kaylee, Tasha, they all became such close friends of mine. And it was just because we really loved the story and we really just enjoyed being together. I mean, we'd go on hikes together. We'd go out to get our bison steaks together. Graham and I would have like little, breakfast dates where we would like talk shop about like, because we have one scene in the movie that's almost 10 pages long. That's just the two of us, which is very rare in
that's a
film.
lot.
It
Yeah,
is, and it delves deep into just kind of this dissonance that we're feeling in our society, and it is. It's just, it's this collective art of having so many people just being in love with a story,
yeah,
and you can't be in love with the place that you're telling it because it's just beautiful. But I mean, you don't have those types. I mean, that isn't something to overlook. You can be on set in LA and have your guest star and maybe meet one of the lead actors or talk to the DP and the director maybe for like 15-20 minutes and then bye, and
yeah,
you might not see them again for a long time or ever. This felt like something where we all really connected. We all really I remember when I rapped, it was so hard. It's hard to rap a character in a film that you love so much because you feel like you're giving a part of yourself away. And
yeah,
I actually had to dive into Flathead Lake on my birthday, which is the last day that we shot, and just to kind of like exert the character and the energy and to like let it go, because I think what I was feeling at that moment was all of the energy that everybody had put into me and
yeah,
how grateful I was for all of that. And I'm talking about the gaffer, the best boy, the sound tech, the everybody, like everybody that was on that set, like I knew by name, and they were so crucial to the film. I mean, I say this all the time, the crew like is your core. If you don't
yeah,
have a good crew, you don't have a film. And our
right,
crew just absolutely sacrificed everything to make this film happen, and they did such an extraordinary job. So when I rapped, it was just a thank you because I felt like everything that I was able to give as an actor in this film was only because what they had given me. So it was like
yeah,
basically just me recycling that energy and just putting it right back into the universe. And I feel like when you see Somewhere in Montana, I think you see the relationships. I think you see the camaraderie. Like I think a lot of that film's power and magic happened because of the chemistry that the whole cast and crew had together.
that's awesome. That's so awesome. So talking about telling bigger stories, um, I saw that you've done at least one faith-based film. Is that something that's important to you? How did that come about?
I loved that film. That was a really great film that I did. What Would Jesus Do? The Journey Continues with John Schneider, Mike C. Manning. It was pretty cool to get to play the bad guy. I like to play the bad guy. It's kind of fun. It's not something that I seek, but something that I'm absolutely open to. I mean, there's stories in every medium that matter and that make an impact. And this one was about bullying, and I played the bully. And I've never gotten bullied in my life, but when you get a role like this, you get to almost experience empathetically what it would be like if you had been in that situation. I was very grateful that I wasn't in that situation. I grew up in a dojo. I'm a 4th degree black belt. I've never gotten into a fight in my life. My dad is my sensei. So I
Awesome.
literally grew up like a ninja turtle with 3 other brothers, and I just knew how to take care of myself. So it wasn't anything that I ever got involved with or needed to, but again, I know that I would protect my friends. I mean,
Yeah.
if there was ever a situation, like I remember I was on tour and one of my friends was mistreated, and that's when I would have gotten into a fight, So
Sure.
because it wasn't me, it was them, and I love them so much. So yeah, I think that what was the original question? I got off track there for a second.
Just telling stories like that, is that something that's important to you? Like,
It is. I think any story in any medium that really has a purpose is something that I will always connect to. And even the ones that maybe I don't connect to, there's always a way to find the humanity in a character. I always try. And sometimes it's a little bit harder. You could have one line on a TV show, and there's not much
Right.
there to create a character around. But I love writing backstories. I love thinking about backstories like obsessively. I just think that like it broadens your perspective on when you finally get to set and you finally do say the words. You've almost put yourself in a position where you don't know what's going to happen, and that is
Right.
acting. And that's the line you walk as an actor, is you want to do so much preparation. I always say, like, actors do all their work in pre-production. When
sure.
it comes to production, it's the crew carrying the weight. They are the stars of the show.
Right.
They're the thing, they're the entity that is making the magic happen. But, for an actor, you still have to be technical. You have to know where your eye line is. You have to still connect with the actor. Sometimes it's a little weird shot where like I'm looking at an X on the wall and like acting towards that because of the shot.
Right.
But if it is that, you have to rely on all the work that you did in pre-production. You have to work on all that character study that you did. And you really, as an actor, have to love that part of it. That's the
Yeah.
part of it that I think is overlooked. You don't ever want that to feel like homework. You want it to feel like investigation. Like it's something that is exciting to you, that
Right.
fires you up. And when you have that fire in you, then you go to set and you look at a great actor like Graham or Michelle or anybody on set, and you just get to work, and then the magic happens out of that.
Sure. So I grew up, I'm 50. So I grew
Looking
up
good, man.
on, oh, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Um, I grew up on the Dukes of Hazzard, and then,
Sweet.
yeah, and then John Schneider's Christmas specials, and he's just always kind of been present. And I actually remember the internet campaign for his Christian movies. I don't know if it's specifically the one that you were in, but I remember like that he was pushing those movies very hard on the internet. Um, and he seems really dedicated. Like, just that's what I get from him, is like everything he does, he just seems like he puts a lot into it. Is that a fair assessment? Like, what was it like to work with him?
He's such a pro.
Yeah.
He's so calm, just
Yeah.
just like he's done it many times before, which he has, but very
Right.
giving, not in his own area, like very much a part of the cast.
Yeah.
And it's pretty exceptional for someone like him to do that, because what I will tell you about What Would Jesus Do? The Journey Continues is that John, and I don't know how he does this, but he does, he was there for one day. He did that
Wow.
film in one day. So me, I was actually there for 2 days because I had a retake and da 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 da. But for him, they were able to schedule him. I think it was a long 14-hour day or something like that, where they just went through all of his scenes in one day. And it takes a pro. It takes a pro that has that muscle memory, that has that skill set, that has that calm. Because again, maybe the camera isn't working. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get a snack from Crafty or whatever. Like just go with the flow. Like it's knowing how to keep yourself centered if you are taking on a heavy weight like that and condensing your schedule. I'll say that for Graham too. Graham did Somewhere in Montana in 2 weeks. So when Graham showed up to set, it was go time on Graham. We had to basically concise the schedule. Everything that I shot obviously was with Graham in those 2 weeks, but he had a lot more that he had to get in those 2 weeks, and I was there for 6 weeks. So there were some days when Graham was there that I wasn't even used because we needed to get that. So it's a lot of scheduling, but I think there's an inherent motivation that comes from that too. I would love to be in that position at some point because it does kind of motivate you, and it does in a way give back to the next generation of filmmakers and the next generation of actors, because maybe they're doing that film like because they can do it in a shorter amount of time on maybe less than what their normal rate would be, and that gives the production the ability to thrive, to be able to put that extra money into building that set, or hiring another name actor or whatever it is. And I felt like Graham and Michelle specifically, they really loved this film so much that they, made a little sacrifice and figured out what their schedule would be a part of it, so that, actors like me and Kaylee, Macchio and Machio, sorry, and I say it the Italian way, and Tasha Gate, could thrive because we got to be in scenes with them. And when do you have an opportunity to do that unless an actor is willing to figure out their schedule? Because a lot of these TV shows and films, I mean, they're long shooting schedules, so it would have to be like a break, like he had a break from House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones, to be able to come. And I think they were in New Zealand or somewhere, right? And he flew in and had the 2 weeks and did his stuff and then went back, and he was present the whole time. That's what's incredible to me. I mean, he's got another character in a show, the biggest show, like in another world, and he's able to be a professional, compartmentalize that, get on a plane, travel halfway across the world, be with me, be with like all these actors for 2 weeks, enjoy it, really enjoy it, do a great job. He's such a phenomenal actor, but honestly, I see him more as just an amazing human being now. Like,
That's awesome.
and that's just kind of the bond that we created. I mean, we would just have so many great, long, lengthy conversations, and I've just felt like he was always with me. He was always so present with me, and you never know if you're going to get that, really. And I was so grateful. I mean, him and Michelle specifically, they're just such lovers of actors, and they really like, they've been around so long that like they will teach you skill sets that you and lessons that you need to learn. And just part of that in and of itself is the win when you think of a booking or, getting the role or whatever like that. It's a lot of the stuff that you actually gain from this is actually a lot of the off stage stuff, the non-shooting stuff, where you're hanging out with those people. That is the inspiration that gets you to the next and to the next and to the next. And those relationships matter, just being able to like reach out to Michelle or Graham and, pick their brain on something. It's really valuable. Like, it's because again, they know better than me. They've done it longer than I have. But having more people like that are as professional and loving and caring as they are, it really does. It raises you up, and you have to stay around people in your life that lift you up and never let you down.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's super important. I can't even imagine like switching that switch in your mind to go from like this fantasy world, you know, to something that's grounded in reality. Like, is there anything more real than Montana? You know, I mean, like, yeah, and to go,
I
yeah,
I would wake up in the morning and I would literally just look at that Flathead Lake and I drink my
yeah,
coffee and think about giving away a scene. You have to remember, like, when you have 2 years to work on a role like I did, which is rare, but we got pushed back a year, and I was one of the first that basically got booked with the original cast, and then they reached out to other people. Uh, it's really hard to get rid to give away a scene
yeah,
because it's something that's kind of been a part of you, and you've in your mind, if you're kind of as obsessive as I am, you go
right,
over it so many times to an exhausting parallel of your brain where you're just kind of like, you almost need to like give birth to it. You need to get it off your chest. But when you do get it on film and you do let it go, there's a little bit of a loss there too, because you'll
yeah, for
never get
sure,
to do that scene again. You'll never get to be in that barn with Graham and this like just meaty 10-page scene that we have in the film. I mean,
right,
if there are people that are interested in this film, I would go see it. For there are just some powerful scenes in that film, and
right,
they're all based on like listening to each other and respect, which is the highest form of love, and
yeah,
just really a great story of the times. And that's what we need podcasts like you to
right,
tell your listeners, because it really is, this is a word of mouth film. Indie films, and you'll know this, like when you produce your own films, like indie films are in need of word of mouth. Like, we need people to essentially, go to the movie and tell two of their friends, and those two friends tell two of their friends. We need word of mouth because, again, it's $20 a ticket, right? And we're up
right,
against
right,
big marketing budgets and big budget movies, and so I really do. I go back to what we had talked about in the beginning. Like, it's the story. It's
yeah,
always going to be the story that hooks the person to want to see the film.
right, right. Now, for me, when I started doing a podcast, it was kind of because I wanted to connect with other creative people and just see what their journey was, and whether it was similar than mine or different from mine. I just was very interested in it. Um, what was it that got you motivated to start a podcast?
Well, I mean, I haven't started my own podcast.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I read somewhere that you.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay,
At least a talk
okay,
podcast. My
gotcha.
wife has written podcasts, and our production company has
Ah.
produced. So,
Oh, okay,
uh,
okay. I
so,
gotcha.
so last year, I'll circle back to Austin Film Festival, which there's a
Okay,
trophy over there that my wife won, which is the bronze typewriter, which is the coolest statue because it's got like a little film strip coming out of the back of this, and it's a heavy trophy. But
sure, sure.
she went there a couple years ago, and she had her first script, which is a passion project of hers that she wants to make eventually. And she had a couple really, really good friends there that basically said, when you're writing a feature, a lot of times you're up against people that have been, staff writers that have had scripts, picked up by Sony or Universal. It's just everybody's trying to write a feature, basically.
Sure.
And so these people befriended her and they said, writing is writing. It doesn't
Right.
matter what the medium is. Why don't you come back next year and write a podcast? Now,
Okay.
my wife is an A+ student. So not only did she want to write a podcast, she
Yeah.
wanted to produce that podcast. That way, if she won, she could drop the episodes that everybody had seen her win the podcast for at that exact same moment.
Awesome. That's
Right?
awesome. Yeah.
And it really is. It's so cool because a lot of, like, there have been people that have asked her if she's interested in optioning it for a TV show, which of course,
Of
a really,
course, yeah.
really cool story. The Crime at Camp Ashwood, if you look it up on wherever you get your podcasts, it's up everywhere, Spotify,
Yeah.
Apple. And it's just it's a really great medium, because if you think about it, if I gave you as an executive a 120-page document to read, well, I mean,
Right.
like, you got a life. It's like it's hard to get through that 100-page to it, and maybe you got another one coming, you got to read it, blah, blah. But if you pop in your earbuds, right? Like, people are going to be listening to this podcast right now where they're probably at the gym or they're picking up their kids from school. I mean, that's the time of the day that you have to maybe hear somebody's story or to, escape a little bit. And so podcasts are a great way to do that. So when she wrote this podcast script and then won this, it's like it's the best medium, I believe, in the current state of the industry to get executives to really not only know your work as far as reading it, but experience your work, because you can fill it in. You can
Yeah.
cast the actors. You can do your own sound effects. You can edit it a certain way. You can create the world for them as opposed to them creating it off of the page for you, because I feel like there's only so much you can get sometimes reading it. Maybe you don't understand this part, you don't understand that part. But if it's in the world of a podcast and you've got great actors, which again, it's no better thing than getting to hire actors. And when you get to, I mean, when you're telling actors they got the part, I mean, that is just joy in and of itself. So we put this podcast together. We'd already had another one come out, St. Mary's Children with the Stigmata. And
Oh.
we have two podcasts, and now the next logical step for us as a production company is to tackle the feature film. And so, and that's just because we've started with the podcast writing, and now she's got the accolades from that. So we've worked our way up, basically getting her writing out there in a medium where people can easily access it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm sorry I misunderstood. I read somewhere that you were a podcaster. Like, that's just how they described you. So I assumed you had your own podcast. So
Well, I guess I do in a way, but only in the sense that they're basically a lot of my wife's talents and my production company and
sure.
our ability to, I think our podcast, she actually, as of tomorrow, is starting her own podcast.
Oh, fun.
And you might have just sparked me to maybe start my own at some
There you
point.
go.
I've got a pretty good setup here, so I
You
guess I
do.
could do
Yeah.
that. But I've been so busy with the acting thing and the real estate thing that at this
Right.
point, I just really want the feature to come together. It's a
Yeah.
Christmas
Yeah, for sure.
movie. It's a passion project. I feel like it would be full circle to bring a film back to where we're originally from, that we didn't even know we were from until we met in New York City. So, and just the joy of putting together, so many people that we know, love, and trust to
Right.
create a film together. That is kind of my main focus right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually in the process of right now, my son and I live in a converted garage. But we're moving into a 3-bedroom house, but keeping the property that the garage is on.
To do
So
like a
I'm
little
actually in the process of turning it into a studio right now. That's what
Yes,
I'm looking
that's
for. Yeah.
great. That's great.
To not just record the podcast, but also, I mean, we can shoot film in this thing. Like, we could turn this building into almost anything we want. Like, it could become a restaurant or someone's apartment, or, I mean, we could literally transform it. So I'm pretty excited to have my own little studio that'll be behind my house. I'm pretty pretty psyched for it, man.
That's awesome, man. And that's another cool thing that's happening, because I don't know where you are, but I mean, like, film happens everywhere like now.
Right.
It's so different than it used to be, where, you needed to be in LA, and then it kind of branched out to Atlanta with a lot of the Marvel stuff. Like now, yeah, I mean, if there's a Montana film, like, where else would you shoot it except for in
Right.
Montana? Because that film looks like it punches so high above its weight because of the beautiful mountains and sky and just like grandness of it. And somewhere in Montana uses these anamorphic lenses that basically make like it basically compresses the image, so you see more of the Montana skyline. So if you've got a production and you've got a need to make something, I mean, productions are going to go where they can survive at this
Sure.
point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I actually live in Connorsville, Indiana.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm from Ithaca, New York,
Okay.
but now I live in Southern Indiana. And there's honestly a pretty decent creative community down here, like of actors and especially filmmakers. There's tons of independent films coming out of this area, like the Southern Indiana area. Then they're all on Tubi and stuff. And everybody's working hard, and getting their stuff seen. So it's really cool. It's
I
a cool
love that.
little
I
cool
love
little
creatives
environment.
that like, yeah, the need to create, the will to create. It like I said, it's work. It's
Yeah.
it's there's like I always say there's two types of people in the world. There are the ones that seek contentment and the ones that are obsessed with the dream. And
Yeah.
I love being obsessed with the dream. I love
Yeah.
being obsessed with my legacy of leaving a couple good stories behind. It's
Sure.
not a grand legacy, but it's one that's really meaningful to me. And
Yeah.
I hope that people can, that's the great thing about film is that people can look back on that and be like, wow, that really holds up, or I'm learning something different from this film based on where the world's at now that maybe didn't even exist when the film came out. There's a lot of
Right.
things that films do that surpass the test of time, and those are the kinds of films that I hope to create.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just came up on the hour mark. I want to go ahead and this has been a great conversation. First of all, I'm glad we got to connect and kind of share different stories and stuff. That's really what this is all about. So before we go, you've already touched on some of it, but where can people find you? What kind of projects do you have coming up? What kind of projects do you have out right now that you think people should check out? So go
Sure.
right ahead. That's for you. Yeah.
Well, definitely. I'm most active on my Instagram. Don't really do much on Facebook, but they're connected. But Matt Drago at Matt Drago is where I do most of my updates for upcoming things, write-ups, articles, podcasts, right? Anything that's going on. And that's where I'll be doing the updates for Somewhere in Montana, which is coming out January 10th, 2025. So only a few months away. Really looking forward to that. Again, it's a great film of the times. It's a Montana rancher meets a West Coast director, and just kind of that instant dissonance that happens between us and how we work through it and hope to build some kind of like understanding. And that's kind of the core element of the movie. So be on the lookout for that. Matt Drago on Instagram, at Dragon Hunter Productions on Instagram. Also, I have websites, mattdrago.com, dragonhunterproductions.com. And if you go to my Instagram, you'll have a link tree. So you'll have all my social media accounts and everything. Give me a follow and connect with me there.
Awesome. How cool is Linktree, by the way? Like
It's
you
so
can just
cool.
get
I
everyone to see
love
everything.
Linktree.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
a
it's very
big
cool.
Linktree fan. Yes.
For sure. And so then the final question that everybody gets asked who comes on the podcast. It sounds like your journey has been honestly pretty inspiring and pretty propulsive. Like it seems like you're constantly moving forward. What is it that keeps you wanting to create and continuing to put stuff out in the world as a creative person?
The need to tell great stories. The need to tell stories that matter, the need to tell stories that resonate to people, that make them grow, question, evolve. Stories matter.
Yeah.
They really matter. And especially now, I think stories matter more now than they ever have. Human stories.
Yeah.
Human stories. And that's
Awesome.
basically what I want to do with my life is leave that behind as my legacy, to leave some great human stories behind.
That's awesome, Matt. Thank you so much. Like I said, this has been a great conversation. I've enjoyed it, man.
Me too.
Thanks. All right. And I want to thank Tyler, ME Productions. I legitimately could not do this without him. I am not a technical guy. He's the one who makes this sound as good as it can and makes us look as good as we can. And I want to thank everybody for listening to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. And we'll be back next week with more. Matt, thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you.